Good morning, everybody. So it's almost 9:30. If we can have chiefs and delegates make your way over to the assembly area, and we'll get started very shortly. You good? Good morning, chiefs, delegates, and everybody that's in the room, also joining virtually. So welcome to day 2 of the Assembly. I know there's still breakfast happening, a lot of discussion, but I'd like to call the meeting to order. It's now 9:30. So with that, can I have everybody please stand? I'm going to ask Rolling Thunder to open with a song, and then I'm going to ask Elder Lucy Kakagamak to come and open with a prayer. So with that, Rolling Thunder.
Good morning. Minugisheba Nakma Kshamanogagishanen Magwiek, God sent Pikanek. The Cominium Nashinikishgani Gimish, Eminugwiek. Thank you for the drum. I just want to welcome everybody today again, as we have a long day again today. And Migejim Hian. Semando do Machium Nan. Genakum Mia, Wigane Pichkishgak. Egikanem Shag, Megojan Bag. Egogam Nashikishga means Shag. Miniawan means Shag. Agojumuko music Bakselmian. Jewish so in the man Gahwe. Maachitun. Jewish so in my dog Wonagani Ganskawa. Stay gain cured when it's Sennick. Jewish so in my dog. Egogaya. Down, you mean Gwen, stomach, and get you mean Pagitnaman Homa, Gamau Chitiak, Hugagishkak. A Gondeme Tomo Gunagak Amat Sewat, North Caribou. We got you when he had note. The Metamog Jusa seat nato, Imagashmus in the mouth. Now I should go with some going Jesus who got Nepichkishkak. God, our Father, our Creator, we acknowledge you this morning. We thank you for the night rest. We thank you for health and strength, for sound minds this morning. We ask your blessing, your presence here with our leaders of all things that needs to be discussed and put forth for our people. I pray you bless each one that's participating, Father. We pray for renewed strength and grace, and we pray for the family that has lost a loved one at North Caribou. I pray, God, that you sustain them with your grace and with your power and your comfort. In Jesus' name, amen.
Miigwech, if I can ask everybody please to remain standing. As part of the opening prayer, there was an acknowledgement of a loss of a young woman in North Caribou. So yesterday we got the message that the delegate coming to the assembly wasn't able to make it. They did have a young woman that passed away early yesterday morning. So we wanted to have a song. We've asked the drum to render a song, honor song, to think about the loss in North Caribou, but also any other losses in our communities across NAN territory this week. I know it's heavy in our hearts, and we wanted to ask the drum to render a song and start off today thinking about those, but also thinking about the future. Continue to think about our children and education as we continue to move forward. So with that, I'm going to ask the drum. Miigwech. Thank you. Wishing everybody a good morning. And hopefully everybody got some good rest. I know yesterday was a really packed agenda. We had a lot of items, a lot of good discussion. And today looks like even further discussion for today and tomorrow. So what I'm going to do now is I'd like to do just a quick recap on yesterday. And then I'm going to ask Deputy Grand Chief Bobby Narcisse to come up and make some comments, sort of set the stage, set the tone for today. And then we'll get right into our agenda items. So again, yesterday, as part of the summary for yesterday, again, we had the opening prayer. Very important to start in a good way. We had, of course, Rolling Thunder opening, and then we had the Elder Lucy Kahigamak. We had the opening remarks, welcoming remarks with Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, and of course, representatives from the Elders Council, the Youth Council, and the Women's Council. Deputy Grand Chief talked about this assembly of chiefs, being a stepping stone, a way to evolve education and continue the dialogue on First Nations education across Anishinaabe Nation. Also, he talked about the fact that it's an opportunity to meet together in an event, and it's been a long time coming. First of all, of course, with COVID, we haven't had a chance to get together in a number of years. But also just to take a look at where we're at in terms of education, where we're coming from, where we're going, and where we need to go. So a lot of discussion on strategic planning, moving forward collectively, but also assisting First Nations as they move forward. So I just got a note, Deputy Grand Chief is not here yet, but he will be here. We'll get into the agenda items as we move forward. So yesterday morning, we started off with the Education Reset panel discussions. So we had Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse, Julian Faulkner, and Assistant Deputy Minister of Education David Peckham was here. They each presented, and then we had some good discussion on the topic of the Education Reset table. Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse led the discussion, talked about its role, its purpose, as well as the importance of having decision makers at the table when negotiating First Nation education issues. He talked about the struggles in the past, that when there were discussions, I can't remember the term he used, but there were sort of lower level officials from Canada who basically had to take back and get direction from their superiors. So having the decision makers at the table so that as First Nations we can make headway in regards to education. He also talked about the importance of and the necessity of needs-based funding based on the needs in our First Nations. Capturing the content in our communities, as well as the remoteness factor. He touched on that $1 in Attawapskat is different from $1 in Thunder Bay than $1 in Toronto. So we need recognition of that in the work that needs to happen. ADM Peckham talked about what's happening in other parts of the country. He mentioned Quebec, that the First Nations education has recently signed a historic education agreement that did include a remoteness index, and it was designed around the needs of the First Nation communities in that territory. So he talked about reducing proposal-based funding, and the commitment of the Government of Canada to close the gaps that are currently in place. And of course, Julian Faulkner, who led the panel discussion, talked about the 7 youth inquiry, the recommendations, and the fact that there was a report card coming out of that youth inquest, and basically that there has been a failure of that report card system and it's not working. He talked about the fact that when you look at the report card, it sounds like all of the recommendations are being implemented, and that's not necessarily the case. And so we had a good discussion on that. We had a presentation on daycare facilities. Christy Hankala had a discussion on that. We also had Terry McGilvery, I believe with Anishinaabe Nation, Jordan's Principle, talking about the Jordan's Principle program. And actually there are ties with Choose Life, Jordan's Principle, and education, serving our young people. And actually that triggered some good discussion from the floor on Jordan's Principle, accessing resources that are available in the communities. It was mentioned that a lot of our communities are utilizing that service. There may still be some First Nations in NAN territory that are not using or utilizing Jordan's Principle, and there are resources, there is funding available. So the invitation was extended to reach out, ask questions, and see how NAN can help with that. We had a presentation on the early years and special needs learning. Bidaban Desmoulin presented that. We had a discussion on a presentation on the language revitalization. Matthew Anges with the Shibugama First Nations Council had a very powerful presentation on languages and the fact that we are losing our languages and we need to take drastic action now to preserve our languages. We also had the NAN language program update. Nicole McKay with Anishinaabe Nation made that presentation and talked about a gathering that was held in August and some of the ongoing work happening in regards to language preservation. We had a presentation on the NAN post-secondary education review that was presented by Randy Ray. Good discussion on what's been happening and where we need to go. And then the final item yesterday, of course, was the removal of Indigenous content within the Ontario curriculum for Ontario education. So that was presented by Patrick Lowen. He's with Chiefs of Ontario, joined us virtually. It was as a result of questions that you had, Chiefs, that you had previously in regards to Ontario steps to start to remove Indigenous content from province-wide education curriculum. So a really good day yesterday. It was quite packed and a lot of discussion. And so I hope you had some rest last night, and we've got some good issues to deal with again today. So again, I don't think Deputy Grand Chief is here yet. He has another matter to deal with, and he'll be here shortly. So what we'd like to do is start off today, this morning and this afternoon will be the NAN Education Committee members will be each providing updates and talking about the successes of the various programs that they represent. So I'm going to ask to start off Laurie Deschamps, President of Oshki Wenjak. Laurie, I believe, was here. I'm looking around the room. Oh, there we are. Yeah, Laurie, if you can make your way up. So Laurie will talk about, again, some of the successes, some of the good work happening as part of their program. I don't know if Laurie has a team coming up or just Laurie. Okay, Gordon, there's Gordon Kwayaciiwin is going to be coming up as well. So I don't know if there's a slide deck, PowerPoint. There we go, it's coming up. So with that, Laurie and Gordon.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. I have Gord Kwayaciiwin with me today and myself. So My name is Laurie Deschamps, like he said, and I'm from the Oshki Wenjak Education Institute. Am I doing next slide, or do I have a?
There is a clicker there.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right. Okay, so to start off my presentation, I always start off with our map. These are the, like you all know, the Anishinaabe Nation communities. We service 49 of the communities, and we were established in 2001, Resolution 9664. Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Sorry, guys. So in 1996, the members of Anishinaabe Nation, through Resolution 9664, mandated the establishment of Oshki Wenjak to serve the current and future post-secondary education and training needs of the NAN community members and other communities. The Institute became a federally incorporated nonprofit corporation in April 2001 and was recognized as a charitable organization in December of the same year. Each First Nation education authority within Anishinaabe Nation is a corporate member of Oshki Wenjak. The Institute's governing council, its governing body, consists of 7 members elected from and by the corporate membership, an elder, and a youth member. Our mission is to achieve excellence as a leader in the innovative design and delivery of quality post-secondary and training programs which meet the holistic educational needs of Anishinaabe Nation and other learners in a safe, inclusive, supportive, and culturally enriched learning environment. As part of the Indigenous Institute Consortium, is 9. There are 9 Indigenous institutes in Ontario. 7 of them belong to the Indigenous Institute Consortium. Represents the collective and collaborative efforts. 7 Indigenous owned and operated education and training institutes across Ontario. This Institute Act 217, recognizing Indigenous owned operated institutes as a foundational 3rd pillar of Ontario's post-secondary education system, to sitting alongside colleges and universities. So Oshki Wenjak is unlike other post-secondary institutes. We operate without core funding. Our institute is proposal-based, and our staff are paid less than other institutes, colleges and universities. And our facility, we don't own our facility. We lease our facility. We're located on Centennial Square. So our programs are delivered on campus and online. So during COVID, we were very quick to go 100% online because our delivery method was already 50% online and on campus. So it took us 3 months to go 100% delivery, get a learning platform where our students, it was called Brightspace. And we also purchased a database that we're going to be incorporating. I think it's going to be done in January. So with not having core funding and not being able to have our own programs, we partner with different colleges and universities, and we offer post-secondary programs. We have an edu program. In Northern College, we do trades, which Ord will be talking about shortly. And because we can't offer our own programs, we're in the process of doing our accreditation. And we were able to go to the WinHEC conference in August of this year to do our letter of intent for accreditation. So we started the process. And what this will give us is, once we're accredited, we can offer our own programs. So right now we're developing and researching programs. We're working with NAN Health Transformation Team to create these programs. As you can see, there's a list here, and I think the health programs are really important for our communities, and I think trades are very important. So we're working very hard to develop these programs in partnership with NAN. And we also work with different NAN and Lac-Seul and Wate Power, and we create short programs with our education institute. We also got granted, we're part of SHIRK. It's a research body that we're able to get some dollars to do some research, and a big part of that is our language program. We're creating a language program at Oshki where we're going to be able to teach people how to teach the language. So we're very excited about launching this program. And these are the other 3 special projects with the IIC. ONCAT is also research. This is a good selection where we could have our students transfer credits from other colleges. So we're really excited to be part of ONCAT so our students can excel in other levels of education from college to university. And now I'm going to get Gord to talk about the trades program. Thank you.
Well, good morning, Chiefs. My name is Gordon Kekigamek. I'm the Innovation and Training Coordinator for Oshki Wenjak. I've been with Oshki, I think it's 16 years now. So, it's my job to work with our communities, work with the industry to really give hope to our youth, our young people in the trades and apprenticeship. So what you're looking at with this slide is what we call our mobile trades training trailer. We got funding from the federal government a couple of years ago to procure these 2 trailers. And we use these trailers to deliver trades and apprenticeship programming in our territory. The benefit of these trailers is, I think the number one benefit is it creates a safety bubble for our young people. I'm just not talking in the context of the pandemic. I'm talking, having a safe place to learn and practice skilled trades. And we can actually take these trailers in the community, directly in the community. We can also take these trailers directly at a project site, for example, Musselwhite Mine. So we have, in the past 3 years, have been piloting these trailers around the territory, both in mining and forestry, but also energy with the Wate Power Project and aviation for our community airports up north. So we're ready to, roll out these trailers, and we have submitted several funding proposals to both the federal and provincial government to deploy these trailers across the NAN territory. Ideally, we would like to do 3 intakes per year, NAN West, NAN Central, and NAN East, to give every community an opportunity to train their community members. And we are focusing on 6 trades with these trailers: millwright, industrial millwright, mechanical, heavy-duty mechanics, light-duty mechanics, welding, electrical, that's both industrial and residential electrical, and carpentry and plumbing. So the focus is on community infrastructure, for example, housing, and project infrastructure, for example, the Musselwhite Mine, the Nakina sawmills, Long Lake sawmill, etc. So we have deployed these trailers across those sectors in the past 3 years, and we're ready to really roll it out across the NAN territory through a call for expressions of interest that we'll get a committee together to do that. So we call this mobile training. What is mobile training? Mobile training has a lot of moving parts to it. Internally at Oshki Wenjak, we are currently seeking a director of trades and apprenticeship to help lead this mobile training initiative. Also a trades manager and other support staff required to deliver training across the NAN territory. We're also working on business development, working with FedNor. FedNor has recently approved funding for our trailers. They've agreed to help fund the operations and maintenance for the next 3 years. And we're also working on programming. So it's my job to consult with our communities and consult with industry to determine what their training needs are. And also working with what we call training delivery agents, TDAs. For example, Northern College and Confederation College, because Oshki, we're not a TDA, so we need to work with partners across the territory. Yeah, so it's been pretty much project-based funding these past 3 years, and we are talking to government to help fund our training, not just the trailers, but the programming too across the NAN territory. And like I said, we did develop a 5-year business plan for our trailers, which FedNor looked at, and they liked it, and they agreed to fund us. So I'm also working with both federal and provincial governments to help fund trades and apprenticeship training for our communities and our people. Also working with a local logistics provider, Stall Utility, to help us with deployment and logistics, getting the trailers out there into our communities and project sites. So overall, the goal, the vision for trades and apprenticeship training is to have apprentices in our communities looking after our community infrastructure, because as we all know, we have to procure labor outside our communities, even outside the region, and we want to fix that. We want our own people to operate and maintain our community infrastructure and project infrastructure. Thank you.
So this is just a diagram of where we are and where we're going. So the funding, we have different for core operations. We're also hoping to get a new campus. Right now, we're just in the process of looking for land and doing the diagram, the architect. So that's our big project. And accreditation of our programs is something that it'll take 2 years to do, but we're really excited that we can do this. And our FedNor projects that Gord is funded for trades. And the bottom one is Ministry of Colleges and Universities and Indigenous institutes, mining, and other short funding that we receive for special projects.
So I just want to elaborate on 2 proposals that we submitted to the federal government, Employment Social Development Canada, going mobile. responsive model for job creation and retention in Anishinaabe-Aski Nation. This is a 3-year project to deliver trades and apprenticeship training across the NAN territory. We also submitted a 5-year proposal to the Skills and Partnership Fund. This is the Level Up project, a new model for Indigenous-led trades and apprenticeship in Anishinaabe-Aski Nation. So like I said, this is the 5-year project where we were intending to do a call for expressions of interest from communities and industry to, deliver 3 intakes of trades programs per year. And like I said, we're focusing on those 6 trades for community infrastructure and project infrastructure. These 2 proposals are still under review. We're told that announcements will be made late fall 2022, so I'm expecting to hear from both programs very, very soon. And even if we're not funded through these 2 programs, we're still going to work with communities and industry and develop community proposals for trades and apprenticeship training. There's plenty of call for proposals right now. For example, the Skills and Development Fund through the Ontario government. So I'm working with industry on that one. It's an employer-based program. So yeah, like I said, we are approaching both governments for funding for trades and apprenticeship. Thank you.
So to end off our presentation, we were very happy to have in-person graduation in August. We did 2021 and 2022 graduates. And we also have a total of 560 post-secondary graduates. In 2023, we're expected to have about 650 post-secondary graduates. So this is our presentation, and I hope that your community members and will make Oshki their choice for post-secondary education. And thank you to the Education Committee for giving us the opportunity to present. I'm the newest member, I guess, so I had to go first. But thank you, everyone. And does anybody have any questions?
Thank you. Actually, we do want to open it up if there are any questions. Any questions for Lori? I'll give it to Deputy Grant Chief first.
Good morning. I just want to thank Lori and Gordon for their presentation. And again, when we're talking about the education reset, we want to also focus on post-secondary. And I think we're going to have a focused meeting, a focus group on post-secondary education and how that will fit in with our education reset table. So we'll be calling to order also at a future date, all of our partners within post-secondary. And we're very encouraged and eager to hear about all the different successes that Oshki is doing, because it is meeting many needs from our First Nation communities in the areas of further education, lifelong learning, and that's what we want to focus on as well. But if there's not any questions, I'd like to present them with these gifts. So.
I also get to be the conductor of photo ops. You go stand over there. Actually, Laurie and Gordon, before you go, I did want to open it up for questions. Any more questions or any questions about Oshki Wenjak programs, services, training opportunities for the NAN area? Any comments at all? I'm also going to look on the virtual forum. Katrina, give me a nod, a nod and a nudge. I don't see anything on virtual. Any questions? Okay, with that, thank you. Give him a hand again. You got. So again, Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse is here. I'm going to ask him to sort of make some opening comments for day 2, quick summary of yesterday, but also some discussion on today. So, Deputy.
Good morning, everyone. Yes, so yesterday we had a very good first day. We had the Deputy Minister Peckham come and do some opening comments regarding the new education reset table. I don't know, we have a few chiefs joining us again today, which is great. Welcome. And you know, these 3 days were meant to really look at what education reset looks like within Anishinaabe Nation. We have established a high level table with Indigenous Services Canada and CERNA regarding many of our outstanding priorities. And we heard yesterday how that's going to move ahead. We will need to really harness all of our education expertise, our directors, all the different variables that make up our education systems. You know, like many of our focus was with like K-12, but we noticed that we need to also include early years, you know, daycares, preschool. So we want to organize ourselves to really look at those particular areas where our priorities are still outstanding. Like, how do we get daycares in our communities? How do we harness all that infrastructure and capital investments that go directly to our communities to really get those institutions up and running within our communities as well? Also, you just heard about post-secondary, like Oshki Wenjak. Those are just one of many initiatives across the Anishinaabe Nation that we need to support. We need to support our post-secondary students in terms of making sure that they have the necessary resources and opportunities to further pursue their education. And also the fact with lifelong learning, right? Many of our individuals, many of our citizens also are going to get further training, further education, going back to school. So we want to ensure that there are opportunities for all of our citizens to look at education opportunities in terms of moving ahead as well. So I know the next, today we're focusing on our education committee. We have our education partners coming to do presentations, and I really want to invite our education partners to also come and convey many of the challenges that we've seen so far, and what is needed in terms of the advocacy that needs to happen with Anishinaabe Nation. I know that there has been frustration. I know that we need to do better in terms of creating a comprehensive communication plan that really focuses on what's happening. Like what's happening within Anishinaabe Nation in terms of education and education negotiations. So this is basically, these 3 days are a stepping stone in terms of all the work that we need to do. We know that there's regional processes that are happening with various tribal councils and education councils. We want to complement a lot of those negotiations that are happening and see how our high level reset table could also assist in those particular areas. So I'm really encouraged today that we have many of our partners within the education community to come up and share some of their successes, some of their challenges, but also what NAN can do and where NAN is has some shortfalls, or how they're really complementing the negotiation process that they're doing. So we, as part of this reset in education, are committed to working with all of our partners and our First Nations as well to look at a way to really create needs-based funding, needs-based resourcing to all sectors of our education system. So I'm really excited about the work. I'm really excited about the conversations that we're going to be having today as well. So let's not be afraid. Don't be afraid to really bring up those high priority areas and all those different areas that we need to really focus on in terms of what we want to bring to our high level negotiations. Again, you know, the reason why we're doing this is many times our communities are given the short end of the stick when they're brought upon this fixed pot of money or resources that we all have to fight for. We heard in the presentations yesterday, and then we're going to hear today that you know, even at the Chiefs of Ontario level, you know, we have to fight against our Southern brothers and sisters over a fixed pot of junia, over funding. The thing is, we want to change that. We want to change that paradigm of negotiations where we want to look at needs-based funding. This is what my community needs. This is what we have. This is what we need. And this is what we want in terms of moving ahead with establishing those outstanding education needs that we have in our communities. So I'm looking forward to the discussions this afternoon and today. And so let's get started, and let's hear from our education partners as well. So Chimigwach, and I'll hand it back over to our chairs. Like I said, I'll hand it back over to our chairs.
You got the power there, Bobby. Okay. So I feel like we actually just started, and I know there's supposed to be a break, but I would indulge the chiefs and delegates if we can just get right into the presentations. We have some really good people that, good committees that we want to bring up and to present the work that they're doing. So with that, I'd like to call upon Nelson Macoop. I see him. Come and do your presentation. Okay, so NNEC, if the group from NNEC can come up. Also Shibugawa Education, which is represented by Nelson Macoop, and also the Ojibwe Korean Cultural Center. So what we're going to do is have each of the groups present, and then after the presentations, we'll take questions. So rock, paper, scissors, who's going to go first? Okay. All right.
Mewache Manikjuba don't see and store and do them angus kind of maggots. We want to kick them out with Yankee. Well, anyways, as you know, we do have a lot of challenges in terms of our high school students, especially the ones that end up dropping out and that end up in our communities. And those are the students that are youth that are experiencing many of the mental health challenges. Now, what we did a couple of years ago is we managed to secure monies to do a study to try to find ways of what we can do to address that big gap. It is a gap that has been there for a long time, and I'm pretty sure in your communities you have the same challenges as we do. So within our community, our leadership have told us to try to find ways of how and what we can do with those dropouts. So we hired a consultant to look at ways in terms of what we can do. But in order to do that, we have to go to the communities to ask for their feedback and also to ask for their ideas in terms of what we can do collectively to be able to address that gap. So the whole idea of it is that we want to try to more or less work with our communities to see if we could develop an alternative accredited high school program geared towards these high school dropouts, but using a different alternative system in a way of that's community-based and utilizing a land-based, and most importantly, they're using the vocational skills, the ones that Gordon was talking about. So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague. He will present the study that we did, and I think it will be interesting for you to know about it, and also what we can do if we want to try to address that gap. I know a lot of our students and even the dropout I'm talking about will never become doctors, lawyers, or even nurses, but they can become an electrician, a plumber, and also a secretary at the band office. So that's the whole idea of it, is try to find ways what we can do to be able to address that gap and get these students back into the school system. So I'm going to hand it over to my colleague. We know Nelson.
Yeah, miigwech nugma mamhao. Ahi agio chian motaman ahi azozam. Too many dropouts are piling up in each of our communities, and we're just trying to find a way to educate them instead of them just being home and doing nothing. So what we did, we have a research. I have a few copies somewhere over there in a box, or maybe they're being handed out already. Yeah, they're being handed out already. So the study shows that too many of our dropouts are at home, and there's nothing really there for them. So what we're trying to do is trying to figure out a way that we can educate them more through land-based and other trades education. But we're thinking about it in terms of in the communities. Windigo in town, Dukan. We take it to the communities, the training in the education for the high school. My presentation. What? How do I? Okay. So, that's not the right one there. That's a wrong presentation. Is it this one? No. Yeah, anyways, Mao ago, we're gonna make sure that we do something for our dropouts instead of them just sitting at home and doing nothing. We want to take this education or training up to the communities. Ninot shibog mandan kita muak. I mean, which says Zohak nibledem. I mean, it's academic. Mawats go, Chigegun, Huega, Amoe. That's it. Yeah. So, I mean, we did a research study on the different types of alternative school programs for the students. Mawatsugo in Stone machine like it says there 70% of the students our communities are not completing grade or high school. And it's really, really high, the dropout rate. And I'm sure that every community has some experience with that too. And then we just said that we need to work on it, do something with it. We cannot just let the kids, do nothing. So we are developing a plan. We already did the study and everything, and then these are copies. If you need copies, just call us. But the bottom line is that we need to really focus on our dropouts. They're very young, they can be educated garbage, and we need to really get serious about that. So what we're doing is we're looking at ways of educating, bringing the training to the communities. But it's also very important to get feedback from the members, from our communities, what should be in the program. What can we do to help our students? I mean, it's really, really high with the dropout rate every year. And we can't just sit back as leaders and educators just to watch them. We can help them. You help them, you help yourself. Now it's from here, Chinadaw. We were looking at land-based education too, how we can bring it to the communities. I think land-based programs in the communities, but we need something that will help our youth to be more knowledgeable on the land. More like a good kaya yung sigagawin mo dama sa pinagkutan ni ganyo at sa tanin ni ganyo. So we need to help them understand their roles and responsibilities as the future leaders in our communities. Ikaw ay to destroy themselves. As I'm seeing one Hammond or shit. You got to go with Chag and watch. I got a kind of back down the geese, we check. Here, now it's you mean. I mean, go on, got a key, a stock, and we know a gate of the Moscow. All the land-based schools that are out there. And then that's what we're trying to base our program to really move our kids to enjoy life on the land, to enjoy education, to really benefit from our teachings. That's what we want to do. We can't just let them sit around and, destroy themselves. So we're going on about mag cultural, social life skills. Kamas ni gadlikin and snab and snimun dukan. Sigagwe mawats. Skidnalak jabayak. Our language is very important. We cannot let that language we have been once even though English is important in our everyday work, but we still need to keep our language knowledge. I have some books there that we have developed over we have a language and production unit with Shibogma. We do our own work in the language book so struggle. And there's a few of them over there that I brought in case we're going to make it, And a lot of the stuff that we were really focusing on is Iguanandukan, now it's trying to get the kids to come out of their shell, I guess it's called. Inside. We want to help them understand that there's always help available. And then we're trying to have those skills to a lot of these kids don't really want to speak up in public too. So we're trying to encourage them to talk openly about things. And then respecting the opinions of others, negotiating, asking for help, managing stress. A lot of these skills kids should be aware of and try to cope with, how to deal with their life skills is very important. So that's part of our goal, is to try to help our kids, our youth. And the benefits of land-based education, is that you learn a lot from being out in the bush. That's where you start to open up. It's really nice to have that peaceful sense of belonging out in the land. That's why I lived off the land. I was with my parents and shopping, hunting, all that. And it's really has that calming, you feel alive out in the land, and that's where we want to really take our kids there. Every year we go, having connections with our elders, right? And then you have that, what was intergenerational legacy, it's really hard and difficult to, it was really hard and difficult to live with our parents, but we should be able to change that legacy now into a better life for our students, for our kids. So about that the ability to live in two worlds. That's what our goal is, to be able to go out in the land and to be able to live in the city. But we need to teach our kids how to cope with being in town, like being out on land. Now it's go, I want to be our study to try to do a better job of helping our kids, our youth. We're going to go gamasak, taking in go ki nanagas chicken who can gaya to do what's going on with nigate. But but we should be able to do it ourselves too, and have a better education, land-based education in place for our students. Now to go here, this mountain negots. You take a guys mountain that language is very important, that we should be able to keep it. You know, as I'm seeing the way I was and we need to be able to teach our language. We should teach our language. There's no other way, but you got our young, once again, then you do damn in the work, book, our Shabogma communities were taking language courses to them, 6-week language courses in each community to be able to read and write. But first, they need to have the language to be able to do that. So we have to do that oral fluency instructional classes. Yeah, it's megawatts. And then because we are able to make our own materials, our own language materials, we have been doing that with Shibogama. We work with the Wandaman Wabik Kingfisher Casablanca in the language area. And that is really becoming very important, that we are developing our own curriculum. Our Matthew Ganu our phonics system in syllabics. That's what we're working on right now, and we should be able to finish this by next month. And then after that, we're jumping into the units of study, which has all the themes and the kind of so that's about all I have really, but it's very important, to go to make sure that we support the language and we support our students that are dropping out. That we need to be able to make sure that they have a good education, a good life for them.
Thank you, Nelson, for your presentation and the work that you're doing. So at this time, I'd like to call the NNEC team up to come and do their presentation. There's a number of them. So there's Dobie Don Furnett, the Director of Education, Sharon Anjiganeb from DFC, Charity Calder, the Student Safety Manager, Dylan Harp, REA Coordinator, and Rosalie Davis, Pelican Falls Center Manager. So if the NNEC team can come up. And also in this section, we're going to be adding another presenter, and we'll ask them to do their presentation towards the end, and that's the Mushkego Council. That'll be Irene Linklater. So we'll add it to this group of presentations on education committees. So here's the NNEC group.
Good morning. My name is Dobie Dawn Furnett, and I'm the Director of Education for Northern Anishinaabe Education Council. And I just want to say thank you very much for this opportunity to be here to present today. Thank you to the drum and to our elder Lucy for the beautiful prayer this morning. Greatly appreciated. I want to recognize that we are on the traditional lands of Fort William First Nation, and we do have a school and an office located here in Thunder Bay. We also have programs that are in Sulakaut, located on the traditional territory of Lac Seul. NNEC is an independent education organization. We're nonprofit, and we're mandated and governed by the 24 First Nations of the Sulakaut district. And NNEC has been in existence for over 40 years. So we run a variety of programs and services that are all secondary and post-secondary. We do not deal with elementary education. And so our students come from our 24 communities, or we do have urban students here in Thunder Bay that also attend our program. So rather than myself presenting on all of the various programs, I brought a team, some of our team with us here today, and they're going to present on their programs. And then at the end, I'm going to get up to talk about the challenges, jurisdictional issues, and the issues with governance, so on and so forth. So with that, I'd like to call forward Sharon Anjakneb, our principal for Dennis Franklin Cromartie High School.
Good morning. Nako mamin ngene guys to bachum yan pakigai to the market DFC. I think much concerning tuchi as of go was cause no chinenta kon hima DFC ngene gaucho we don't kima ko skatsak. What does pagi buko ke kongo cho go to bachum Ekwa enwek no ko totan hua Matthew ka wita makwak ka si ka mukwak ko siniuyak nga ko kusto aswen ko nista no aki ina dagwan ge na pangap mata ban machkansani na to kchasan kendan stahi as elmantoan geni hene skiso nat ko sa ako eskamako jojowane danki kung ka ko ikitian Ikaw ko mayam ikaw ko wait secure gani ke kung kapo ko ikitya chinsota ko siyan chinsota ko patuan tayo ako tashma chen kini gani ikityan ay hak una ko miyan matigan ako mina kaki nigamuat ako mina Lucy kaki ayam chiket kaki match to when kaki pakna when ka mauchitiak mengungai no de tot makuch kono kamkok tasugek shabapu ko hak ayam chigawat kek shaba pakna mat uche nanano tak sat kana uche chikmawat uskat san keni totamnit me ko totam makut Ekom na nui na nakumago ko na kuskat sa gaya buat. Ahik machak emunetaman kuskat sa gawitan kimaganoat. I just want to acknowledge the youth that are here. I'm always very thankful to work with the young people. All that energy and all the energy, enthusiasm that, sometimes by the end of the day, some of us might be lacking. I know in my case, so I'm always thankful to hear that and to be encouraged by their dreams and their visions as well. And go back and go to Witan Huagai to the market school Gamgok DFC. I think Mino Makaki Kistoak 24 graduates in Gyamnak. I go with the skiki which minakin ken kistoa kispene goma mamonse ke kun ahi ke gat kun samdana tayawa ke gona ke kistoat sa ko chinga kuma mayak sewin ko ahi yo mingo me ko chingu is kana batamak e ko ikonon kai se ayant ka tamak ko noen Mama yak se hua COVID akuzone, machino yak machino tskoni ka ahi papan sewak. Kai se kuin kapanau ya ke kun ka kachit ko tapan yung gainwa dona kun ke onan pen ma kuchi at ma ka personik. Ko tashin kun dapat stumen Google Classroom. Gop kuki ma uchi nakat stuato chika ko pem an kata ma to tskono min ke to tamak. Ego china hiki mautan kik, min gomna taman ko no ke gar ko kakna ki kiwa takshno ka utskun hiwak. Mau chake mon sekune ken mau atoskat sa ka utskuni ka plataksno at emne tamat ko berskon ku konan ewap mau at konan ka mau wichikwat. Ha esta pesko yagishino testamen wa kamat se ka ha mashkyukwa. Pamab kunanta kaskoyag sit September, October ko pasang kapmatan kita wa maskyuka. Mitchimit ne ki na notice se akwa. Tam ka COVID ke wa ekagwa nagatstoa ke. Mi maka isin notice se kiwa awa maskyuka. Jitsko pa kabit ke mukto te kagwa nagatsto tiyo na kakis papan se akwa. Tam kamste hike kunat kate skatsako ahi kaise pem kanan maganwat. Maskiuni na ke kispanganat wanta mat jus na kachaganwat. Hak chini ko ke kche hak elders program me bukaknai ma pem mina kipmat stoat. Ha te peshe komina chuchi bukiwa te ha lani kitash pen ma anwepe. Wa wich start you te gewen kaiska peset. Sa ko chingo kutakiak matan kiwak. Marina Crow, Deer Lake outset hawa nepawi chikuman. Mao tantaki still hawa. Do kakio kamamin ko kakatasneka at kiti pitchmat katept. Michikak ismunenta matchkat security aishawa tima hika tea. Eko anak nane to kane ko senek chikiptiwat. To cheneko na stilment goat. Eko chi mina pakango chuitana hik orientation kaido tamaka ko skat sa kutskuni kapa majishkunuat. You he wake the giant music festival guys katek mina kak matchtoat hak atit ko na kutskuni wek. Mina hi kim shinalo minih mawi kak pishawat. When kamuka to na tawaganwat. Nekotosh min amazing grace mino kito tanawa. Kapapam tapaswat matawnik papama pataganwat guno kauskatakshinwat. Kiskakapchiwat ki natagawishawat. Nyek namoganwat. Nekomna DFC experience in katamin. Hako papa kana weke pishawat maskuno kam kugauchik namakewat. Mina katotamak. Kumna kutake kumna maucha muna taman mina shamatsik he student council mauch kumna koya kukchan kata na mina ki unako part mina nukum. Min kupish ko na to tamaka he kiwet na kikna ka ito tameka ka pichap nga katawagan no te ha pukumaka. He mitches to tamuat UN ito nano tax at intercom ito batch martin kiuna kishiki in the martin kishan katamuat kishpen pichap nga katawaganwat. Eko chapen eko pichapen kiwat gonna uchkonik. I'm very thankful that we have the student council again that's active. We follow the same process with the as most of you do in your communities where the candidates get up and speak and they go on the intercom or they might present in the classrooms on their platforms or what they wish to do for the school. And so that went very well again. And then we have a voting process. It's all run by the students and we just have some staff that kind of guide the process. And so this year we have Chief Derek Munoz of Sandy Lake. So he is our student chief for this year. Very active in encouraging everyone, all the students to get involved. Eko tässä pakingo tian muutana hi ikoina kaisa nandu te seak, iko kaisa yaanam seak. Challenges kaisa katak antikuja. Hi asyen ko pakingo tuitan hyö aate tutskuni kekse nan papan sewat. Hi kaisa kuinko wikajakset COVID kaya. Eko iseke machine kosknewat. Eko basic apen no na de kikune kai set up en kakna kinwe apen eko pak so IT senek. Eko mi ko basic kun winko ustem kapen isek e papan sewat. Eko mne kutak kun high need students. Spekat kana tuanta mat. Minat kem shinoate kumina nukum. Natukun kantan hiwa hi emshinuat tikun nukum ka apenka taksnuat hi aiska magako taksno bani kikunak tukan ko tasnukum ahik sesna twab mamna kiwa ikono kuma taun kaiska peswat hi nyanam tana ikonan kyutak namin ko man ko kape hika ka peswatan pe sepis kono at nyanam tana ikonok Eko semgwendak machine ken mamna ke ekan ko kakuch mon sewa te pakans kono kamgok ka te bakakuch wichak no at kanen te mate ka pen ma ka pisat mis ka chachapen se we apene no des sa ke kono gudan kik tam kak ken mamna ka te kono kuch koni kuskatsak tasnem ko yon chiwi kwati sen ke chachapen ma janam sekwa Eka kapeng kuch kaknauye te ki wichaganot tapita wichaganot ma wachingo dani kagoe kudmanin ko wa wishawa agtaugonok mi ma pesgo ke sekenda man iswaba da man hiwa ikonak mistahi awa tikonak ka ahi notasewa tuna uknama konwa Asanga pagingi witana ha maskiuka Kutak sechke kumin is notese akima maskiuninak hawa nurse practitioner ko kawichi ko agban wa pengot ka machant kise ka machi pimse COVID mi ka penne ka mine pisha timash kuno kamkuk ahi ko computer ka ma biop ko uche ko naga chat skatsan eko iskam ko pagos nino dese ka hi wakan clinic na dishona yakto Mchechima mineshe papetseke kunkatana kane pichan makahioya masculinaka wap maganot. Nikadachini kukewin hawa kawichikak pan mitne kukewin eat. Ahi mshine kewin shenonakno tuak so ne kopet kapmsek. Mam shine kima uchnanat magno chish wich dot hawa kawichikak ban. Michio ahi mio going down up in Katam. Going up to Chinkudagya Kukchudan Kika a hack psychiatrist or psychologist. Mashna dan gumina penepigio wichiquak. He kinetama ban up in take it up and a gun at the chiki mina pishawate. Shakucha measurement up and mina as a wichiquak. Kentana wa kwepiche anum sawat shkarsa kumamne chikanwa tas na buke kune pim anum hikwate kakna dapuko chichiwa ishmna taman ma chikana kuwichaya kto ashike kanga kisnano tax eko na mina kuteken ka matsek ahi Pues que chingo que pega mawita makwa sa kete waka kan makata ska kwishkono hawasyak mi kuta sem ku ke kune pem pikse ke ahi pues que chingo ka chuita makwa asa kete na ko kwishkono kam e komina maasno te semen atchigeo kam wa ahi ke kunan ke ka apachto ka jeno te se ke shachikeak Mas niskna ko kiwet osos kono kam ko katsigeo kam kompop kunta. Asen mshina tikin me konta anaka ko sa sakak machiak. Ego tashmina hiwa ahi space kana tuanta maka igonok spekat kana tuanta mat Bejigoneta ai ma classroom. Mi chese gishpenoya one-on-one ka wichagnot bogandib gurshikuna aknada chisha wichagnot. Chitash ahi atgatukanala speech therapy. Mamina penekwena wishawa kakne mushkina second classrooms. Music room kanan daw askato da shifto na atna panik mitna penenkwena secure. Ajen kwena tan tastanant kia kwena kuidan kimak ta washak. Eko pagyung kung go chuitan we ahi taso mokna kam kokun masan hane ko itamako ko utskuni ke kaminautan ki kai tutamak. Iwe ke shupmokna kak ahi memotokan. Mshichiwe wakapehi this week haka student council bemian mutana wauna tuat metawone tokan. Ahi Halloween yun na siya match tuatin metawone. Mibke tokan yun ito tamat. Ekom na huwaka mokna kak parent teacher interviews. Ahi tamkam midterms asyan kikis toman huma minakap mokna kak. Koi kona kuchkunya ku kakano nawan uniki kumane koi kona kakano mawat wasan uchkuni ne uchi tpachum tawa wat yue ingo kanish ka kistikenet. Kwam hier tot amak kap muknakak. Eko chin we imagine kisano daksyan. Eko tas huwaka kakshapag machawak hakadona nato anchigawat. Lakso ishawak. Nakewganda sa tabana pen Matawa gwen here dona at mosona dogo go aqua pot. Eko at the gonna kchehak the witch you work your ashitske pak the wat. Me enachumia. I'm sure you ma kunga yakapeki shikish penny kuke kun wika kotek. He mistake kon day to time and the koninku at sangi to patch the scene who. Amir, you guys.
I'll translate. All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Charity Calder. I'm Manager of Student Safety at NNEC SSP program. The Secondary Student Support Program at NNEC, we work with our students from Mishkigogumang, Sandy Lake, and our Windigo students. We work very closely with Windigo in supporting their students who attend school here in Thunder Bay. Our students attend DFC, so we work very closely with the school. We also have students who attend our provincial school system within the city. And we do have a student who is attending school in Sioux Lookout at Sioux North as well that we also support. Within our SSP program, we have a team who includes our prime workers. Each of our prime workers work with the students and they have a student caseload. We also have a boarding home worker coordinator who sets up the boarding homes for our students here in the city and works on like approving those boarding homes that they are suitable for our students. We also have on-call. We have an on-call coordinator who works very closely with our on-call team and our foot patrol. On-call is in place for after school to ensure that our students are safe after school and also that they are supported outside of the school hours. Our foot patrol program has been running since 2018. It's a successful partnership with Colby. So we have supervisors who will walk with students. We also encourage our students to work with our foot patrol, and they know the different hotspots within the city, and they patrol, and they're visible for our students when they're out in the community. They're another layer of support for our students. We also have a student well-being worker who works very closely with On-Call after hours. And our student well-being worker will support students when they are seen at Emerge. So student well-being worker will remain with the student at the emergency department to support the student there. We also have our on-call supervisor / Waukegan coordinator. So through our Waukegan Safe Sober site, we are operating on an on-call basis at this time. And our Waukegan site sees students when students need extra support if they are intoxicated or they need further supports to look at those different choices that they may make. So when we think about our successes this year for SSSP, we do have more students attending school this year, which is great. Our urban student listings, so those are students, as Sharon mentioned, who are living here in the city. That is at full capacity as well. We have 2 urban student prime workers supporting students. And one challenge within the urban program would be that it's very challenging when finding a balance in our urban students' academic needs and their personal needs. Some live on their own and have very limited supports here in the city. So we work very hard to support them in their various needs. A lot of times mental health supports are needed, and their academic then comes second. So their mental health needs are always seen as first and foremost. Also, we've been working very closely with our local health authorities to update our COVID policies and protocols. And we ensure that our students continue to follow our policies within the school. And we also always work hard at educating our students with regards to these policies and protocols and why they're in place. So that they too will look at keeping themselves safe while out in the community. We have been working on incentive programs to help motivate our students in their personal safety and also attending class. So students are given gift cards on a weekly basis to recognize their achievements in attending class and keeping themselves safe and being incident-free. I think that's it for me right now, and I will I'll sit down now and hand it over. Miigwech.
Hello, everyone. First off, I'd like to acknowledge the drum, the elders, the knowledge keepers in the room. Thank you, Miigwech. As Dobie mentioned, my name is Dylan Harp, and I'm the REA coordinator for NNEC. But I started actually at Pelican Falls First Nations High School 6 years ago as an EA, so it's very dear and near to my heart, and was happy to kind of speak on its behalf today. For anyone that doesn't know, it's located about 20 minutes outside of Sioux Lookout, adjacent to Lac Seul. It's a little over 100 acres of bush on a gorgeous peninsula that sticks out in Pelican Falls Lake. So definitely one of the advantages, incredible parts of the site itself is its location. All the sports, clubs, extracurriculars, all the great things that happen at the school happen on site as the students live there. A colleague of mine is going to speak more to that shortly, but there are 13 houses that house all 180 students on site. Some of the successes from this year is that we reopened for in-person learning. We had a small cohort attend of about 40 students in the spring. Just having the students back and the energy they bring really is the best part of the school. So having them there was crucial to its success. The volleyball teams, no surprise probably, is that they're popular as always. Their first home game is actually this afternoon, so I'll be sure to check it out and wishing them good luck. We're also building a new elders program to meet the needs of the students. We know how the value of having the elders in the school connecting with students, and so making sure that that program is staffed and running as it needs to be is crucial. We've had our dental office being renovated so that SLIFTA can operate out of the school itself rather than relying on transporting the students into town. Whenever we can bring resources and bring partners into the school, that's always going to be better for the students when that makes sense. We also have a wellness building that's just opening up this year. It was funded through Choose Life, and we're excited to kind of offer more space at Pelican Falls that can be a hub for all those resources, bringing in community partners, everything from the physical health needs, such as like the nurses and counselors supporting mental health, now have a space they can run out of, so that's great. During virtual learning, there was a number of programs that kind of capitalized on new technologies and software. Things like the special ed department, through Google Suite Education, could access read and write and assistive speech technologies. So we're looking at making sure that those programs that were successful during virtual and hybrid learning continue on if it makes sense. So that's one thing that's been really working well this year. We have a school social worker that's available to assist students and working with the well-being manager, PFC, and the partners again to make sure that the students are supported. We have partnerships with the tribal councils, NAN, and other service providers to address student needs and offer the different types of programming. So thank you to everyone that's involved in that. Some of the challenges, no surprise, as I think that everyone in the room is aware that staffing in the north is always a challenge, both recruiting and retaining. And I think a lot of the challenges that Pelican Falls and NNEC more generally face is around programs that are understaffed and people that are having to wear multiple hats and coordinate different programs. That certainly is true at Pelican Falls, where I believe when I started, we had about 32 full-time staff at the high school itself. And now that's down to, I think, 18. So close to 50% reduction in 6 years, 7 years. So I know that that's not news to anyone in this room, but it does highlight that that does really represent a huge barrier to progressing and growing the different education programs. Lack of affordable housing in Sioux Lookout specifically also marks a notable challenge where, you know, if you hire someone and they're from out of town, sometimes they can't find a room to stay in. And so, you know, they might be excited for the role, they might be extremely qualified, they're enthusiastic, but at the end of the day, they have to turn down the job because they cannot find somewhere to live. We also faced a triple cohort year with being virtual the last 2 years. We had essentially 3 grade 9 classes that while they may have been attending class and getting credits in the past 2 years, the new routines of coming to site, you know, being away from the families, being away from the communities, that's just a challenge to them. And so there certainly has been a number of situations and challenges that have stemmed from that. They've shown incredible resilience and have been really perseverant, kind of pushing through that, but it is a challenge for them. And so having that triple cohort year is a challenge that continues. Like I said, we have increased mental health and behavior issues. These stem not just on the academic side, but on those adjustments to life skills. Everything from new routines and habits had to be made, complex student needs and new issues that are emerging, situations that maybe at one point were not as frequent are only becoming more and more part of the sort of day-to-day routine, and only escalating in terms of the draw on staff and how their role is looking. Switching out, I just want to kind of mention a few things on the Wellness Center, as that was a new program that is starting up that we're excited to have. Some of the goals that have been identified are to offer a welcoming, comfortable, and confidential space for students to access health and wellness services. Space always has and continues to be a challenge, but having that building that they can all operate as a hub out of is a great asset. So we're excited to see that program grow. Providing early identification and intervention of mental health challenges. Having all staff trained in mental health first aid, a trauma-informed practice, and nonviolent crisis intervention training to ensure that the staff are comfortable and able to respond to student needs. Offer programming for the staff and students related to positive lifestyle choices, life skills, and holistic wellness, traditional and Western practices. And identify with the students the internal and external factors that affect their health and well-being. So just trying to be that wraparound service that when we can offer support to the student, we are offering that support. Some challenges that they faced this year getting started is recruitment of staff. Students have inadequate support for their mental health and wellness concerns. We're coming out of the pandemic, and with those new routines, they are facing those new challenges and trying to identify and make sure that we are providing the resources to them. Students need to have a broader understanding of coping skills and strategies, trying to get more on the preventative side to be like, okay, what as a teenager can they do to make sure that they are building resilience, that they are developing their skills so that when they're faced with challenging and new circumstances, they can overcome them and not always rely on people. To make sure that they have the supports they need, but also that they are building the supports themselves. And early identification and intervention is certainly something they're trying to spearhead. Thank you very much, Megwitch, and have a great day.
Good morning. Bosho Gakna Kitanawa Aqua Pelican Ball Center Nin Shianki Ashawashka Chimangani Dodanki and Ashke got 20 years Satak Chinyankian. Equatash Hatchnabko Geninka Tabatum Masnegate Quinco Ekimasnamakima Kagimin Goyek the reports Chikiam Tuyekban Goinko he Ojikyan here Pesikoyek in number 23 PFC Procedures Handbook. Ajegiant Katamak, Gioshkatuak, Gishman Shamak, Gaishuitan Kimayak, Towashak, get the parents. Here, Egiant Katamak, Wemekotskayaki, COVID Yamakak, Amikainan Kiaki, Gioshkatuak, here because Chiki Shanakwakan, Noashmek, Yutaka, Chakanots. But Koni Hekaka Kina Kaneka Hak Manikikmak. Mission Kima Hemasnegatek, Coapta Nawapako, Bama Ganin Coca questions now if you have any questions. Koshago to Hipakinuan Mutan, Kawin Kotapoch Masnaman, Ima PFC challenges Gajayanum Seak. Your Mawachin go he Kayanam Hikwak Mekoch and Kinagan. Your Mekoch COVID Kakisek machine and Kinagan Kimak John Hiayakto, he Pakanek into and Kiwatch, Kayam Stahinot, guys to Pomakan watch. I'm here to guy shot. What does he he kayen sian miutumenako kaki he kakanun nayak nada unikikma nada guys senes keoni janswa he kakim komayak kakaye eka shops en kumachik dona yon minutes kana kyun kaya chak sewat miakima Asian mutuak kako nade chekenamakanin kekishikanonayak to hikonokni kikmaka guardians. Ko hi ahi Yua mawat kai janum sek me kata panaka ke nanda aksiu kam ko kai pahaga noch hochkuni mi yua ke kai ska ko ta ka ko chiki ka ko nanda ko chika ko kanona kanopan oni kikma ko hi we kai kit pa much ke win hawe sknika hi Eki eyanum seak tab ko chim koyak and kinagan. Koyak kaya uya chant kits koyak kaya uya chipam hiat chikonan hotskonin. Eko na konsin kata nina wit kana kai seak mkana kum sois kima honagak. Eko hi sago chin ko iko na kayant kiat napats mustahi kitant kakwa. Kaya buku pakkan uci nanti kiat kawin kata hian kaki uci anti hakan uci nanti kiat pakkan ko kaya penenisan kan uci awit start. Kahue COVID hagata nismeneta nina ko kutake ha pesi utskun Giknamak wag PCR tests tututamak kwats gabet nuant katan gabet siki knamwag nohpanan kinaganak iwa weekend sa kakan tipkag siki tutamwahpanikon PCR tests. Kagekon awiyak chahak chawat maatako yapenamuntuayagpan chawit chikwak chahak hana watskonin nanta kayanam senich nanta kaya kawi tapacham toyak yue nanta kaisawatso kapeshunwa. Kotas mi hekih pak na magtaat spesje kohkai kan gih kapamna pana kokota kutskuni kaki sunaya eki sayak to kotaki kohkai kanan yue hekih chimshinsek COVID positive kaki sawat skunik amishima Ami ma kaki janam seke kate puan kina kano chat ciki kanen ta kyo na shako chinko gi witan kimit mengenin himangi kanen chike ko ki kanen makoy ko na kaki aksot ko anshin kuna pesu chik aksot Nanda gat nishin the ken market jack sort here and stomach and COVID positive guys so what. Got me na he sianum semanaga maski kwekayat. Mia chiki the sitamek ban I he Mawajak Baktiska Guagnino Itima Center I he Gamaski kwekayat. Where's in Baktiska woman? Asha enem shinnet skates ska shukawapnet mahotskaya napet skatachi sit. Here kaya asha enem shinsek nogum he shwabatamag. Koskaya ehiwin ko kanat yaksit. He kauta kumitske tukan heka kaya chistogan otsnanda pesuk pismo utehi nanda uyakayaksit. Hier toegang je is bemakan op maak door skatsak. Kwa hi mi hier kajianum sek hier kekisjanum sek dan stem kamer ke pamak hier besig zoak kijken. Kwa noise kan op maak door kanen maak door ikon ook positive kijkis zo het mishima. Nine kita sekanen makton stem kamu ke pamakyo wakaigan he hotel kita sekanen magnestem yoten stem gisamen na Dryden ka kukatep se ka he hotel solakot kaspa maka pak se ka he romi maka ki pukyo taksinya ke he ka wanawakak He's mina kaisianum seak the siak kewin quest he suicide attempts kagakotapna kupmatsunuchkuni. Am hier minisianum seke kahtep se agawian chikitep ganenum gut. Amishakimaka notis sekiwan shoganot. Awashmetsanianum sewe kamashkiko mekoch kayawayak. Ami apani mapanako ka apan se ina ikitiaga kuntawa chikikiwa chaka apanako ikitep kanen maya ka weapon ka gotapna kupmatsun. Ashuwe nakok September we October anisan ashuwe Form 1 to aganoak. Form 1 is sewa kahagochkunik. Gotas niwan takin. Amishma mina nino itesek ein kwaki konak maski kimabu kemerge tas Form 1 koakanot ko nokum kanora or Thunder Bay nokum tismatin chaganot chkuni. Mitsa panimani no ites notaseak. Map konan de keska mapasta me buki mapen watch. At the team leaders, my basic 19 hours eki kanen match nkokawen kaki which kuchena chnaka chaja kamina kutak 17 hours kisana kanen match nkokamina ka which kuchawian. Amishimash no dasi agan ka kweto ak chwichi kuak kon akuses non chiki which kuakawya. Kewina mawin ko no taso achan kinakanan kochkaya his kakakota chichika kioshka disguises kakakota na kupmatsuan ka and kinakan kota go wit up match konini na wit kait man pakan ka wit up match COVID positive guys sanitikan student miyash kamesek. Ja, ik snaks gemaakt, maar kijk, Janem hier kwaak, ik koop en dan maak je snak het speciaal koopje, maar kijk, is na het jagen nog houden. Amisje hier genoeg aan moet aan na het cabbage driver, medical driver en dat doen maar cab pesje koshwin ko. Shagos kan ik het bedoel te zien, waar guys na tundak situtak kan kita betul sin mi masuk jika kewicaya secretary keskam kewi nutu cuican ko kedi na itah kuntu cuican hima team leaders hima office kaya ke ko trainer mi hiyo chinkai sek then it takes away from their own jobs mi shiwa was a notic janum sick with this year ega maskiko gayat maskiko shakutuna tunaban dental appointments ha umanap debitsken and a optometrist to be such himashkonogam kokonchio sessinogum you atakokeyaskam is dabi payak dryden Ega miwa is hapananum seak winwenogum Misio jaga kweto yake evening supports jawa yake utam kana waka kana aja kewi no team leaders hima office staff kaya watch. Gochmina hiwa gajianum seak he yuetwin ko maskio ke kon kaish ganop maak uskades. Eskamawin ko abatana watak nakeb kakwabatamo then he ambulance shortage. Sometimes they only have one ambulance for Solacot. And before Eshkamako, we used to have 4, I think, in the past. Miakamasnegatek, Norasako, Ayachgatek, he Nima ambulance attempts Beska Chiabeshik, Solacot, Tiachnagat, Storch, Mihiaminagaisianim Seak. Kishpin Canada Mag ambulance ka kishpin magotcha guys ka kapne ki wichikwak nina witko na kakweto tama na kakwishuna uchkoni ima aksugam kok kochmiwe skoyach he uyan motamana kok Asian Wabatamak the Oxy babies. Me Ashapin anoche the note up mamnak ikonak kaki weskatutanak maskikenit mama mame kotke kakskakot oxycontin kakutapnamnit. Kaki kutakian maskin miasen no abalamak mishmamina nocho pasek. He wichi tuane natandax chima hochkuni guys no nano tasach you pengagis he affect yao kachian maskin kotas kayak se action kanga kawich tom and sa kochin kakonin gawin konin with the maskin new yak gawin konin with mental health experts in Piaja AI accurate ki awas mewin ko kaya kakawitan kimaakto mibka na kon kinakanakan ko to keep them safe kaya and kaya sawat kaya ko nakachawat yun himame koch kayak Amiwa win kaya paki oche ya wawitaman hiwa kesianam siak drivers ikonak staff ka E or B license kaya wat nianan men himakak na office recognition ng kinahouse counselors here at the B license ndayaman misma hiyak minot Hiyo na notas kan kinakan misyo kisian kataman wake yakyo kikona kan kinakan ke kontats ke winawa ayawa chion E license or B license ke winawa trapamona chikona kaknen ma chimawa kaikanek shin ko gan ka baki hiwa at patum yan kotas masnegate win ko ke yem tuyek Ekwa noma ke win ke keni mangke akis kun ke kun ke kweto ne ayek. Mikach manto ka shwanam kwa.
I want to thank you for your time. I'm not going to apologize for the time we take because we don't normally get these opportunities to come forward before the chiefs to bring, the reality of what it is to deliver education services. For NNEC, we sit outside. We're always on the side. We're always told we don't fit in. We'll deal with you later. We'll figure it out later. What that results in is underfunding. Through the new funding formula, we have not received an increase in funds. We're still sitting at our 2018-19 level. Of course, ISC will be happy to tell you how much they've increased our tuition for our schools. Doesn't do anything for the organization overall. It came out of other programs. We're still sitting exactly where we were when this whole thing started. I just want to reference EPP that was brought up yesterday and the idea of going to a per student funding rate. Those of us that are red circled or funding protected, all that's doing is freeing up more money for INAC. It doesn't do anything for us. So we have to be very mindful of these things when we're going through processes. We're still dealing with a lot of jurisdictional issues, on reserve, off reserve, despite the inquest, despite Jordan's principle. These are still very real issues to us, both in Sioux Lookout and in Thunder Bay. We're told all the time where, we're not eligible because these students are off reserve or our programs are off reserve. So that's something we continue to deal with. There's shortfalls in the urban student REA agreements. We're still dealing with issues with child welfare. How often we're seeing students that are close to aging out, living in hotel rooms by themselves, which is resulting in them being suicidal. And it's coming upon our staff to try and assist those students. And, then we know there's nobody there for them all summer long. And, these are issues that we continue to see. Chief Russell Wesley did ask me to bring up non-status band members having access to elementary and secondary education. For example, if you live in an urban setting next to your home reserve and you want to live on reserve, but you can't, and it comes time for your child to go to school and now there's no funding for them to go to school because they're deemed off reserve, we need to deal with issues like that. And I just want to reference in closing that we are in a partnership with Lac Seul and Sioux Lookout First Nations Health Authority to search the grounds at Pelican Falls. Pelican Falls is a former residential school. We will begin the search of the grounds in the spring. And, we just had a gathering in this room, I think, last week and solidified our partnership. But, that's something else that's also on our plate, something we need to deal with. So I think I probably could take a whole other hour up here, but I do want to respect Connie. I promised her I'd be short. So I want to say thank you all very much for your time and your attention. Miigwech.
I feel like the shadow of doom standing behind him. Okay, you finish? Okay, so at this time, I'd like to call upon Tristan from the Ojibwe Cultural Center. Okay, there's gifts. If you can come back, and then since Adam is the orchestrator of photo ops, he'll do that. Okay. Okay.
Now, I'd like to actually really acknowledge Sharon and Dobie and her staff from NNEC. I used to work for NNEC as well 26 years ago, from 1998 to 2007, and it's great to see them here as well. And I actually snuck into DFC last week to catch a volleyball game and cheer on our students, and so it's great to see them and all the good work that's happening. And we hear you as well. I hope as part of our education reset, we could work with you and bring some of your outstanding priorities. That's ludicrous that you're still receiving the same funding levels. Those are some of the important things that we want to bring to the education reset as well, to ensure that all of our education systems are funded at needs-based and everything. So we look forward to working with you and continuing on this, bringing your priorities to the highest level in terms of our negotiations as well. With that, we'd like to present you with some gifts as well before you leave. So, and we want a photo op with you too. So.
Thank you, Deputy. So I'm now going to give the floor to Tristan. I want to mess up your last name.
Wachek misue totamak nisiganesan apechi doti anota wapite wanas condition kasun masko and dotum. I want to thank everyone for having me here. It's an honor. I'm very new to my role. I've been in it for a year now with the Ojibwe and Cree Cultural Center, and my last name is Shishkish. I just want to speak on that first because it's really important to me. All my life, I grew up as Tristan LeBrun, because my father is Mishtagosho. He's white, I'm half. But I was always raised by my mother in my Gokum. I visited my community at Awapisket quite a lot in my youth. Spent a lot of summers there with my cousins, my aunts, my uncles, on the land especially. That name Ashishkish is our traditional name in our family. It was taken away by the missionaries when they were starting to register all the families in our area of Awapisket. And they gave us the name Shishish. So all of my Gokum's life, she was pronounced Marie Angèle Ashishkish. Ashishish, sorry. And it's only been this past year that we've gone to the Registrar General here to reclaim that name. And I reclaimed it with her because it was her wish that it be carry on the proper way, the real name. And I'm trying to bring the rest of my family around to do that. And so I encourage all of you and your families as well. If that same thing has happened to you, find out what that name is. Ask your elders in your family and go and claim it. It's free. So as I said, I'm the executive director of the Ojibwe Cree Cultural Center. Our mandate is to service all the 49 communities within the Treaty 9 territory. We do our best as a staff of 5 that hasn't received an increase in funding for the past 30 years. Anytime the communities reach out, we answer their call. Most recently, we've been asked by Shaplo Cree First Nation to assist them in their language revitalization. And what that included was time spent on the land with youth and with elders. And they used our head translator to go in and teach the syllabic chart a little bit. And then they even had some fun with syllabic bingo. And everything was done with syllabics when they sat there and they played and they laughed. Most importantly, they laughed, they had fun. We also assisted a grassroots initiative this past year, the NNEC Speak Cree. It was a virtual conference. It was brought together by Doris O'Brien from Pewanak. Her and a few other wonderful ladies were able to gather various Omashkego Cree speakers to be able to talk a little bit on the language. And as Matthew Angie said yesterday, it is declining. All across Treaty 9, we see that the language is slowly going away, but it's still there. It's there in our elders. It's there in our ceremonies. And that's what we need to pull into our education, to be able to bring that language back, to strengthen it. I myself, I never grew up speaking the language, but I'm learning. I'm trying my hardest. I'm encouraging all my friends. The drum group I sit with back home, Home Fire, I encourage those young men to speak the language. And those songs help us with the language as well. There's a strength in it. That's what we've been feeling every morning when this drum group, Rolling Thunder, when they open for us, we feel that. We've also done some work with the Wakan Youth Healing Lodge, located in Timmins. We've been able to provide them some assistance with language. I personally go in and I help them when they conduct their sweat lodge ceremonies. And I help the conductor and I speak to those youth who are going through a hard time. I've had the honor to help out 2 intakes so far, both male and female, and they're currently underway with their 3rd. Those are the other kinds of organizations we need to support. Those will help our young people who are struggling, going through their darkness, right? Encourage them, uplift them, and get them the healing that they need, connect them back to the land with land-based healing. We've also assisted the Timmins and Cochrane District Friendship Centers. With Cochrane, we were able to provide them language materials. We have many language materials in Cree, OG Cree, and Ojibwe that are sitting on our shelves. Many language teachers, language educators across Treaty 9 reach out to us and we ship them off. These materials are very helpful to them in teaching the young ones. And there's a lot more that can still be created and made. And if there's anyone in your communities who are looking to partner and get these materials made, please reach out to us. We're willing to do the work as we have been. Also within Timmins, our elders are living in the old age homes there, and they're very disconnected from their people. So those PSWs reach out to us and they ask our language speakers that work on our staff to go in and speak with them. And so we go and we do that. We bring them tea, we bring them bannock, we spend a couple hours with them. They tell us stories that are being lost. And these stories need to be collected and shared with our young ones, even with our adults that may not know them. And if they do, well, I encourage you to share those as well. Those stories are our identity and they keep us going, and they should be introduced on the education level as well. Also, some advances with our language department. We've gotten back into translating with the court systems. We travel up the Omashkego territory, Fort Albany, Saskatchewan, Attawapisket, Moose Factory, and when they have court dates on their communities, our language interpreters are there to do simultaneous training. Just like the man back there in the booth, and I commend him. That's a hard job. I'm sorry if I'm speaking too fast for you. I don't have much to say. As I said, I'm very, very new to the role. I'm still learning, I'm still progressing. But I'm happy to sit on the education committee with many others who are here. I'm always happy when we get a call from the communities asking for assistance, asking what can we do to partner with each other. This is something that's needed, the unity between us all to make everything stronger, especially our education. I myself, growing up off reserve, I still experienced a lot of issues, a lot of tribulations with seeking assistance from my home community at Wapsket. But no matter where I go, I'm still proud to be Omushkego. And I'm proud even more that NAN is still strong, they're still here, and they're working hard, diligently to support our youth, to support the communities. So in closing, I just want to say, Kishchimigwach and Askomon. And if there's ever anything the chiefs need, anyone from your councils, education councils need, cultural, anything, please reach out to us. We rarely say no. I make it a point to never say no. That's the only way for us to move forward, is to work together. Kishchimigwach.
Thank you, Tristan. There's a gift and a photo op. Okay, so with that, we're going to go right into our last presenter, which is from the Mushkego. There's Irene Linklater, and that one is being done virtually. While that is getting ready, during lunchtime, there will be a brief presentation from Christy. There'll be some videos playing over lunch on autism. So that's going to be happening. And also, I would like to acknowledge you see that our youth co-chair is not here, that we wish her that she gets better. She's feeling not well today, and she may join us tomorrow. So keep her in your prayers today. So with that, if we can get Irene on. There she is. Right, it's all yours.
My name is Irene Linklater, and I'm the Executive Director for Mushkego Council. And I'm going to speak briefly on Mushkego education and what the highlights of that was brought to me by the assistant. And basically, right now, we just hired an education director, and she'll be starting on November 14th, which I'm very privileged to know this person with a lot of experience in education. And right now, presently, there is a Cree language and culture teaching gathering happening in Timmins starting Friday. And what they're focusing on is their storytelling and all their curriculum that they've developed. And also they're presenting on their Omushkego teachings, the review of Omushkego land-based culture and development checklist parents toolkit. So it's happening Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at the Hampton Inn boardroom. And basically all their curriculum development that they've developed over the years will be on display. And we have teachers and education professionals coming from all the way up from Adwapskat, Cache, Fort Albany, Moose Cree, TTN, and in the surrounding areas. So that's happening this weekend. And also one of the most, I guess, exciting projects that's happening in Mushkego education is that they have a partnership with Queen's University for the ITAP program. That's the Indigenous Teachers Education Program. And right now they have two cohorts, a group of three from students from Kwayaciiwin and Moose Factory. And I think this is so important. I encourage other communities to do that also, to educate and train your own people to be teachers. And this way it prevents teacher shortages. And also with the education, we do have a post-secondary program that supports college and university students. And I believe this has been happening for over 20 years now, that Oshki Education has been supporting post-secondary students. And right now, we do have a post-secondary coordinator that oversees 26 students that are out in college and university. So that's for our education update right now on short notice, but however, it's going well. It's fully staffed. And the other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention, in the Nation Rebuilding Governance Program, we started a 6 seasons program for the urban youth that are in Timmins, Cochrane, and Kapuskasing area. We have students that attend Timmins High and O'Gorman and another school in South Porcupine. And basically we provide services to them. And we created the 6 seasons program so that, we could provide traditional land-based programs such as the Cree language program. We offer that to them. And also the food security program, where actually they learn what kind of foods that they can actually grow off the land. And basically we do have the traditional and cultural coordinators also. And the land-based program is based upon our 6 seasons. And when we developed this program, we thought of basically the holistic, I guess, approach to providing the 6 seasons to our young people that transitioned out of the reserve for some reason or another, that live in urban centers, that don't have the opportunity to practice their culture and also to learn their language. So that's one of the things that we started basically in June. So right now there's a conference going on. It's the Omushkego Youth Treaty Conference. We wanted to teach our young people about the history of our treaties. And basically that's happening right now at the Ramada Inn. We're on our day 2 of our agenda for the treaties, and basically looking at supporting our youth in every way that we can to keep them in school. And also we fully support, our staff that are working with the 6 seasons program to encourage them to network within the organizations within Timmins area. So right now we are working with Timmins Native Friendship Center because they have a youth program also. And also we work with the Living Space program, which is a homeless program, and the Firekeepers program. And a lot of our homeless people that are in Timmins are our people. And we try to support them and find alternatives to live a healthy lifestyle. So that's what we are doing at the present time. And we just finished, actually this past weekend, we had firearms training for our young people. And it was a full class, I believe, of 12 students in that class. So these young people are taught firearms training so that they can go practice their culture on the land, because this is our traditional territory of Omushkego, and they are allowed to go, with an elder to go on the land and to learn. That's where learning takes place, is on the land. And that's where most of the learning will take place, with their language, their culture, their traditional practices. So that's what we're doing right now. And so that's my brief update from Omushkego territory. You guys.
Thank you, Irene, for that presentation as well. It's good to have you here. And we'd like to hope we can convey our greetings to the 6 season program and the Mushkego Youth Treaties Conference that's going on there. And We look forward to hearing all the good stuff that's happening from your conference this week, and also give our greetings to Grand Chief Allison Linklater, and of course your chiefs as well from Mushkegowuk. We look forward to working with you in the future, especially with the advent of our education reset table. We're looking forward to hearing from you and seeing all the good work that's happening within Mushkegowuk territory. So miigwech Irene for taking some time this morning to talk to us on what's happening in Mushkegowuk territory. Miigwech.
You can put my gift in the mail. Just kidding.
Yeah, I'll be there next week, so I'll deliver it personally. It's
I'm just kidding.
moose meat here, so.
Okay.
I was actually wondering how they're going to take a picture.
I already did.
Okay, so that was a lot of information, chiefs and delegates, from this morning, and the wonderful work that's being done by these organizations. So as said in the agenda, I'm going to open the floor for any questions that you may have of the 4 presenters that we had this morning. Any questions that you may have? Maybe something you want to think about? There are, I believe, 8 other presentations that still have to take place today, but the floor is open for any questions that you may have. So I see none. So what we're going to do is so if Christy's here, okay, if you can come and do your overview for the lunchtime videos, and then after that, we're going to have Terry Fiddler come and do grace for our lunch. Then we're going to have a break, lunch break for 1 hour, coming back at 1.
Miigwech, thank you. I promise not to take much of your lunchtime. Hello, Bonjour. My name is Christy. I met most of you yesterday. Over lunch, 3 videos are going to be played on a loop. These videos are part of our autism strategy that was presented by Bidab Desmoulin yesterday afternoon. The direction for NAN to produce and develop these videos came from the regional network. They saw a need to raise awareness about autism, increase information, and share education opportunities. And they also felt that the videos and resources that were available were very mainstream. They didn't see their children and their communities in that information. So that is the spirit in which these videos were developed. The first one looks at what is autism. The second one looks at signs and qualities. And the third is how to help each child thrive. And when I say each child thrive, it was pointed out yesterday that autism and neurodiversity, they don't end in childhood. So these videos, they really do help to increase our information and perspective for all individuals that live with neurodiversity. The website, our NAN website, has all of these videos. They're currently translated into Ojibwe and Cree. Cree should be done soon. If you have any questions, I'm here for a few days, but please take a watch and enjoy. Miigwech.
Thank you, Christy. So I'm going to ask our elder Terry Fiddler to come and do grace, and then we will break till 1 o'clock sharp.
Miigwech. Good morning, Miigwech. Kagwech manget mina manito chawendangwe nongomga kama mobik. Miigwech manito kinana komen nongom kane aptagishgak shone akamego dego hatik dodem kinak dejon nimete. Kinana komen nongom minawe kagwech migoen chawendamanwe michim kawi michang che mad mushkawzin ma chonde namang wege nongom kamosh toang minchinawe zin oe kanaganagwek oe awe oshkades kanaganach odaminonjishman maach misteye minchinawe zin itak eyaek kashkenda moen eyaek onago genin gioni an pejek dojem ama ICU egi naganegwang cheba Apta te bekak te bekung. En eka gwech magmanito te join the macho ekina kabi gwenda march no mit the shoy gwech minan o michem ga kawi kun se bantayang mskawzin ma jonje minugo ang manito kena nakomen migwech.
Signs and qualities to look for regarding assessment. Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. It affects the way a child's brain develops and how they relate to the world around them. As a caregiver, it is important to learn the signs of autism. Toddlers and children develop skills as they grow. If your child is not reaching the same steps at the same time as other children, they may need to be assessed by a professional. Some children can show different signs and traits of autism at different ages. Some show hints in their early years. In others, signs become more noticeable as they grow to school age. There are some differences that can show signs of autism. Let's go through them. Limited facial expressions, smiling, babbling, and sounds may be signs of autism. Some children avoid making eye contact and communicate differently, using less language than other children their age, and use less gestures like pointing. Children who have autism may line up toys or make the same sound or movement over and over again. Some may repeat things they hear from TV, movies, and videos. Some children show less interest in playing games and have different reactions to the way things smell, taste, look, feel, or sound. Before most children start school, they can use the toilet, sit in a chair, listen to a short story, scribble, and hold a crayon. They can usually put their boots on, say hello, play with a friend, and share a toy. If you notice your child is having trouble with any of these skills, you can make an appointment with a nurse or doctor at your nursing station. Don't wait to see if your child outgrows the symptoms you're seeing. If you have concerns about your child, talk to a teacher, community worker, or a professional in your community. Professionals can help make a referral to have your child assessed for autism and give you direction on next steps. Assessment is important as children with or without autism can show the same traits. Not all children who get an assessment will be diagnosed with autism. You know your child best, so during the assessment, the professional will ask you questions about your child as well as observe their behavior. If you need help throughout this process, just ask. If your child is diagnosed with autism, you may worry about what to do next and how to best support your child and help them have a good life. It is important to get correct information and support to help you make the right decisions for your family. Children with autism have hopes and dreams like any other child and need acceptance, unconditional love, and support. Getting support for yourself and your family during this time is very important. This can look different for every person. It can be family, friends, elders, and other families who have autistic children. Supports may include any service providers or teachers involved with your child and family.
Egonan ikaga shwadetang awazis. Ikaga shwadetang awazis. Windibeng inapinerin isimeganagon. Dago ohoe umamid ninjaganing ain danapinage. Oe umamid ninjikaning inapinerin isyakkose Windigo kanin tawagits. Eka ga shwatendang awasis eka enisitoendang kawabandang gegonan misawe uma akin. Kakina awasis kaya juhue eka ashwade namonene imeginago kashmaskawizij ego kashinanduendang gegonan kegon totamenan ekaskituaj ego kotakian totamenan wijewewen inanduendang waj. Ajaya wiyaki kenimatok eka ka shwatendang awasis kema kitibenjigewening kema kawichi kamiskot kema kaminuichuaj kema kawitanokimach. Eka ka shwatendang awasis may ginagon kakina kasibakani zoj awiyag kaikubmadi zoj shagoj mishin awasis shag eka ka shwatendang waj mayam gegonan ishinagon knik. Nanenda eka ekaskito waj chwijuaj nawayan ego chagitoj. Nanenda was shag itaga kitwag mishin gegonan ekitoj. Enistotagok kaikitoj. Nanenda bangi eta ekagitoj kema eka ekaskitoj chagitoj. Chagoj kagitoen awasmes nagak kotaking eonche kagitwaj. Inagotueng mishinweg kakituen kajito kieng miawing kanitagozieng kajingwetaeng ego kajiganwab madieng awia. Eonjiwijigueng tuabandiweng awiak kajimanjiweng tago chikikendameng gotagiak kajimanjiwaj. Kakakitueng ewindamoyeng awiak egunen kajimanwendameng tuabandiweng kajimanjiweng ego Chwindaming kajgikindaming. Awaj shage kaga shwatendam waj mawaj isunagindam waj owe chwabandhiwe waj kakituinene. Isunagindam waj kutagyan awaj shanjwiti wajan ego chwichitashiki imagine kutagyan awaj shag. Machine awaj shag uweniga inapine waj nanindamayam gegonan indodamaj. Tinokan ewe binjiban hoj epaban goshkin waj kema mayam gegonan ekitoj kema kaminendagokken gegonan eminendag endodang hoine ego eonchenehendang shagojishkam gawin. Nanenda bakkan gegonan ekichinendam waj ego kakkina gegonan eshikikendang nechinjan kema bebesevenene kema shigubin. Ego nanenda washak eminenda mach mayam chito chagatening dasukishiga kema mayam chito tang dasukishiga tenukan mayam oshibihiganatik ka ojosh kuzanij jaba jihajan dasukishiga kema mayam chijaj kaniki wej kashkogik namagazij kema mayam gegun chimichij dasukishiga. Mayagito damwinan isanagindam wajawash shagwen inapinerin gayaj tanokan gispin ikachinendam waj jandagabashimaj sagiganing shagoj ganjagimwanine tago animikig ego binesse ego dashkawin nakpanjigandagabashimaj kaktotanum mawaj tanishkadaze uwe sening ego uwe egian sening eka jigaskito chinehending. Machine washag nanenda eka nisituenda moaj gegonan kamege tagukin. Enondagok eonzame akutaguk kema maskunenjigan eonzame ispatening kema ogigishkigan eknagishkagoj kema subin eonzame mashko magaznich. Yehi tago eshkam isunagindam waj gegonan chitotam waj tinokan chikichwinang ujibihiganatik chujibihigewaj. Kema chikiweatuj ujajishine makaking kema chimigasagasuj. Yehitako gegon stuta maswich, chabis tuchemi yauchibi mattuch, kema chiswebina jenu tutuhan, kema chakonduich, akwandem winning. Iskam kasanagenda gokin huene, awajishag, enonje muanenda muach, ego enonje matenda muach. Awashag huene gainapine awaj. Naninda kawinin ukashketuna asin titutan gazanaginda gokin ego dash naninda kutagia gawashak mitteheke gonan isnaginda muaj awashak wawena pinerniga bimwitoaj gazanaginda nawa ke gonan tenukan nibawin kemawi sinuin nistotamwen ego wawanenda munini Kakub Madzawaj, Naninda Washak, Ekaga Shwatenda Maj, Uganandrenda Nawa, Washmenda Sukijaga, Vijay Waymanin, Kegonan, Kazakitwaj, Chituta Maj, Ego Kajimanenda Maj, Jian Guamize, with Totan. Shwagoch Naninda Kawinin, Owe, Vijay Wayman, Chinandrenda Maj, Ego, Owe, Nandrenjagirin, Danian Sene, a picture, and Matisich. Iha kuhue kainat pinewat mittehe gunan ugasan agenda nawa shagoj kawinin huene teonchikan obmaginesin ekkaga kashkatuaj gunan waj shag ekkaga shwaten namaj mittehe gunan esmashkawiziwaj ego uminigoinan emegina maj kakkina gunan oma akin Ego machino eke gonan eme kitangen oma kas machina nuan tashikuni. Jenes toto agne jawajes kas bezekut. Ego chiga koya mikigate ne kasina gajich ke gonne. Eskam kinawa estese shagoj tagachine jagate nage mikigate. Ego kakina awajes tanetawege ego tanigekenda. Kawashme kajikichine ndago kawajes sheka Kashwatendang Mamidnenjaganing, Inapinene Kabmutoch, Kewin e Inuits. Inino, Kazagi Hajin, Kakinau de Benjaganing, Inino Kaminendang, Ego, Kajikendang. Inino, Kewin, Chitakonaganich, Ego, Chitakonaganich, Utashikening. Ego, Inino, Kewin, Kakinakegon, Chigashkitoch Totamun, Anne Kitchahawich, Tanakan, Kakina Awiak. Kevin Wabas, Nedejnikas, Ego, Nibinamek, Donji.
Más que Gwen Mintefe. Más que Gwen Wintefe que se pito snagon. Más que Gwen Wintefe que se pito snagon. Eten estado que Mintef. Ego tamaga kaisi mane panene kawasis Wintef. Eten estado que nenek. Más que Gwen wana heko awena kan kaisana kaski hete Pito sena tagoso Kwayaciiwin kaisin tawene tahegono kaskestawa kekoana etortahi nesta maga kikakwetse hemo kichiwiche hestek Hashe kikaskena matoge hawene kan kamaskeket Kiwitas kemagan Kichashan Kiwichewagan Nesta pogo Kwayaciiwin Kamaskeket Dahtawena Pepitos Ishanagoso Mischet Awasishak Hana Mehekuak Pematisuenano Nesta Hishikishwewenano Hatestawashishak Hatestawanaituak Nesta Yamuake Okoyas Ituevana Hatest Eapachtat Ayamehituin Mona Tokopeya Koepano Kiyawino Kaishia Chimaga Hayamimagan Pestaguson Eshehuestawin Ekanawapa Mitunano Meskishiko Kiwichi Hekonano Kichiwistama Kaitenamuya Nesta Kotakia Kichiwistama Tahok Kaitamas Chochik Kichikiwichi Ayamima Hokotakia Kichawapastena Hokaitenamo Kichikiwistamo Mawachik Kotakia Kawashishak Kamaskikich Winterfua Askawane Mehekuak Kichiki Ayamichik Anne Mehekuak Kichiwichi Metwe Machik Kotakia Kawashisha Mischeta Washishak Nanaho Istoak Kamaskikich Winterfua Kai Tota Heke Guano Eastenskepan Hochik Equasquas Costichik Mina Peyagonei Twitchik Artist Ayawa Kequanagamino in Tahik Nesta Kaishikiskeni Magic Penishisha Nesta Gaminamakan in Niki Nesta Pogomistiko Artist Nesta Hawashishak Menuin Tomok Kequano Gatotahik Peyagone Totahik Dastakishakao Tapiskotia Patistatic Masanheganatakono Kaya Pestemahonik Nesta Pogopegone Totahik in the weakest can Homasochik Nesta Pogopegon Emichik Kequano Ea Pistopanistic Hissing Dastakishakao Pune Paneke one animal or post-chick mask kitchik winterfua. Get to more chicken the heck kitchik a passion or chick sag hecanic. Shall go to yet take a more. A beat to a the heck. Nesta hewa was stepanik. A bonestano mag kitchen the week a passion monano. Hane Mexico. Pakuatin tagon humeke kaya chipaneke kon kawito chagatik. Monaki na hentagon mischet o koschawashisak. Mona kinesetostamo kaisi pito shipanik. Eusame kishwe magakekwan. Eusame waseak. Shipasteo nikanakishkake magak nesta soup ea humakoset. Nahiwa ke wak kaitinahik masinahiganahtakono. Kaitapatistachik e masinahigechik. Nesta katotahik e nahihahik humetoa kanawawa. E pistahik mistakuatek. Nesta pogo. Kaitotahik uyawa. Epimochigechik tohana nesta. Ekospahtawichik hasakoni. Hasko, oho kaguepaskanata wena. Ostine nihta hogu awashis itamaschahuene. Kawasisaka maske ketsekwinte fuah. Mani heko hokakwe kakakwe paskanato nano wanenek. Wapamato awe kotagia mischetuyek totaminete. Kawasis maske ketwinte feh mischetuyek esto. Tapiskot on the pawenik nesta hega pues ekimitsusot nesta hega ekinanagatawen metkoyesk. Dastokishagaw kechuiche hekot hate mona tawiwiche hekosok. Katakia aschepano kaishin tawen esta juenakan kamas kekenenek winter. Mona shagot ikipayeste wistina no ke kwana kayas chepanike kamas kekenenek winter fawashish. Mona katanese tostam ke kwana kaysia aschepanenek. Fawashishak kamas kekechek winter fwa nanaho ishayawak maskawissiwana nesta ishe kaishina shawenista kusechek. Nesta poco pitos ishe kanawapasta makaskino nesta inenoa nesta kaishiltestawenechek. Kitchenese tostasta washes epeyakot neste ewapasta mastomina kusiwen. Enoko haishi shawenesta kusechek atanoma keshe ispanek shagot apatan. Mawach kanatawenesta kohawashes. Kamas kekenenek winter. Shagotineniwa. Atawin estago sakitsaki. When a gamin estago sit canana hena what nesta kitchemenot in this cows chito testavene. Kitchemenot in it. That tapito kitchish can wapa met. Angela shishis in the Senehasam.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. Change can be hard for children with autism, like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences, Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating, as well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect a wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort, and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Cree First Nation.
Signs and qualities to look for regarding assessment. Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. It affects the way a child's brain develops and how they relate to the world around them. As a caregiver, it is important to learn the signs of autism. Toddlers and children develop skills as they grow. If your child is not reaching the same steps at the same time as other children, they may need to be assessed by a professional. Some children can show different signs and traits of autism at different ages. Some show hints in their early years. In others, signs become more noticeable as they grow to school age. There are some differences that can show signs of autism. Let's go through them. Limited facial expressions, smiling, babbling, and sounds may be signs of autism. Some children avoid making eye contact and communicate differently, using less language than other children their age, and use less gestures like pointing. Children who have autism may line up toys or make the same sound or movement over and over again. Some may repeat things they hear from TV, movies, and videos. Some children show less interest in playing games and have different reactions to the way things smell, taste, look, feel, or sound. Before most children start school, they can use the toilet, sit in a chair, listen to a short story, scribble, and hold a crayon. They can usually put their boots on, say hello, play with a friend, and share a toy. If you notice your child is having trouble with any of these skills, you can make an appointment with a nurse or doctor at your nursing station. Don't wait to see if your child outgrows the symptoms you're seeing. If you have concerns about your child, talk to a teacher, community worker, or a professional in your community. Professionals can help make a referral to have your child assessed for autism and give you direction on next steps. Assessment is important, as children with or without autism can show the same traits. Not all children who get an assessment will be diagnosed with autism. You know your child best, so during the assessment, the professional will ask you questions about your child, as well as observe their behavior. If you need help throughout this process, just ask. If your child is diagnosed with autism, you may worry about what to do next and how to best support your child and help them have a good life. It is important to get correct information and support to help you make the right decisions for your family. Children with autism have hopes and dreams like any other child and need acceptance, unconditional love, and support. Getting support for yourself and your family during this time is very important. This can look different for every person. It can be family, friends, elders, and other families who have autistic children. Supports may include any service providers or teachers involved with your child and family.
Egonen ikaga shondeng awazis. Ikaga shondeng awazis. Windigo inapinemen isimeganagon. Dago owe umamid ninjaganing indanafinage. Owe umamid ninjaganing inapinemen isyakuze windigo ganitawigits. Ikaga shondeng awazis. Ika inisidwendang. Waban Tribal Council uma akin. Kakina awazis kaya juhoe ika aswade namunene imeginago kasmaskawizit ego kasinando endang kegonan kegon to tamanan ikaskituaj ego kutakian to tamanan vijewewen inando endamaj. Aja yawiyaki kekenimadok ika ka shorten the awazis, Kema Kitibenjigering, Kema Kawichi Kamishkot, Kema Kaminui George, Kema Kawitanokimach. Eka ka shorten the awazis, Meginagon Kakina, Kashabakani Zwajoyek, Kaikub Madizwaj, Shagoj, the Shin Awazis Shag, Eka ka shorten the Mwaj, Mayam Gegonan. Ishinaguntnik. Nanenda eka kaskitoaj, Swijuaj Noyan, Ego Chagataj. Nanenda washag, Tagakitog, Machine Gegonan, Ekitoj. Enes Tostagok, Kaikitoj. Nanenda Bangi Ekta Ekakitoj, Kema Eka Kaskitoj, Chagakitoj. Chagoj. Kagetoen awasmes nagak kotaking eonche kagetoaj. Inagotoeng machineweg kagetoen kajito kieng miaweng kanitagozeng kajingwetaeng ego kajaganwab matieng hawia. Eonche wijigoeng Waban Tribal gawiak kajamanjeweng tago chikikendameng kotakiak kajamanjewaj. Kakakitoeng, Ewing the Moying, Gawiak, Egunin, Kajan Rendaming, Waban Tribal, Kajimanjering, Ego, Twindaming, Kajikindaming. The watch is Shaggy Kagashot in the watch, Mawaj, Esunak in the watch, Owe, Waban Tribal watch, Kakitoen in the Esunak in the watch, Kotakian, a watch the Shanjui Georgian, Ego, Juichitashi Kimajin, Kotakian, a watch is Shaggy. Machina washa goenega inapinewaj, naninda mayam gegonan indotamaj, tinokan ewewe binjibanawaj, epabana goshkinwaj, Kema mayam gegonan ekitoj, Kema kaminenda gokin gegonan, eminendag endotang hoine, ego eonchene hendang shago jiskam gawin. Naninda bakan gegonan ekichinenda mwaj, ego Kakina Gegonan, Eshikendang, Nechinjan, Kema Bibaseven, Kema Shigubi. Egonan in the Washak, Eminenda March, Mayam, Chitochaka Tening, Dasukishga, Kema, Mayam, Chitotang, Dasukishga, Tenokan, Mayam Ojibwe Ganatic, Gaujosh Kuzinich, Jabajaj and the Savijaga, Gema Mayam, Chijaj, Kaniki Wedge Kashkog Economagazich, Gema Mayam Gagon, Jimijaj, the Sagijaga. Mayagito Damwinan, Isanagan the Majawash Gwen in Apiner and Gayaj, the Nokan Gispin, Ikachin and Damwaj, Chandagabash, Mojsaganing, Shagoj Ganjagimonin. Tago Animikig, Ego Benesse, Ego Dash Kawin, Panjigi and the Bash, which character. Mawaj, Tanishka, the Hoes, Senning, Ego, Hoe, Egan, Senning, Eka, Jigashkito, Chinehending. Machine Awashag, Nananda, Eka, Nisses to end the Mawaj Kegunan, Kamege, Tagukin. Enondagok, Eonzame, Akutagok, Gema, Maskulenjigan, Eonzame, Spatening, Gema, Ogigishkigan, Ekinagiskagoj, Gema, Subin, Eonzame, Mashko, Magaznich. Yehi, Tago, Eshka, Mesanagan, the Mwaj, Kegonanj, Dota Mwaj, Tinokan, Chikichwinang, Ujibihigaнаtic, Chosibihigewaj. Gema, Chikiwatoj. Ujajishin and Makaking, Kemajimiga Sagosage. Yehetago Gagonch to the Mazoj, Chabach Toj, Kemiauchibimatoj, Kema, Chijwebinajan, or Tutuhan, Kema, Jaquandwedge, a quandem winning. Eskam, Kazanagandagokin Huene, Awajishag, Eonje, Moan in the Mwaj, Ego, Eonje Magenda Mwaj. Awashag Huene Gainapinewaj, Nan in the Gawinin, Ugashketuna Asin, Titutan Gazanagindagokin, Ego Dash Nan in the Utagagawashag Mittehegegonan Isinaginda Mwaj. Awashag Huenapin Negap with the Wats, Gazanaginda Nawaki Gonan Tenukan, Nubawin, Gemawi Sinuin. Mr. Tamwin, Ego, Waban and the Windigo. Kaikob Madazwaj, Naninda Washak, Ekagashwat and the Maj, Ugananda and Nawa, Oshman, the Sukijaga, Wijawayanin, Kegonan, Kazakitwaj, Chituta Maj, Ego, Kajiman and the Maj, Jiangwamize, with Totan. Shagoch Naninda Kawini, Owe, Wijawayanin, Chinanda and the Maj. Ego, Hoe, Nandrenjagavin, Danian the Sene, a picture, and Matisich. Ihag Hoe, Kainapinewat, with the Hegegunan, Ugasanagenda Nawa, Shagoch, Gawinin, Huene, the Onjaganob Magnesin, Ekaga Kashkatuaj Gegunan. Was a Shagekaga Schwaten Namaj, with the Hegegunan, Esmashkoziwaj, Ego, Windigo. Emegina Maj Kakinake Gonan Oma Akin. Ego, machine way Kegonan, Emegitangen, Oma Gash machine and one to be killing. Genesto Agne Javajas Kajibezaguts. Ego, Chigaquamiki Kajinagajij Kegon. Eskam Kinawa stages Shagoj, the Gachin and Jagade Nage, Mikigade. Ego, Kakina Awajas, Tanitawege, Ego, Tanigakendam. Kawashme Kajikachini and Dago Kawaji Sheka Kashwatendang Mamid Nenjaganing Inapinan and Nekabmitoj Kewin in any which Inenio Kazagi Hajin Kakinau de Benjaganing Inenio Kaminendang Ego Kajikendang Inenio Kewin Chitagonaganich Ego Chitagonaganich to Shikening Ego Inenio Kewin Kakinagegon Chigashketoj Totamwin. Anne Getri Howard, Tinokan, Kakina, Awiyak. Kevin Wabas, Nedijnikas, Ego, Nibinamek, Donji.
A lot of things about trades.
Keguananama, Mas Keguin, Mintefe. Maskikuin, Winterfich Kishipitusnagon, Maskikuin, Winterfich Kishipitusnagon, Etenistauki, Mintef, Ekotamaga Kaishi, Manipanenakawasis, Winter, Etenistauki Ninek, Maskikuin, Wanahiko, Awenahan Kaishanahaski Hitehe. Piitosen estagoso Kwayaciiwin Kaishintawen estajegono Kashkestawa Keguana Etotahik Nestamaga Kikakwetsihemo Kichiwichihestik Hashi Kikaskenamatoge Hawenahan Kamaskigit Kiwitaskemagan Kichashan Kiwichewagan Nesta pogo Kwayaciiwin Kamaskiket Dahtowena Pepitos Ishanagoso Mischet Awashishak Hana Mehekuak Pematisuenano Nesta Hishikishweweno Hatestawashishak Hatestowanaito Nesta Yamoake Okoyask Ituevana Apatstach. I am a hitwin, Mona, Tokopeya Coepano. Kiawino, Kaishia Chimaga, Mimagan, Pestagoson, Eshehuestawen, Ekanawapa Mitunano, Meskishiko, Kiwichi Hekonano, Kichiwistama, Kaitenamuya, Nesta Kotakia, Kichiwistama, Taho. Kaita maschochik, kichikiwichi ay mima hokotakiak, kichawapastena hokaitena mo, kichikiwista mo mawachik kotakiak. Kawasishak kamaske kichik, winterfuach, askawane mehekuak kichiki ayamichik. Ane mehekuak, kichiwichi metwe machik kotakia. Kawashisha Mischeta Washishak Nanaho Istoak Kamaske Ketchik Winter for Kaistorta Heke Guano Eastinescapan Hotchik Equasquas Costichik Mina Peyagonei Twitchik Artist Ayawa ke Guanagamino in esta Nesta Kaisikiskeni magic Pineshisha Nesta Kamina Makaniki Nesta Pocomistiko Artist Nesta Hawashishak Menuenestamok Keguano Gatortahik Peyagone Tortahik Dastukishakao Tapiscotia Patistachik Masanehekanastekono Kaya Pestemahuanik Nesta poco pegone tortahik enta wikas kan hamasochik. Nesta poco pegon hemichichik ke kono. Ea pistopanischike hissing dastukishigao. E pone paneke guan animan o postchik kamaske kitchik winterfuach. E kitchimochik enta hek kitchikapashumochik saga hekanik. Shakochi at the Gamor, Epitahek, Nesta Hewa was Stepanek, Eponistano Maga, Kitchintavi, Capashamonano, Animeco. Paquatin Tagon who make Kayas Chipaneke on Gavito Chagatik. Monakina Hentagon, Mischet Pocos Chawashishak. Mona kinesatostomokaishi pitusupanik. Eusami kishwe makahekoan. Eusami waseak. Chipasteo anikanakishkaki makah nesta soup. Ea humakose. Nahiwa ke wak kaitinahik masanehekanastakono. Kaitapatstachik. Emasnahigechik. Nesta katotahik enahikahik kumetoa kanawawa. Epistahik mistakuateh. nesta poco kaistota he kuyawa epimuchige to hana nesta ekospasta wichik hasakone hasko oho kakwe paskanato wena ostine nista hogo awashis itamascha huene awashis sakamaske ketsekwinte fuah man heko ko kakwe paskanato nano wanenek wapamato awe kotagie Mr. Totaminete. The washes camas keketwinte fech Mr. Yekisto. Tapiskot on the power nesta hega, pues ekimitusot nesta hega, eki nanagatawin metkoyesk. Dastokishagao, Kichi Hekot, Hatis Mona, Tawi Hekoswak. Kataki Aschapano Kaishin, the Winesta Huenakan, Gamas Kikanek Winter. Mona Shagot, Kiki Payeste Vistina, no Kekoanagayas Chapanigi, Gamas Kikanek Winter Washes. Mona Katanese Tostam Kekoanogaisia Aschapanenik. Oasishak Gamas Kikitwinte Fua. Nanajo, Ishayawak, Kwayaciiwin, Nesta, Ishe, Kaishina, Shawenista, Gusachik. Nesta poco, Pitos, Ishe, Canoa Pastamakaskino, Nesta Inanoa, Nesta Kaisho Testawinich. Kitchenes Tostasta washes, Epeyakot, Neste, Ewa Pastamastumina Kusiwen. Enogo Haishi, Shawen Stagos, Checata, no Makesha, Hispanic Shagots, Apatan. Mawats, Ganatawin Stago Hawashes, Gamaski Kenenek Winter, Shagot in the Niwa, at the Win Stagos of Kitsaki. The Win Gamino and Stagos Ganana Hena, what Nesta Kitchimanot and the Cows Chito Testawin. Kitchimanotene, Tatapito Kitchishikanoaba met. Angela Shishis and the Senehason.
What is autism? Autism is a brain-based difference or neurodevelopmental disorder that affects the way a child's brain develops. Autism affects how a person relates to the world around them. Each child with autism has different strengths and needs. They have things they're good at and things they may need more help with. You may already know someone with autism, maybe a family member or a neighbor or a friend or a coworker. Autism looks different for each person throughout their life, but many children with autism have similarities, like difficulty with social skills and language. Some children can speak with a lot of words in full sentences, while others may use fewer words or no words at all. But communication is much more than words. We communicate with body language, our voice, our facial expression, and eye contact. It helps us to tell how we are feeling as well as how others are feeling. We communicate to tell others what we want, to show our emotions, and share ideas. Children with autism often struggle with this type of communication. This can make it hard to make friends and play with their peers. Many children with autism have repetitive behaviors, like flapping their hands, jumping, or repeating the same word or sounds. It can feel good and be calming, but sometimes it's not. Others may have specific interests and know everything about birds, or planes, or trees. And some children might really like routine or the same thing every day, like using the same purple pencil or taking the same route home from school or eating the same snack every day. change can be hard for children with autism. Like if they're excited to go swimming in the lake, but it started raining with thunder and lightning and they had to cancel those swimming plans. This can be very upsetting and make change in plans hard to adjust to. Many children also have trouble with sensory differences. Sounds might be too loud, or lights too bright, or sweaters too itchy, or soaps might smell too strong. They can also have challenges with fine motor skills like using their fingers to hold a pencil to write, or putting toys in a box or beating. As well as gross motor skills, using their bodies to run or to throw a ball or climb stairs. Sometimes these challenges cause children to feel more anxious and can lower their self-esteem. Children with autism may have trouble with one of these challenges, while others have challenges with many. A child with autism may experience other challenges such as sleep or eating difficulties, difficulties with attention and anxiety. Throughout their life, some children with autism will need more daily support to do the things they love and enjoy and to stay safe, while others may need less support and those needs may be changed over time. A person with autism may have difficulties. However, they are not defined by those challenges. Children with autism can have many strengths and gifts. They look at the world in a different way and reflect a wide range of diversity among people in our communities. Understanding the child as an individual and discovering their gifts can take time, but it's worth the effort and every child can grow and learn. More importantly, a child on the autism spectrum is a person with loving family members, a person with joys and interests, a person who should be accepted and included in their community, and a person who should have equal opportunity to succeed in adulthood like anyone else. My name is Brent Gunner and I am from Moose Factory, Ontario, Moose Creek First Nation.
Signs and qualities to look for regarding assessment. Autism is a neurodevelopmental disorder. It affects the way a child's brain develops and how they relate to the world around them. As a caregiver, it is important to learn the signs of autism. Toddlers and children develop skills as they grow. If your child is not reaching the same steps at the same time as other children, they may need to be assessed by a professional. Some children can show different signs and traits of autism at different ages. Some show hints in their early years. In others, signs become more noticeable as they grow to school age. There are some differences that can show signs of autism. Let's go through them. Limited facial expressions, smiling, babbling, and sounds may be signs of autism. Some children avoid making eye contact and communicate differently, using less language than other children their age and use less gestures like pointing. Children who have autism may line up toys or make the same sound or movement over and over again. Some may repeat things they hear from TV, movies, and videos. Some children show less interest in playing games and have different reactions to the way things smell, taste, look, feel, or sound. Before most children start school, they can use the toilet, sit in a chair, listen to a short story, scribble, and hold a crayon. They can usually put their boots on, say hello, play with a friend, and share a toy. If you notice your child is having trouble with any of these skills, you can make an appointment with a nurse or doctor at your nursing station. Don't wait to see if your child outgrows the symptoms you're seeing. If you have concerns about your child, talk to a teacher, community worker, or a professional in your community. Professionals can help make a referral to have your child assessed for autism and give you direction on next steps. Assessment is important as children with or without autism can show the same traits. Not all children who get an assessment will be diagnosed with autism. You know your child best, so during the assessment, the professional will ask you questions about your child as well as observe their behavior. If you need help throughout this process, just ask. If your child is diagnosed with autism, you may worry about what to do next and how to best support your child and help them have a good life. It is important to get correct information and support to help you make the right decisions for your family. Children with autism have hopes and dreams like any other child and need acceptance, unconditional love, and support. Getting support for yourself and your family during this time is very important. This can look different for every person. It can be family, friends, elders, and other families who have autistic children. Supports may include any service providers or teachers involved with your child and family.
Good afternoon, everybody. We'll get started in about 2 minutes. 2 more minutes of this music that sort of puts you to sleep after lunch. 2 more minutes. If you lost a cell phone in the men's washroom, it's at the registration outside. So if you happen to lose your phone, it's outside the registration table. So 2 more minutes, we'll be right back. You say what phone? Lose it? I thought you had 2 phones. Okay, so it's about 10 after 1. We are going to reconvene and go back online with the virtual platform, plus the, I think it's on YouTube that we're broadcasting the assembly. So welcome back, everybody. We did finish up right at 12, and I just noticed now on the agenda, it says we're reconvening at 1:15, but we do have a packed agenda, so we're going to get started. And I know chiefs will be making their way back into the assembly room and rejoining virtually. So our next agenda item actually starts in about 5 minutes. But I see we have a guest, a special guest in the assembly room, and I'm going to ask. Just getting a little whisper in my ear here. I see Gilles Bisson is here. I'm going to ask Gilles to come up. Gilles was a long-time MPP in the Timmins area, did a lot of work advocating for various issues, including First Nation issues for Anishinaabe Nation. And I know Gilles was just given his card, has a different role now. But I just wanted to take a minute. I know we don't have a lot of chiefs in, but we do have chiefs joining virtually. Give a welcome to Gilles. Good to see him here. And give him a few minutes if he wants to address the assembly.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Let me first of all bring greetings from Saul. Saul is doing well. I was talking to him again last night. Him and I are best of friends, and I've always been the brunt of his humor. You've probably seen me on his TikTok feed for the last number of years. Every morning he would do something in order to try to trap me into some kind of humor. So I have a long relationship with Saul. I'm no longer a member of the Assembly. As you know, last spring I was abruptly prevented from becoming an 8th term MPP or 9th term MPP in Timmins, but it's actually the best thing that ever happened to me. As you know, I went through a health scare, I guess back last April. I had open heart surgery, I had bypass surgery in Toronto, and that really went well. I'm feeling good now. So it's given me an opportunity to get my health back and to get, a different perspective on life. And as life happens, I got contacted by the Carpenters Union. Now, so just to put a bit of context, all of the construction trades that work in unionized environment, like building schools, building hydro dams, doing all those kinds of projects, most of those contractors are organized under some union. And the Carpenters Union, they do the carpentry work, the form work, and various type of other jobs in construction. So they've asked me to come on and to reach out to First Nations directly to say, we will train your members at no cost to the community and no cost to the individual. And if the person works out, they can get a job where you can make up to $140,000 a year once you're done. Because as you know, apprenticeship training takes a number of years to go through it. If the person is not qualified and they want to be a carpenter, they want to be a drywaller or whatever it might be, they have to go through their apprenticeship, and the union provides that. So it's no cost to the individual. And when they start working with the union, they obviously make a lot less money at the beginning because they don't have the experience. But as they gather experience, they can make very good money. So from the very beginning, they get benefits, they get pension, and they get pretty darn good money, roughly about $25 an hour to start, and more money if you have more experience. So what I'm here to talk about very quickly, and I'll do it in about 3 minutes, I'm going to hang around in the room back over there if somebody wants to talk to me. But we're really interested because, as you know, nobody can find workers. It doesn't matter where you are in this province. Trying to find people to come and fill job sites is getting more and more difficult. And quite frankly, we have dropped the ball. Why we have not tapped into First Nations labor over the years is quite frankly atrocious. And it's something that I always believed in as an MPP, that we need to try to hire local. We're about to build a hospital in Moose Factory. That should be local people building that hospital. That's what that should be. It shouldn't be all contractors coming in from outside, bringing the workers from outside, and then they leave, and there's nothing for the community afterwards. Yes, we get some hires, but you don't get as many as you need. So what we're interested in doing is saying, if it's here in Thunder Bay and Timmins or Sault Ste. Marie or Moosonee or, Martin Falls or wherever it might be, and there's a job that's going on that's under the Carpenters Union, we would train the individual. If they're interested in working on those jobs, we would provide them an opportunity to see if it works out for them. And if they do, they get into the union and eventually they get into an apprenticeship and they're able to get themselves a very good living doing that. So I'm just going to hang around the back of the room and I'll probably be back here again tomorrow. And if you want to come and talk to me about that, I can go into your community, I can go to your organization, I can explain what's going on. And if you have anything that you want me to come to, I'd be more than willing to do it. And with that, miigwech, and have yourself a very good conference, and hello from Saul again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Gilles Besson, and a very interesting offer to have our people trained if they'd like to get involved. So thank you very much, Gilles. And Gilles, as you said, will be in the back of the room. Thank you. Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse has another quick announcement, and then we'll get into the agenda.
Okay, thank you for that, and thanks for coming, Gilles. Also, another guest I want to also acknowledge too is a member of one of our band reps, First Nation reps, Dion Beardy is in the audience here. If you want to stand up, say hello, take a wave. There's Dion. Good to have her here. The thing is, the reason why we brought her in was the important work that's happening with the First Nation reps. The band rep program could also help and complement many of your educational goals and needs and supports to students as well. And also I invite the leadership here, if you haven't already done so, if you don't have a band rep worker or the program in your community, please talk to us so we could help you get that resource to your First Nation community as well. And Dion's been working with her Matawa communities, but she's also open to also give advice on how to start up your First Nation band rep programs as well. That could help complement many of the resources that are available to your children, youth, and families. So that's another resource that we helped secure at NAN through our negotiations with Indigenous Services Canada and the Crown. So welcome, Dion, and welcome, Gilles, as well. So I'll turn over back to the chair. Miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you, Deputy Grand Chief. So we will get into the next agenda item, just a continuation. I shouldn't say just, it is a continuation of this morning. Hearing from the Education Committee members and talking about some of the successes, challenges, and some of the issues with their various programs. And so we're going to have three more just to start right after lunch. We'll take a break and then we'll do three more. But what I'd like to do is have the three come up one at a time. And then we're going to open it up if there's any questions from the floor, if there's any comments for any of the three. So we're going to start with Sharon Nate. If you can come up, Sharon. Sharon is Executive Director, and she's going to be talking about Matawa First Nations. Right after that, we'll go to Waban Tribal Council, and then Kiwednuk Ugumakanak. So again, I'll turn it over to, just a reminder, there was a cell phone. Is this yours? Is this the one? Anyway, there's a cell phone sitting right here. There was also a cell phone found in the men's washroom, so I thought it was at the, is that it there? Okay, that was yours? Okay, we found the owner. There's another phone. Now everybody knows who it was. There's another phone here. I don't know whose phone. Anyway, I'll turn it over to Sharon. And again, we'll hold off questions until the three presenters.
Miigwech. Hello, bonjour. My name is Sharon Nate. I'm the Executive Director over at Matawa, our Education Department. And we have a slide here. I'm from Yamatang First Nation, and I've been with Matawa for over 10 years now in the Education Department. So I'll give you a background on some of the things that we're doing over at Matawa Education. So within our program, we have, I can't see that screen. We have different programs within our department. So in my old age getting, I can't see this thing. We have advisory services, which services all of our 9 Matawa communities. We have a Matawa Education Center, which is our high school from 9 to 12. We have a Matawa Student Care Center, which has 100 beds for our Matawa students that come from the north or even from our road access communities. We also have an after-hours student support youth inquest program. That's where our safe sobering site, our on-call service, and our youth inquest programming is delivered out of. We also have our Pathways to Achieving Student Success, and that's the former, what you know as FNSSP. So this program complements and supports our community schools. We have our post-secondary program, and we have our Matawa Wakateri language revitalization program. I'll talk a bit about that today. And then we have our Matawa Achieving the Dream charity. So we have a pretty busy department happening over there. There's our board of directors. We have some vacant positions just because of, turnover and so forth. So our Matawa Education and Care Center. So some stats from last year. In 2000, last school year, I guess, our safe sobering site, we helped approximately just under 1,000 students, our calls, with 111 intakes. We provided clothing, naloxone, I don't know how to say that, naloxone kits, harm reduction supplies. Our on-call workers, they receive an average of about 2,000 calls per year over the school year. Within our academic year at our Matawa Education and Care Center, we have approximately about 150 students as of October 4th. We do have distance learning where we do have students in our communities. We have 15 potential graduates this year. We follow a semester schedule. During COVID, we had quadmester, but our students and staff prefer the semester schedule. Because of our new renovations, we have a new intercom system for our morning blessings and announcements. Again, within the care center, within our high school, we have indigenized credits. So we offer Ojibwe courses. We've developed 3 new credits for grade 10 Canadian history, grade 9 Canadian geography, and then GLS class with a critical thinking consortium. So what critical thinking consortium is they're based out of Toronto, and we've had a partnership with them for well over 10 years. So we're currently developing another 6 new credits, and our Matawa communities also offer these high school credits in their communities. So November 1 to 3rd, I'll have staff going into our communities and also in Thunder Bay with consultations regarding the curriculum. What would you like to see, in the secondary curriculum, the courses? We also got invited to a World Critical Thinking Conference in January in Chile. It's called Chile, not Chile. It was down to our group, our Matawa school, and then another group in Alberta, and they chose our proposal to go and speak at this World Conference about our school and the credits that the indigenized credits that we offer. So it's quite exciting. Again, some more programming within Matawa. Our students, they went on a fall harvest on the Albany River, a remote location. They're currently in Airland First Nation, their territory, hunting this week as we speak. There's firearm safety courses for students. Again, like I mentioned, the moose hunt in Airland. Some of our gaps in our school is training. Additional training for educational staff. It seems like there isn't enough time in the day. Means we're always busy with the students. We would like some more, police to have more training and awareness on our situations and our students' background. Staffing the outreach program. We would like to have an outreach program, a data collections officer, to have permanent funding for that. We're always applying year to year for funds for that. And then we would also, one of the challenges is relief workers, for our care center, for our safe sobering site, our on-call and our reception. We find that there's not a lot of relief staff to relieve these workers. Again, renovations within our building. As you know, We're the former Grandview site at 200 Lily Street, and we retrofitted that building to have our school, our care center. We're building a gymnasium, and that's where all of our education programming comes out of. So we have plans to renovate our building and some more of the outside work. Again, partnerships, we like to encourage partnerships with other school boards, professional development, and student programming. Again, some more funding gaps, funding for provincial students 21 years of age to match federal-based funding. Funding for Power School, we don't get funding for Power School. That's this apparently an amazing database, a student information system. The school boards get it, provincial school boards get it. We don't. Why is that? We've never been given an answer. Increase funding to speed up the process of redesign for curriculum. Like I say, we've been working with critical thinking, but the funding hasn't changed. Just, we would like to do more. Special allowance for student activities and clothing. It's, as you all know, it's very low. And then again, permanent funding so we can make appropriate long-term plans. And then student safety for changes to the Mental Health and Hospital Act. Like, we've been having meetings with the hospital and the local police board. They sometimes they release students without our knowledge, or we feel they release students without the proper care that they should get. So we're addressing those gaps. Our 7 Youth Inquest challenges related to First Nations. Many of the community-based First Nations recommendations haven't been implemented within the communities. We have been working with our communities and our leadership to advocate for those recommendations. More work, again, is necessary to ensure predictable and reliable funding. Many of the inquest meetings have been canceled as of late due to NAN and government and their schedules. So we haven't really been consistent in having youth inquest meetings. Again, some of our challenges, again, we have several positions that remain on our website for significant periods of time, including some of them we aren't able to hire like a specific teacher for the whole school year. This impacts our ability to offer a wide variety of programming to students. Actually, we have about 180 staff now, and then we still need about 30 various positions within Matawa education for the students. So it's a rather large department. Our gymnasium, again, work was completed within our student accommodations. That's all done now. The school is completed, the cafeteria, where the students' accommodations are. We mobilized the site just for the gymnasium, for the clearing and grubbing. The pile driving was happening all summer. Our neighbors weren't too happy about that because when you pile drive big steel beams, it's really loud. The front parking lot has been excavated. The paving for that, though, is going to be next year. Foundation, again, is going to be completed next year. And then again, I talked about the erection of the structure steel. Again, like I mentioned, we mobilized our site at the end of May. Ready for takeover and occupancies at the end of August 2023. That's when everything will be completed. The August 31st date there is for this year's for the Student Accommodation Center. So after all of our renovations and programming, we're hoping to invite you all to our big grand opening so you can come and see our building and our school and everything there. So we'll send invites to our partners. This is what our gym specs look like. So that's currently being built, and that's the design that we had. It's a fully functional gymnasium with a kitchen and change rooms and sound system. So we can host meetings in there, and dances and whatnot, and feasts. So we're looking forward to that. It's a long time coming. Our student care center. So our student care center, like I mentioned, we opened this year. We still have student registration. It's ongoing. It acts as a home away from home, providing the continuing of care and support when students struggle. They're offered a team of support, guidance, friendship, and immediate access to a variety of programming. Again, we've developed all the policies and procedures that are in place to help the students transition into the MSCC. We have youth care leaders. We call the workers youth care leaders, or YCLs. Mental health and crisis workers are available for them 24 hours a day. We have 24-hour support, and it's a 15-to-1 ratio care. A variety of student spaces are provided to the students to socialize, relax, study. There's engaging after hours programming. We have laundry facilities. They have kitchenettes in each of their wings. They have a full cafeteria, for hot meals. And then again, the MSCC provides partnerships with our safe sobering site, our on-call, St. Joe's Mental Health, Matawa Health Co-op, the Regional Hospital, the Thunder Bay Police, and NAP. So they're always revolving all these partnerships. So we're always, there's open dialogue, and we're always meeting and talking about what we could improve on and so forth. Again, like I said, we have 3 wings within our care center. The C wing is for the older students and also displaced and homeless students. The D wing is for male students, and the E wing is for female. We have 55 double rooms with 3 barrier-free rooms. So we do have beds for 110 students. 7 rooms have 1 bathroom for like 2 spirited students, and the other 48 rooms have shared bathrooms. Each bathroom has a shower. They have captain-style beds, bunk beds, loft beds. They're included with the regular bedroom furniture, and there are wheelchair accessible rooms are also available. We have 5 mental health and crisis team members there, 2 staff on at all times. We have 5 cultural activity workers that are on 7 days a week, and there's their hours there, 3 to 11 and 12 to 8 p.m. They run a variety of programming. And again, there's some more. We offer AA meetings to the students if they would like, twice weekly on Thursdays and Sundays, weekly hour for faith-based services. And then there's a variety of activities again for the students. We do have referrals that the students request. They request to see doctors, dentists, optometrists, mental health counselors, foot care, tutoring. So there's a variety of activities or services that they request, while there. We have a community closet where we provide clothing, or, we allow students to shop for a friend, or, to give them gifts and whatnot. And then we have a common area. Again, there's additional safety support measures. They sign in and out. They're given a wake-up call. There's curfew reminders. YCLs, they're in constant contact with families and education counselors. Missing persons reports are filed. If they're late, there's room checks that are done. There's bag searches during the evening. Matawa on-call service and safe sobering site also support them. And surprisingly, the students are very cooperative during these expectations. And then, some challenges, again, the impact of COVID and the result of closure. During COVID, it was difficult. Ordering from vendors continues to be a slow process because of lack of supply. Planned visits to the communities were put on hold. And then again, lack of commitment from ISC for continuing long-term funding for this private home placement and boarding home rates. We've been bugging ISC for meetings to actually commit, to have long-term funding for initiatives like this. So, with having said that, with all the bells and whistles, we do have problems as well, like with suicidal ideations, the potential of gang threats and so forth. So, we deal with that as well. Our pathways to achieving student success. Now, this program, it ends this coming March 2023. That's the FNSSP funding. So we may have to lay off the staff if we don't get funding for this program to continue. I know we're working with NAN and Bobby on what to do after March 31st. Again, this is just a second level services background, what we provide to our communities and to our schools. So I'm not going to read that. If you have a presentation, you can read that. And then our funding again was based from the FNSSP and the change to new paths and so forth. So it's been going on well over 10 years, this program. And then the interim funding formula, this approach began in 2019. So we have side-by-side funding. So we are working with our communities, Matawa communities, on REAs. None of our Matawa communities have gone negotiated yet in terms of REAs for their respective communities, but we are talking and having dialogue with each of our Matawa communities again. So that's the background on some of the work that we're doing regarding REA within Matawa Tribal Council. I'm not gonna delve too far in that. We do have a website, matawarea.ca, where we put all of our information regarding the process. Again, our planned work for 2023. And then our next steps for REA and the participating Matawa communities. And then we're going to have our annual education conference again this year, March 2023. It'll be at the Valhalla. The last year we had our conference was just like 2 days later, they shut down the country or the world, because of COVID, and we had over 500 attendees that signed up for our conference. So I don't know how big it's going to be this coming round, but we're planning for that. Oh, and we usually partner with Kobe on our education conference. So I don't know if we're doing that. Oh, we are doing that again this year, planning with Kobe. I think this is my final one here. Yeah, Matawa Wakateri. So what Matawa Wakateri is our Indigenous language revitalization. So Matawa in Ojibwe, well, to me, it's Matawang, a gathering of rivers, we're a meeting of rivers, and Waka in Maori is canoe, and Teri is moving fast. So our language revitalization is a fast-moving canoe that will move across our communities to revitalize our language. So that was the vision that our team came up with. So Matawa Wakateri Language Revitalization Project. So after our former chief, Johnny Yellowhead from NNEC, he actually went to New Zealand, I believe it was in 2012, and he saw what the Maoris were doing there in terms of their language revitalization and language nest. So he brought that back. So it took us a lot of years to develop where we're at now. So the Matawa Wakateri staff and their education department, we have spent the last 5 years advocating for this program. And our efforts were successful. And on July 6th of this summer, we received an approval letter for 12.8 million actually for the Matawa Wakateri program under Heritage Canada's Indigenous Language and Culture program. So what we did was over the last 5 years, we've developed a 1-year certificate program and a 2-year diploma program. And what that is it's all laid out there. There's learning outcomes, there's the curriculum, there's the resources, everything has been developed, and now we're ready to roll out into our communities. We spent this fall, like 2 weeks of full training of the tutors and the assistants in each of our communities, and the curriculum that was completed on September 29. So all of our Matawa First Nations have fully trained tutors and assistants and letters of intent in each of our communities, and each program is geared toward each of our communities' dialogue. So that's how we had created all of our documents and curriculum and our language to each community's specific dialogue. When this proposal or this presentation was written, it says resources to be sent out to tutors in 2 to 3 weeks. That's been done already. The delivery sites, the confirmed classrooms have been assessed, and we have a new student database management system that's created. And then as of now, MEC, like out here in Thunder Bay, is the only site that we're ready to go with. So implementation will be rolled out October 31st in all of our Matawa communities. We're ready, and it's been a long time coming. I'd like to thank our chiefs and communities and our education department and everybody for this actually becoming a reality. It was frustrating, trying to get the funding and seeing that this is, this will actually be a reality. So you can see there's pictures there of our tutors and our assistants during their training. It was really engaging. The personnel, so we do have the new Matawa tutorial staff and assistants. They'll be the point of contact within each of their communities for the main office here at Matawa Education. Our education directors in each of our communities will be a point of contact in regards to the sites. The community contacts, as well as tutors and assistants for each communities, are listed in the site and resources finalization letters. We do have a third person, Jarell Emery, who is currently based in New Zealand. She has 13 years experience creating the student database management system. And we do have someone on our end, Cindin Baxter, who's the student registry officer, and they do all the work via Zoom. The interim, we're looking for a project officer. So until this position is filled, we do have Ty, he's from New Zealand. It will be re-advertised until the vacancy position is filled. Methodology will take over all communication and lead the year 1 delivery. So curriculum developer can be freed up to carry on with the development of year 2. So what we did was we brought 2 people over from New Zealand in 2017, and they've been here since then. They haven't even gone home because COVID couldn't allow them to go home to see their families. So they've been busy here. So we do have a methodology teacher and a curriculum developer. So those two are key in developing our language revitalization program. The curriculum developer, she will just work in the background with year one, including the ILS, the Indigenous Language Specialist Cree assistant. So our language specialists will be the main contact between, we do have Indigenous language specialists, you know, at our Matawa education, and we have Cree, Cree and Ojibwe. There's two of them in each, you know, for three of them. The program start date, I said, is like October 31st. Many of the classes will actually begin on November 1. Nearly all communities have one class to deliver, 2 nights, 2 days a week. Communities will be informed if they are going to be hosting 2 classes. It's based on how many people signed up. This is a program that's for 16 and over. It's for adults. And securing a Cree Indigenous language specialist has been difficult for us to complete the year 1 conjoint resources for accreditation. There's limited Cree speakers that we found in Thunder Bay. Well, they're not applying, I guess, to our positions. There are only a very few elderly speakers alive as well, which is very critical for the Cree dialect. The language specialists expressed that they found it was working online during COVID was difficult, and the year 2 was difficult as well, as the monitors and laptops can only display so much information. The methodology opportunity, creation and development of year 2 Matawa Wakateri language program. It has the manual has begun. This manual and the instruction methodology manuals and its content. We don't follow, you know, what was created in New Zealand. We've only adapted what they did, and the whole methodology will be new and it will be exclusive to Matawa. So, like in Aotearoa is New Zealand, and they've developed. Where they were 30 years ago is where we're at today. We're not going to revitalize our language in the next 2 to 3 years. We're starting somewhere, and this is a starting point. And down the road, we're looking to, you know, to revitalize our language and share our curriculum and resources, you know, with everyone else down the road. Yeah. Is that 20 minutes? I don't know how long I took.
No, thank you, Sharon, for that presentation. Exciting work. A lot of good work that you and your staff have been doing. Very progressive, and look forward to working with you, especially within the Education Reset Forum, and looking at some of the funding issues that are still outstanding. And let me know next time you're going to New Zealand. I want to go with you. I lived in New Zealand for a year back in the day. I did an internship through the Native Law Center, and when I first got to New Zealand, I guess they don't shake hands over there. They do this thing called the hungy, where, you know, you go nose to nose, and so that's how you greet and all that. I mistook that as an invitation for a peck on the. So this beautiful Maori woman's coming over right to my face, and I'm just going, you know. No, you're not supposed to kiss them. You're supposed to. Oh, okay. Of course, that's the Ireland Anishinaabe in me that came out. But anyways, back to the chair.
Okay, thank you for that. Quick, good lesson if you're ever visiting a Maori. So, okay, so the next presenters will be from the Waban Tribal Council, Randy Ray and Marlo Bocage, who are making their way up. So if you have a PowerPoint, there's a little clicker here. And so what we're doing again, we'll do the 3 and then we'll have questions after the 3.
Miigwech for that. We were just saying how different every community is, and in Waban, we actually thank NAN for some of the funding to be able to actually coordinate the work that we do. You know, we actually only have ourselves, Ashkabewis, as helpers to do that through EPP, actually, because we don't have permanent funding. So it's very difficult at Waban to be able to recruit someone full time to be able to do that work, because we don't have ongoing funding. But we are here and grateful to be supporting Waban in the work today. So Ani Bojo, Giweda Nodenkwe, Indigenous Cause, Flying Post, Minwa, Red Rock, Minwa, Naswak, Mak Dunjaba, My name is Randy Ray. I am Anishinaabe from Flying Post First Nation. So my community is part of Waban Tribal Council, and that's why this work is so important to me. And as I shared yesterday, most of the people I think were in the room. It's a really personal approach and generational approach to education that we always try to take at Waban. And it goes back to really that story that I shared of my grandfather who spoke his traditional language of Anishinaabe Moan in his teachings, and ensuring that we're getting back to doing things our ways of knowing, being, and doing with our little ones. And again, my elders have always shared with me, you went to school, through your college, university, master's, now finishing my doctorate. It's part of our responsibility to come back and help our communities, and that's what we're doing now for the next generations. And I'll let my wonderful colleague, and we do everything as a team. So our Mikana team of helpers, I'm grateful that Marlo has stepped in the last year, and she has extensive background in education. So we thought, well, why not bring her in? Because she knows a lot about education as well. So we try to do things as a team.
Bonjour, Marlo Bokash Nindigenaka, Zagate Kwenin, Mong Dodem, Apakanisning Nungdonji, Shunya Minwa, Thunderbane, and Donjibanangom. So I am a member of Red Rock Indian Band. I have roughly 20 years in education. Just actually yesterday looked on Lakehead University and it said Marlo Bokash, graduate of Masters of Indigenous Education. So I was very pleased with that. But as Randy told you about her journey, my journey is much the same. And so my family, of course, grew up on the shores of the Nipigon River. My journey through my education has been solidified by the people that you see sitting in the middle picture, and that is my Shinnewa She. And so she was a medicine woman in Red Rock Indian Band, and she was the person that they called upon to open the first Nipigon River Bridge because of her knowledge and because of what she wanted for the community and our people. And so my grandmother sits on her lap. And then, of course, to the right of that is my grandmother holding my father, who has been the biggest supporter of me probably on my educational journey and always told me that I could accomplish anything. And so when I sit in lodge and I sit with elders and offer my prayers and my questions, I'm always brought back to being able to do good for my ancestors, being able to do good for my family, but of course being able to do well for Abenojiag, our children. And so that is my educational journey, to ensure that everything that we do for First Nations communities, for our First Nations children, is centered for them to have their journey in a good way. Miigwech.
Yeah, and as I shared, we come to this work in more of a helping capacity. Again, not to emphasize that we don't have the funding to be able to do it, but that sustainable funding is definitely something we need at the Waban level. So what are we up to? What are we up to at Waban? One of the big things, I will take a step back, is that we really try to look at things holistically. I've had the pleasure of having a lot of sidebars since I've been here since yesterday. I think it's really important that when we talk about education, we look at it holistically, because, if our children aren't well, it's really difficult to learn, right? So when we think about that medicine wheel, we think about our emotional, our spiritual, our physical, and our mental work. We really try to plan using that model. So when we go through the things that we are doing to try to holistically wrap around our students, I hope that you keep that in mind, because we're always trying to do that in that holistic way. And I do want to first acknowledge that Cindy McKay is here, and she is the executive director, principal, probably everything, mentor, parent to all of the students at Mary Jane Navy Memorial School in Matawagami. And so there is tremendous work happening at that school. What we are today focusing on is kind of the holistic Waban kind of perspective and the relationships that we have. But there's a ton of more specific work happening at that school. And I'm sure she would love to share some of those things and if people have questions. But again, a ton of really important work happening there. One of the things that we really focus on, and I think a lot of people in this room have these, but our education services agreements, we have a ton of students that are entering and having relationships with the public school system. And what we did 3 years ago was implement these. And this was really, really important because then we're actually able to use these as leverages. We joke that our education directors now are like mini lawyers, right? We have our education services agreements in place. We can go up and say, hey, how are you spending your money? What are you doing, with the funding, asking very specific questions at those IAC meetings that we all go and attend to. So we've kind of created a framework so that we're holding the school boards accountable. And we just actually ran into a situation this last week where some of our students couldn't get to school physically because the buses aren't picking them up. We know that there's challenges, there's things that are happening. But what we do, as education directors and leads is we sit and work together to make sure that we can address some of these things and we're able to get our kids to school. And in this instance, we were able to, but still, again, advocating to the provincial government to live up to their responsibility. So again, these are really, really important. And if you don't have those agreements in place, I would really encourage you to do them because they're great leverage. And oftentimes we find, Marlo, is we'll have a school board that says, oh, well, we can't hire, for example, a native language teacher that doesn't have a post-secondary education or a degree in teaching. And we're like, absolutely you can. There's 3 boards that are doing it. And here's the example of them. And here's how you can actually honor from a salary perspective, because we know of these boards that have done it. So if you're ever running into any of those issues, one of the reasons why we wanted to come and present to you today as well is that if you are, we are very open and willing to share some of our experiences so that we can help ensure that these things are not happening in the school boards that you're working with, and we can point to examples, and that's really how change happens when we hold people accountable. We have been working with NAN, so I think, making sure that everyone has access to connectivity and all the resources that they need. So again, when we talk about that holistic, that connectivity is so important, especially when students are working from home. And ensuring they have, again, the laptops, all the resources that they need are really, really important to make sure. So when we hear from a school or school board or a community that the students don't have that, we say, no, we do. And all of our chiefs and education directors do know that we have access for all of our students. Are you going to talk about parents? Sure.
Yes. And so one of our huge focus has been parent engagement. And I know that many of you obviously probably have this conversation year after year after year. How are we engaging our parents? But one thing that we did at Waban was we approached them through, of course, it was during COVID, so we had to go through a survey. And we really asked specific questions that parents ensured that they had a voice. So how are we connecting with the schools? Do we feel safe in the schools? Do you have a clear connection of if you're having issues with any type of communication? How are we ensuring that this is in place so that your students are having success, so that your children are having success? And so we really did have great feedback from our parents, which is allowing us to move forward with those relationships, not only with the parents, but the school boards themselves and the communities. So this is something that we continue to work on. When we meet with our Waban education directors coming up very shortly, we will be talking about parent engagement and how it is that we take that holistic approach to ensure that parents have that trust with where it is that they are sending their children to school.
And one thing I wanted to add, sorry. Just one quick thing that I wanted to add was actually last year, and Cindy would recall, something that they do in the First Nation school is these things called sunshine calls. So if you have, people attending your public school system, it's something that they don't often do. They only call when something's wrong, right? So what we have implemented in the schools and the school boards that we work with are these things called sunshine calls. Susie did something really nice today, help somebody tie their shoe, put their jacket on, those kind of things. So we're developing that rapport, and it was something that we learned, and we always share that this is what the First Nations school does, and the public school board can learn a lot from this, and be able to implement it that way. So again, leveraging our ways of knowing, being, and doing, and something that's happening in the First Nation school, implementing it into the public school system was something we found really powerful in order to create parent engagement. And so for extracurricular as well, we know that school is more than school. Yesterday, I sat up in front of you and said there's no way would have ever got through high school if it wasn't for sports. I think we can all agree that a lot of that is the reality for our students, and we're finally getting back to that, right? So we really ensure that we're spending intentional dollars, and I think it really is creating less barriers for our students to be participating in extracurricular. They want to be playing hockey, they want to be playing, basketball, whatever it is. If we need gas money to get our kids there, we know the buses run late, all of those pieces. So it's really wrapping around that and encouraging, creating no barriers to ensure that they have that access to extracurricular. I know sometimes it becomes minimized, but the research does show that the more that the students are engaged in those extracurricular activities, the more they are engaged in the education system. So it doesn't necessarily have to be sports. It could be chess, it could be art, it could be drama, whatever it is, whatever you can find with your students, run with that, because that's really what keeps them engaged. And again, at Waban, we do our best to ensure that everybody has that opportunity.
One of our current projects that we're working on is trying to establish goals to support the students and their achievement. And so we have heard time after time that there is a gap in the achievement of First Nation students. And so as an Indigenous researcher, my goal is to be able to have voice and be able to sit in circle with community members and allow them to express what they are finding are the gaps. We're not, although we have relationship with the school boards, with the superintendents and the directors of educations and principals, myself and my partner who are working on this project are really, really focusing on allowing community to tell us what those issues are, allowing community to have that voice, those parents to have the voice, the teachers, the education directors. And with that information, we will then be able to compile a report so that the chiefs have all of that foundation in hand so that they can go to sit in conversation with government in being able to say, these are our struggles. This is what we're seeing our students asking for. This is what our parents are asking for. And so this would be able to provide support as we move on in our students' educational journey. It is our goal that within 1 year, we will be able to have the requests of the chief, of the community members in place so that we can start to close that student achievement gap.
Great. And one of the things that we came up with 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, was essentially a framework. And actually, Lyndon and I were having just a sidebar about this around how difficult it can be sometimes in the education system when you're the only Indigenous person working in that space, or the students that are working in that space, or the Indigenous education lead, for example. So what we're trying to do is really support those people that are the ones fighting kind of the system constantly. So we actually came up with a framework where sometimes they'll say, okay, yes, we'll take your funding, and we're gonna do, a book study, but it's actually about, I'm just like making things up anyways, it's like fluffy, right? Where we are actually saying, no, you can only use that funding if it has to do with anti-Indigenous racism. If it's addressing colonialism, ongoing colonialism, and violence, like within the school, and it really has that lens. Otherwise, we're not having these conversations, right? Because what we're seeing and what we're hearing from our students is that they still are experiencing these things in the public school system. And so, again, we have the funding, so we're able to actually say, this is what you're spending it on, and here's what we want you to do, and here's exactly, we recommend, who's coming in, those types of things. So, for example, we've done a workshop. There's a book called Settler, and it's a really good way for non-Indigenous people to situate themselves in Canada. Explains colonialism, ongoing, what's happened. And so we've had the students do that, and then, the educators do that, and then meet actually with the authors and debrief. I also shared an example of how we're doing circles with Indigenous students in high school, our First Nation students who are navigating ongoing racism. So we're talking with them about how to address that, feelings that they may feel when they experience it, and ways that we can support them. So we're really trying not to do any of kind of that fluff anymore. We recognize it's happening. We're trying to address it, and we're working with our students and the school boards to really address all of those pieces in an intentional way. Because I think from what we've heard from our communities and our students is they're tired of it. It's been happening for 150 years, and they're smart. Our students are brilliant. They know. And my favorite story is a teacher coming up to me and saying, "Randy, what am I supposed to do? Like, the student just yelled at me that I was on their land." I'm like, how great is that? I didn't know that till I was like 25. They know that. They're smart. They get it. And I think that's awesome. And, what does that mean to you then as an educator, right? So this is First Nation land. This is, and how do we then foster those students that get it? Those are going to be running our country. That could be our next, our own, leaders in our communities. So I think those are really important teaching moments, and that's what we're really trying to foster, recognizing that the majority of our students anyways in Waban attend publicly funded schools, not in community. Want to talk about tutoring, or? We can both. Yeah, perfect. So one of the things that we know tutoring research has shown, tutoring is really important, became very difficult during the pandemic. And we partnered with an organization called Tutor Doctor. They actually do it online. So at first we weren't sure how this was going to go because it's online. But anyways, what we found is actually we're in our second year partnership with them, and our students love it. They can log in. They have a continuity with their tutor. We basically pay this service. They've committed to doing their learning, so they've done a lot of anti-racism work themselves so that they're able to be culturally safe for our students, to be able to have these conversations more thoughtfully. But it is intentional for the whole family. So, family members, elders, whoever is part of that student's life should be involved. And so we were able to secure funding for that. And I think that's important because for myself, I know we have a 9-year-old at home, and I'm looking at her math curriculum going, I have no idea. It's all different. It's all changed. So if you're helping someone, it's nice to be in the partnership with it while you're learning. So everybody's learning together. So we have done that in, again, a holistic family approach for the tutoring, and can cover that.
One of the success stories that I just had the opportunity to hear about last week was a participant of Tutor Doctor, and the child that was about 5 grade levels below reading, and through 1 year of consistent training and collaboration on Tutor Doctor, she is reading at grade level. Just amazing. It is such a good service. The mother absolutely loves it. The child loves it. They cannot wait to go on because that is their time with their special person. So it really is a fabulous program.
Yeah, and then one of the, again, Marlo and I are two people, like everyone has shared in the education committee, is that we need to strengthen our capacity. It says building. I don't like that word. I threw it out the window like a month ago. I'm sorry, but it's strengthening. We already have we have capacity. We just need to strengthen it. But what we do with our leads is we create opportunities for professional development. There's lots of things we weren't taught. All of us weren't taught, budgeting, proposal writing, the amount of reporting that we have to do for all of our stuff. So we create opportunities for all of our education leads to have those learning opportunities. We've partnered with different institutes to bring people in or do online courses, those kind of things, to continue that learning, because I think, again, learning is lifelong. And so when we talk about education from a holistic perspective, that we should always be doing all of that work. We have an upcoming meeting together with all of our leads in November, which is great, but it's really thinking about how we're strengthening our capacity so that each of our communities can lead this work on their own as well, which is really, really important. And one of the things that we have noticed, and Marlo's going to talk a little bit about Nojimo and our partnership with Nojimo Health, but we have noticed that in one of our schools specifically, that we're really struggling, the students are struggling from a mental wellness perspective. And so we actually have a pilot program starting in January, and we're just building it, but it's really linking the Ontario curriculum that's focused on building youth resilience and social and emotional learning. And really, coming from an Indigenous lens, and really working with those students on building that resilience. So, for example, having conversations about anxiety, having conversations about stressors, having conversations about how to control some of those feelings that we're feeling. These are things, again, as I shared yesterday, we didn't talk about a lot, but things that I think really are the root cause of a lot of the challenges that we're seeing in our communities have to do with trauma, intergenerational trauma, and really trying to address some of those things. So we're working with a community, specifically Brunswick House First Nation, in collaboration with Algoma District School Board to really start to address this, and having culturally safe clinicians coming into the classroom to work with our students, Indigenous and non, to start to break down those barriers as well, and really give those skills and knowledge to be able to navigate some of the, turning it into mental strength, and how to navigate some of these things. So that's really exciting and something we're starting very soon.
Okay, yeah. So we've had a wonderful opportunity to join with Nojimo Health. And so Nojimo Health is an all Indigenous boutique mental health service. All of our clinicians that we work with are all Indigenous. And so as an Indigenous Anishinaabe Kwe, sometimes I often think to myself, I think it's time that maybe I speak with someone, but who do I turn to? I've never really felt safe enough to go in to have conversation with someone who maybe doesn't understand my journey through intergenerational trauma, through residential schools. But Nojimo Health, the clinicians involved are all Indigenous. I would be able to have 22 hours of services using my status card to be able to speak to a clinician of my choice. Not a receptionist sitting at a desk saying, oh, I think that Marla would be able to fit into this person's schedule. Through research on the website, I would be able to maybe have that connection with the person that I feel that would support me on my mental well-being journey. And so the nice thing about Nojimo is that it is done in the comfort of your own home. And so people are able to have that safe space. They're able to express themselves rather than having to go into a structured environment. And so, of course, the most beautiful thing is that it is direct billing through NAHB, through our status card, and very, very easy to book online. So this is a partnership that we have been able to join forces with to support us in the school project that we will be working with.
Yeah, and one of the other things that we do with Nojimo, so in the schools, for example, they have a laptop and a room that's safely secured for our Indigenous students. So if they want to speak to someone, they can go in that room and connect with our counselors. So that happens like in the school system as well, because oftentimes they have an Indigenous education lead, but an mental health lead, but they're non-Indigenous typically. And it takes often up to 3 to 6 months to actually get an appointment in. So with Nojimo, they can get the next day. So oftentimes our students will just book and then they'll talk to them in the schools the next day. So that's kind of our partnership to ensure that our students have mental health support constantly. And as Marlo shared, it's not just for Waban, it's for anyone across Canada. And any age and stage, but our students use it and utilize it. And there's 3 specific counselors at Nojimo that are very, very in tune with youth. And you'll see that on their profile, and you could just pick with them, and that's typically who they see. And they do nights and weekends as well if the students want to be able to see them. So again, miigwech for your time. I know there's questions at the end, but we will be here for those. Miigwech. And our emails, yeah.
Thank you. So again, we're hoping there are questions. We would really like to have some dialogue, but we will have the 3 presenters first, and then we'll open it up for any questions. It's really important to share and collaborate and talk about successes, talk about some of our challenges and how we overcome those challenges. So our next presenter, I thought I saw him in the back. Oh, he's right here. Okay. Patrick Stoddard is Director of Education with Kwayaciiwin Board of Education. So take it away, Patrick.
Thank you so much. My name's Patrick Stoddard. I'm saying that very slowly today because with my thick Maritimer accent, when I was introduced to other people, I introduced myself as Pat Stoddard. And they kind of got confused. Pat's daughter is now the director of Kobe. So anyway, so I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the traditional land of Fort William First Nation. I'd like to recognize the sacred drum, chief and proxies, elders and knowledge keepers, and other distinguished guests. I've been in the education field for quite a while, 26 years as I reviewed it this morning. I've done pretty much every job there is in K-12, from elementary school teacher right up to director of education, and post-secondary as well, from frontline staff to president and CEO of a publicly funded college. So I'd like to focus on a couple of points here in my presentation. I'd like to talk a little bit about Kobe, a little bit about projects in progress, and a little bit about projects over the next 12 months that we'll be engaging in. And I hope to elicit some thought and maybe have some of you reach out to me on some of the concepts that I'm going to present today around planning and enrollment management. So a little bit about Kobe. The founding nations of Kobe are Deer Lake, Fort Severn, Kwayaciiwin, McDowell, North Spirit Lake, and Poplar Hill. I'm overseen by an appointed board of directors appointed by the KO Chiefs and Council, and we provide 2nd and 3rd level support services. 2nd level services include certain things as teacher support, special education, student services, and speech path. 3rd level support services include strategic and educational planning and curriculum development. And one example that we've already deployed around that with our KO communities is an IT evergreening 5-year strategy. So it's great that there was some funds available to purchase some IT resources, but what does that look like over 5 years? We've gone into 2 communities so far, talked to them about that, the evergreening, if you will, of the IT, the integration of the technology across the curriculum, how long this technology will be good for, and how do we replace it over the next, at the end of lifespan. So that's what I mean by 3rd level services. So a little bit about the Kobe education departments. We have 4 education departments: elementary services, 7 youth inquest division, student services, and KIHS, our internet high school, which I'm sure most of you are aware of. So a little bit about elementary services. We support the community-based schools with numeracy and literacy supports, educational technology, culture and land-based educational activities, special education, and speech services. We also provide liaison teachers to come in and support the on-site teachers when required. And more recently, we've been providing backup principal services. A lot of the communities are having trouble finding principals, finding administrators. And we've seconded one of our principals out over the last 2 months, actually, and flown them out to on-site for those communities that don't have a principal, just as a backup or a stopgap. The 7 Youth Inquest Department involves initiatives resulting from the inquest recommendations directed to KO chiefs. We have 2 safe sober sites, the Thunder Bay and Sioux Lookout, for supervised student detoxification and stabilization, a safe place for the students to go. Circle of Care Coordination, that's a project in progress with the KO Health, creating a framework for the children and youth to access health and education services throughout their educational journey. And Child and Youth Identification Coordination Program, where we can assist KO members in obtaining birth certificates and certified live birth documents so that they can get their status card and band registry number. A little bit about student services. So we support KO students who leave their communities for high school, either at Dryden High School, DFC, Pelican Falls, or Sioux North School. We have well-being workers, student support workers, special education workers, and resource teachers to engage with those students on site. We have 5 student homes, a Dryden Boys Home, 2 a Boys and Girls Home in Sioux Lookout, and a Boys and Girls Home in Thunder Bay, where the students get supervision, their meals are cooked for them, evening and weekend activities, as well as wellness, tutoring, and land-based learning. And a little bit about KIHS. It was created approximately 2000 to help students get their high school diploma at home using distance learning technologies. Currently, we have about 80 academic, applied, and locally developed courses. And we're servicing 15 communities, with 3 more applying to be part of the KIHS umbrella. The communities that we do serve, we strive to put OCT certified teachers in those communities to teach directly from those communities over the internet, as well as offer support through other courses being offered in the community on a receiving basis. So we've got a number of projects in process. The first one that we're looking at is a human resources ERP system that we're implementing. Everybody here has problems hiring staff, and what we want to do is put a better system in place so that we're looking at staffing over the course of a year rather than May, June, July sort of a thing moving forward. So better recruitment and retention of staff, and we're hoping to share that ERP system with the community members that we have to actually go out and recruit on their behalf as well. We also have a Cree, Cree, and Ojibwe language app that we're putting the finishing touches on right now through KIHS. We're just getting our hands on the source code, and we will be posting that and giving some presentations to community members around the usefulness of that app. And our new strategic plan will be deployed very, very soon towards the end of November, once it's okayed by our board of directors. And we're looking at expanding the whole goals, objectives around the strategic plan and measuring it in a balanced scorecard perspective. So actually looking, and I know business plans are a dirty word when it comes to K-12, but actually looking at requiring business plans from our units in November. That will drive the budgeting process going forward. Then an annual review of how we've done in the past year and what we've accomplished. New projects. So KIHS, we're actually looking at rebranding and renewing KIHS. It's been since 2007 that their mission, vision, values have been in place. And it's probably time to actually take a second look at that with a 2-pronged approach. The first approach is relooking at our KO founding community members and ensuring that they're getting the service from KIHS that they desire, and growing our partnerships with other communities. So if there are communities out there interested in partnering with KIHS, please do reach out to myself or reach out to Angela, the principal of KIHS, and let's start a conversation and see if we can come to some sort of a memorandum of understanding moving forward. Another thing that we're looking at through the high school and through our site-based areas is the idea of dual credits. It's come up again and again during the course of the past day and a half around post-secondary. Is it possible for us to partner with post-secondaries, especially in the college environment, where students will get credit for a high school credit as well as get advanced standing? Now, I know I'm not talking anything new here, but the new part about this one would be, can we partner with some post-secondaries out there to either offer dual diploma or dual certificates? And what I mean by that, is it possible for our students at KIHS to not only get their high school diploma, but get their healthcare aid certificate at the same time, or get their education assistant diploma at the same time? That's been done for years and years in Manitoba. I was part of the projects there, and that's something that I'd like to pursue with some of the more progressive post-secondaries out there. Also, distance education lends itself to the academic components of trades. So pre-employment trades, for example, is a lot of classroom work, and then it's on-site learning. So I'm anxious to talk to the MPP that was talking about trades a little bit earlier. But is it possible for KHS to actually use their instructional design strengths to design, develop, and deploy that front-end academic side of the carpentry course, for example, or the welding course, and then bring them on-site or bring the equipment on-site with an instructor so that they can get that practicum time in our communities? Another thing I'd like to kind of introduce is the whole concept of strategic enrollment management. Strategic enrollment management is very prevalent in the post-secondary sector, and it's just starting to make its way into the K-12 sector in the United States. Very few people are looking at it in Canada yet, but it's coming very, very quickly. Strategic enrollment management is based on your mission, vision, values of the organization that you work at. Who do you want? How many do you want? What is your niche moving forward? And then you have a moral obligation to put the structural arrangements and practices in place to retain those students through to graduation or to wherever their educational journey is going. Because a lot of the times, students coming back to school may not be after that grade 12 diploma. They may be after the entrance requirements required for the post-secondary program that they're looking at taking. So SEM is the lens through which you look at all of your activities. And the activities that I'm proposing through KIHS here is retention of the students, building what we can do to help retain students, and building that persistence, that intrinsic internal motivation moving forward. So the hope is to have a SEM plan ready to go within the next 6 months, and we would share that with the other communities going forward. Second thing I'd like to actually talk about, and what we'll probably be doing over the next year, is the whole concept of co-curricular transcripts. What we do have in Ontario is a provincial transcript, which is great, but what happens, how does that learning captured that happens outside of the classroom? All those activities that have been talked about, whether it's land-based education, whether it's leadership activities, whether it's shadow chief and council, whether it's sports, volunteer. So what we're going to look at COBE is putting in place a co-curricular transcript structural arrangement that those activities can be captured by the principals in our communities, put into that transcript, and then the student can walk away with that and take it to a job interview or take it to their application, through their application process to apply for post-secondary. So that's about all I had to say today. As I said, I'm relatively new. I've been here for about a month and a half, and I look forward to working with you all. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Patrick, for that presentation. So again, this afternoon, we've had the three tribal councils, Windigo, Waban Tribal Council and Matawa First Nations. Good discussion. So we'd like to open it up if there are any questions. Again, this is a time to collaborate, hearing what each other is doing, some of the good things happening, some of the successes. And again, there probably are common challenges that we're facing in our communities when it comes to education. So if there are any questions, if we'd like to have some dialogue, that's perfectly fine. We have a microphone set up in the back. And again, this is a Chiefs Assembly, but we do have a lot of resources, a lot of technical support here from the communities. So if you do have any questions, if you're in the back in the gallery, just go ahead and come on up, and I'll ask Chief to have you recognized. But again, if there are any questions on any of the presentations from this afternoon, even from this morning, Chief Wayne Muñoz.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. I wasn't here yesterday, but apparently there's a lot of good information that was shared. First of all, I'd like to recognize the drum, the lands we're on, and as well as the prayers, and also a lot of things that our people are going through right now, our communities. I think it's very important to acknowledge those things, and it's part of who we are as a Anishinaabe people. First and foremost, I was here for the morning there, and as well as this afternoon's presentations. And I think one of the first things that I wanted to say was acknowledge one of the NNEC presenters. Yes, it's you don't need to apologize. I think this is, I'm talking to Dobie Don. I think it's an important issue that we need to talk about. We need to try to address as nations and as communities some of the injustices that our people are facing when it comes to education, when it comes to post-secondary. I just wanted to acknowledge that. I think the presentation that she made and the comments that she made about the inadequacies of the system that our people are facing seems to be right across the board. And it's clear that there's a lot more work that has to be done to close in on those gaps, more or less to try to get something in place for our communities. One of the areas that I wanted to talk about was the post-secondary portion. I know there was some discussion yesterday on that, and I just wanted to share some of our situations. I sang in Ishkandaga, where we go in the next time when it comes to providing those kind of supports for our people. We're only able to fund maybe 4, maybe 5 students at the most when it comes to post-secondary. And we had close to 20 students that had applied to either go to college, university, or some form of post-secondary institution. Michi, that's what the gap, that's the kind of inadequacy that Dobie was talking about. And I think it's important that we have to illustrate how far those gaps are. Yes, there's been strides, there's been discussions or announcements made from the government, from both levels of government, but the gap is still so far. It doesn't alleviate some of the issues that our people, our communities are facing. And one of those areas is the post-secondary. When we're talking about, again, one of the presenters, I believe it's from NNEC, is what our communities are facing. When we have a drug epidemic right now in our communities. Those things are starting to be seen in our classes, in our communities. And I think it's important that we have to have a discussion, more importantly, how do we address those things? Because it's going to be more difficult on our local education systems to try to address and support those kind of situations that our young ones are going to be facing. It's not their fault, and it's something that has to be. I think it's incumbent of us in these types of forums. We shouldn't just be talking about it. We should actually be asking for a more robust or a more concrete plan that can be implemented to help support those kind of situations that our young ones are going to be facing. So I'm very appreciative of that presenter. I believe she's from NNEC. I think she was the last presenter that talked about that. And it's very critical. You can't go what's happening in our communities when it comes to drugs and alcohol or the drug issues that are plaguing our First Nations. And it's unfortunate. The most vulnerable, the most innocent ones are being impacted, especially in the education system. I know I don't have a question there, but I just wanted to raise those kind of issues. When we're dealing with kids, when we're dealing with our young ones, I know, and during the pandemic, even now, we're having a hard time accessing those types of services that are specific, that specialize in kids, especially in kids that have age to grade gap issues, literacy, numeracy, challenges that they may be encountering, plus other issues that a child or a family may be facing. And oftentimes it leads to mental health and it leads to other issues. There's a gap in service when it comes to those kind of specialized services that are geared towards our kids, that are geared towards our grandkids. It's so important that we have to put in place something that's going to allow for those kind of supports to be evident in our communities. It's very limited. You can come out for 1 week and that's all the service you're going to get for a while. And that's why the community-based approaches that some of the presenters talked about, whether if it's education, language revitalization, or other literacy or academic programmings or programs that need to be evident in our communities, is so critical. It's so important to have those kind of things in our communities. I think it's incumbent of us, like I said, we need to do that collectively. We need to support each other, what other, let's say, tribal councils are doing. Mishke, you heard some of the good work that our tribal council is doing, Sharon and her team. And as chiefs, I think we're very lucky to have gaining on the team that we have, the people that are in our organization, to be able to move some of the things that need to be moved. But there's still so much work. And I just wanted to talk about also Ehi Bangi on the language. In our own languages. I think it's important how we can collectively do these things together. We have Matawa doing this. We have other tribal council. I was very happy to hear from Matthew, Angie's there on some of the work they're doing, some of the important materials they're providing. Look, this is all good. This is something that should be going into all of our communities, whether if you're Shibugama, Matawa, and Matawa should be able to do that to other communities. That's what we're talking about here when we're talking about working together, trying to figure out how we can bridge those gaps that we're actually being challenged right now with the way our language revitalization or retention, I say, in our communities. I just wanted to encourage the Deputy Grand Chief and our chiefs in our communities here. We need to find a path and want to try to bring some of those things. Like, I'm very appreciative of this materials that were provided. And I'll be giving this to my health education director to try to see how we can incorporate some of these things in our own classrooms. This is good work. this is community-led, community-driven work that's being produced in our NAN communities. And so I just wanted to applaud gaining all the presenters. I also wanted to acknowledge Sharon and her team for the education presentation on Matawa. I think it's important that we share those kind of things, and we hope that on October 31st, gaining on our language program, revitalization program will kickstart in our community. And that's what it's all about. It's all about how we can make those impacts in our people, in our community. So again, miigwech, and I don't have any question. I just wanted to share my thoughts and our appreciation for all the presentations that have been made. So miigwech.
Miigwech, thank you very much. Chief Muñoz. Some very positive comments and suggestions furthering some of the discussion, talking about community-based approaches and working collaboratively. And that's what this assembly is all about. Deputy Grand Chief.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thank you, Chief Muñoz, for those comments. And it's good to have you here and new chiefs that are around the table for today's sessions. I just want to also reiterate that. So at the beginning yesterday, we were able to get a commitment from Indigenous Services Canada for a NAN specific process for our education reset table. It's going to be a one-stop shop for high-level negotiations to assist your First Nation and take direction from the First Nations and the education systems, the tribal councils as well, to look at many of those outstanding priorities with respect to funding and making sure that these community-based solutions are enacted in terms of supported as well. And our First Nations are given capacity to do the necessary work that is required, and also complement all the good work that's been happening with our presentations with the tribal councils as well. And those also include, not just K to 12, but also like we had early years, daycares, preschools. Those are some of the also outstanding areas that we also want to help our communities attain in their communities, but also with post-secondary education. We've heard a lot of good presentations today regarding the outstanding issues on post-secondary, and those are things that will need a pathway forward, especially with our education reset table, where we're going to have actual decision makers from the Crown be there with you to come up with your outstanding priorities. So the work continues, and I'd like to also thank the presenters too that are here, but I'll give it back to the chair for more questions from the floor.
Great, miigwech, Deputy Grand Chief. The floor is open. Microphones are on. Again, chiefs, if you have any comments or questions, or anybody, we have a lot of technical support. If anybody has any comments, questions. Oh yeah, and I have to look to the virtual ticket. If we have any comments virtually, just let me know.
Is there any resolutions or anything that's going to be coming on the floor that we should be aware of, or anything?
Windigo megwach ega quorum mashe tibnigadik. So we don't have any resolutions at this assembly. There were some potential resolutions, but at this point, Gowin. Yeah. Okay.
The reason why I say that is, Chief Muñoz again here, I think when we're talking about education, I think this is a good opportune time, if we really want to tackle some of these issues, and I think this is where the direction usually comes from when it comes to resolutions. Like, so our people here that are listening can actually say that, hey, the NAN Chiefs in Assembly is really making this a priority. The fact that we cannot get a quorum should tell us something. I think we need to encourage our nations in NAN to send in their proxies, because there are important things that we should be putting on the table if it's supportive resolutions, if it's to support tribal councils, or if it's to support this forum, if it's to support our education directors or language teachers or elders, we should be able to do that. But what's hampering us right now sometimes is the ability of our forums to not meet quorum. And I think that's, if we cannot get quorum by tomorrow, for example, while we leave here, and if we had some resolutions that we're supposed to consider, what does that tell to our nations, to our people, to our elders, to our young people? What does that tell a person that wants to go to a university, that wants to support, that wants the advocacy of forums like the NAN Chiefs in Assembly, when we're talking about an important issue like education? I just wanted to put it out there because I think it's important. I think we have to have a leadership. We have to be able to show that through role modeling or whatever support is needed in our communities, in our tribal councils. If we can give that support in this form, that's a good thing. It's not a bad thing. It's a good thing. It tells us that we can work together even though we have differences. But it is a little bit disheartening to hear that we don't even have quorum to consider resolutions. Hopefully we can do that by tomorrow, because tomorrow is our last day. And I would encourage the forum here to try to meet quorum, so we can actually consider giving some supports, whether if it's this tribal council, whether if this if it's for our people, whether if it's to advocate for more supports like post-secondary, second level services that some of the presenters raised. We're not here to undermine First Nations or tribal councils, but we're here to try to support one another as best we can. And I think it would be sad to say after tomorrow's meeting that we couldn't meet quorum. And that should tell us something. If we can't, especially when we're talking about our young people are the leaders of our communities. We always say that. We always say about how we should support our young people, our people going to education, our people aspiring to more lofty aspirations, to aspire more than what they have right now, to achieve what they want, to be able to do anything you want, and to give that kind of support. And I think that's what this forum should also be considering. And I think it's important. So if we can get quorum, at least attempt to get quorum by tomorrow, at least we can consider maybe some supporting resolutions that can actually help and try to advocate the advancements of our people, especially when it comes to education, especially when it comes to supports, mental health supports in our classrooms for our kids. Do we need those kind of things? Especially when we're talking about revitalizing and retaining our languages in our communities. This forum, NAN has a role in that. And as chiefs and as leaders and as chiefs in assembly, we have a big role in that. And we should take that responsibility to heart. We should be humble to take on that task for our people, for our young, for our kids, for our elders, for the ones that are not able to speak on tables like these. And we should try to encourage our nations to participate, Gishan, if they're able to. And hopefully we can get quorum to maybe have those fruitful discussions, and more importantly, to support one another. I think that's why we're here. Mia.
Miigwech. Thank you very much, Chief Muñoz, with that strong reminder or reaffirmation that education needs to be a strong focus as we move forward. So thank you. Floor is open. If there are any more comments or questions, discussion, collaboration, If not, I'm going to look around. Nothing online as well. I don't see anything. So if not, we're going to take a quick break.
I'm going to bring the people up with some gifts.
Okay. We've got some gifts from the last presentation. So the three delegations, if you can come up, Deputy Grand Chief has a gift for you. So the three presentations that were done, Patrick, Waban, Marlo, and Randy, if you can come up, and Sharon. We'd like to present, Deputy would like to present some gifts. Say miigwech for your presentation. Now I'm going to be the organizer of the photo again. Stick around. You got it, yeah? Break? 3 o'clock? Okay, miigwech, we'll take a picture, but we'll also take a 15-minute break. So we'll be back 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock. Thank you.
I'm always happy when they cut that music out. Elevator music. Okay, so we're going to get started shortly. We have 3 more presentations. So I want to get started shortly. If everyone can take their seats. Okay, the break is over. Okay. If delegates can come back to their seats, please, thank you. We're going to get started again. So we are going to start a bit early, so I'm going to call upon our next presenter. We do have 3 more presentations. I'm going to call upon Windigo First Nations Tribal Council, Charles Brown. He's the Education Director, to come and start.
Okay, miigwech. Miigwech umagin ka nanako magabisan. Ego nanako magkumaki nagaki amwach hunako kaya ego nogum. Ego gawi nanako ma yaha magani ganska ktugmakanes Bobby umagin kayach ka wenga ni ganska. Ego Ugana kaya kung sa bukan mamabne dan huwag kabisan, kung gain wes ka dodan ki education ka kanamagawanak, yung kasgat kay 30 years huwag kat na sa inankian, kahit kanamagaw skuno mo jikawan, kung stamuin ko kayong giskuni we, imagine skuni we naban magkagasas wad stam giskuno hak kindergarten ma outmans twaban, and kung gana kasi kung nakagiskuno hak kasi kaya not 30 years old, yeah, okay, but I don't I look like 30 years old. No, I'm just kidding. But anyway, I'm here to report. But first of all, before I go into my presentation, I just wanted to acknowledge our chief there, a very outspoken chief from Nishkadaga. He was right about what he said, that, we have to prioritize education. It's something that is needed in our communities. We have to build career people, to take over and in the leadership roles, or other professional positions that are available, like teaching, pilot and lawyers, and we need more of those people. And in order for us to succeed, we have to support our education. We have to support our future generations so that they will, become leaders, important role models, contributors in our communities. I remember when I first started, that was my thinking. When I first started in education, I started off as a kindergarten teacher and would make my way up to administration level. But when I look around in this room, I see a lot of talent, expertise. I see a lot of potential. Each of you have credentials to do something about our crisis. I call it a crisis. I know that for the past 2 years we have been dealing with pandemic, and it has set us back even more. Even before that, prior to that time, we were already struggling. Some of our students are struggling. But I remember when I was working at Kwayaciiwin Education Resource Center, there was a quote from one of the elders. He kind of referenced that when you fail, there's no failure. Even if you're in the mainstream system, education system, if you're failing, that's not. But you could be an expert in your way of life, your culture. That's success right there. So just bear in mind not to get into conclusions, how you personify your own people, especially the young people. I just want to make that statement, that it is important that we continue to support education and continue to enhance it in the way it's going to benefit our communities in the near future. So that's the comment I wanted to make. And also when we talk about the language revitalization and preservation, that was a good message by Matthew Andes yesterday. I think sometimes we have to change things, how we approach in those circumstances. When we talk about native language revitalization, what is the purpose of that revitalization? Is it just for saving the language? I know it's important to save the language, but we have to make effort to look at it from a different angle. And I know we have a lot of work to do on that. And if we collaborate and work collectively, I think we can accomplish, these challenges. And like Matthew said yesterday, we're losing our language at rapid pace. We are losing our languages in our rapid pace. For myself, I'm also a translator. I translate a lot of documents. I read and type in syllabics. I've done legal documents. I've done just about anything. And the language that I have is not institutional language. I never got my language from an institution. I learned it from the people that I grew around, the elders, my parents, my mom. I was raised up in an Anglican church, and a lot of it was done in the language. A lot of the Bible was read in Cree, and the conversation was based, in Ojibwe Cree. That's how I learned my language. I didn't go to university, take 10 summers of Ojibwe Cree and to learn my language. I didn't learn it from linguists. I learned it from the first people speakers. Was how I learned it from. So I think it's important, I have a responsibility to support, the people that want to speak and read and write in the language. That is part of my responsibility too. So I think we all have to play in that role, each and every one of us, today. Okay, so going to my presentation, I'm a Director of Education for Windigo First Nations Council. I've been involved with this organization for 3 years. I held other roles in different organizations. Like I said, I was a teacher. I was a classroom teacher. I'm a qualified teacher. I still have my Ontario, that registration license, a membership with CT. And also I worked at Kwayaciiwin for a number of years. And I also worked for other organizations. I did some work for Wawate as a freelance translator. And I have done some translation work with Cree Cultural Center in Timmins a few years ago. So I've been involved in different capacities. Yeah. But anyway, Windigo First Nations Council is, I just want to, how do you, okay. I want to talk about Windigo a little bit, what we do. We're a unique, I'd say we're in a unique position as a tribal council. I just want to talk about the background, how it started. Most of our local education authorities based on, the document that was developed back in 1972 by the National Indian Brotherhood. And they outlined how we can structure local control of education. And this is how Windigo education was formed. This is basically how Windigo itself formed in the late 70s to early 80s. We had different communities that were together at one time, and today we have 5 communities that are under Windigo, but the way we function is a bit different from each other. I know 4 communities have been working together for 30 plus years, and one community kind of does their own thing, doing different kind of delivering different kind of education services and programs. So right now, the way it's structured, Windigo Education Authority is how it formed. But Windigo recently, the chiefs put Windigo Education Authority under Windigo First Nations Council. So it's under the tribal council. And the communities that are involved are Bearskin Lake, Cat Lake, Sachigo Lake, and Slate Falls, and North Caribou. So that's one community that works independently. We have other communities that are there, Couchiching, and also Whitewater, and they're part of Windigo. But they don't have any programs running right now in their communities. So, but we still do work with them in other capacities. Windigo First Nation, this is what we do. We have First Nations have different aspirations, goals for their children in education systems. When we get together, we talk about these things. We talk about where the fund is going to come from, the funding, where we still call them INAC, because that was the original name when government created the department. So I know it's called ISC, but we're still going to use INAC, because they're still responsible. Sometimes I feel when they change their names, their titles, they want to shove those responsibilities somewhere. So they have a fiduciary responsibility. So we have to make them accountable. That's what we have to do. Yeah. Then also, the management control of Windigo First Nation Council finances is still under INAC. So that's where we're still getting the funding from ISC. And however we do it, even those the money that goes into ban operated schools, that's where the money is coming. That's our major funder in a lot of our programs today, and Windigo is no exception to that. So, and also this is what we provide. Our primary role is to hire teachers, recruit teachers. We also set up interviews. we participate in interviews. And this is the first time, like in a year and a half, that we're able to hire all the teachers in our communities. Because for the past 2 years, we've been hampered with this, impacted by this pandemic. So we were quite excited when we got all the teachers hired, even though we had a teachers orientation here at the end of August. And during that week, my education coordinator approached me. She said, 3 of our teachers just declined. They don't want to sign the contract. So we had to keep working while we're hosting our teacher orientation. That's what happened. So we have everybody hired. So we're not dealing with shortage of teachers this year. So I'm very excited about that. I don't want any gray hairs anymore, for a while. No, just kidding. I like to joke around once in a while, but so what we're doing is, how we're set up is, I call it REA, Regional Education Agreement. We have been doing this for 35 years, as the communities pay for these services, and we just invoice them. We help them set up their teacher contracts. We prepare those contracts and they sign them, and also their benefits. We do all the benefits for them. We administer those benefits, teacher packages for them. And we have been doing that for 35 years at Windigo. But only North Caribou does their own. They do their own recruiting and all that. But those 4 communities primarily have been together for 30 plus years. So I think we have been very successful. I think this is a prime example for creating while we're working on our regional education agreement within our tribal council communities. And I'm not going to go to all of them. We have a board, Windigo Education Board, consisting of our education directors from Bearskin, Sachigo, Cat Lake, and also Slade Falls, Cat Lake, Sachigo, and Bearskin. Yeah, those 4 communities. So we organize and participate in their meetings. They set up the meetings quarterly. So a lot of times we have to come to Thunder Bay or Winnipeg. We do, and also we have to prepare everything, even how we spend the money, and also how we prepare. We also do performance appraisals for our teachers. They want the performance appraisals because those are very important for them to have if they have to move on to different areas. If they have to leave our communities. But we do encourage them to stay in the community because we don't want them. We want them long term. So we have to be more competitive. So that's what we're beginning to do now. So. And of course, we organize education meetings for them, for our communities. We organize workshops, special sessions. And one of the things that we're going to be doing in February is we're going to have our teachers' PD conference in Winnipeg. So there's 4 communities that are coming, and they're going to bring their teachers and their support staff. And some of them will bring their ALEAs, Local Education Board of Directors, and they're going to bring them there. And we're inviting some organizations to come and do some workshop sessions, like NAN. You're invited now. Yeah. But anyway, that's what we're planning to do. And this is the first time we're going to meet like this, like in a big group like that, since COVID. They selected Winnipeg because we're planning to do other events. Like we're going to be working with the Manitoba Education Resource Center and on some of the workshops. So we invited them to come and provide some of those workshops in different areas, like curriculum, language, all those components. So we're hoping to have a successful event. Yeah. And this is a former FNSSP program that Sharon touched base on this morning as well. I call it former, but we call it the Student Success Program. And what we're doing here is we're doing all kinds of program for this for our schools. One of the things we're doing is I say about 90% of the money goes into the community with this program. So what we're doing is we're paying $500 per student, and we multiply it by the number of the nominal times 500 per student, and that's how much they're getting the funds from this program. And they use it for literacy, numeracy, student retention, even land-based, even language. If they want to use their language program, land-based program, they're more than welcome to use that program for those for their school events. So it's good to have this program because they are able to buy resources for their schools, geared for students mainly, because it's all about students. We're looking at here. It's not about personal gain or anything like that. So I'm happy that this program is still functioning, but I think it's a core funded program now, my understanding. So I'm hoping that we'll continue to have this program and provide it to our communities. So we use this for student assessment as well. We assist our students. Also, we have to do workshops and like in math, literacy, special education, even language. We have to provide those components. So this is a very effective benefit. It's benefiting our schools. So we'll continue to use that, apply that program for our students in our schools. So this program used to be part of Kwayaciiwin, and I think Windigo Chiefs, they took over this program in August 2018. And these are the schools that, one of the things that new innovative ideas that we have for our schools is we are creating what we call a system for database collection, system management, is we incorporated Power School. And Power School is very similar to Datavan. So the 4 communities came together last summer. They said that they wanted to use Power School for that purpose, for data collection and all that. And so we discontinued Datavan. So Bearskin, Cat Lake, Slate Falls, and Sachigo are using Datavan. And we hired White Rabbit technical unit. They're consulting Alex Short and Keith Atwood to help us with and train our schools, our teachers, our principals, even our education counselors, social counselors, we call them. So North Caribou is the only community that still utilizes Datavan. So we have asked them if they're interested. We're willing to assist them and the reason why we're using Power School is the school boards that we're working with already are using that system, so they'll have every access to student information when they have our students entering in their public schools. And I believe NNEC is using the same system as well. I know in Pelican and DFC, I know they're using it. So it's very consistent that way. So that way we have more information about each individual student that comes into the school. And because especially the school providers like KP, Lakehead School Board, even NNEC. So these are some of the stuff that we're doing with this program, like even provincial testing. And there's another program I call it former New Pats, and we do a lot of we use this for teacher recruitment, teacher orientation, and also we use it for our language activities. We want to increase language activities and culturally appropriate and relevant curricula. And one thing, one of the curriculums that we're encouraging our communities is to apply Kwayaciiwin curriculum. They have a curriculum that has two streams. So we're continuing to encourage our classroom teachers to use that, whether it may be in an immersion or a non-immersion wing. So but we're hoping to continue to work with Kirk on that, Kwayaciiwin. That's where we get our language and culture materials from, Kirk, and they provide the curriculum. We don't have one yet in our unit at Windigo, but that's something that is being talked about. But right now, we're just focused on getting and obtaining that information and also instructional materials from Kwayaciiwin. So our communities are part of that organization. So when I talk about some of our stuff, that what we're doing is also we're trying to enhance capacity at the management level. We also provide opportunity for board training for our education directors. I think that is very, very important to do, because sometimes they change. When you have elections, you have a new council, and sometimes you have new members that come along. So we have to continue to provide that training. And also, the other thing that we're looking at is we want to provide more native language, culturally component knowledge, in our schools. That way, we want to promote our languages in our schools. It really scares me to see the graph that Matthew showed us yesterday. I was thinking about that yesterday. We are in a crisis if we don't do anything, if we don't take action. So I think that's what's going to happen. And as a director of education for Windigo, I'm going to be doing a lot in this work for the next little while. So we're going to be working with our partners organization on that too. I'm open to any organization that wants to work with us. We're not very selective. We're going to continue to work with other partnered organizations. Even the Chief Monias, when he mentioned about working collectively, I think that's a very strong message. It's a very profound statement that he made. I think we all have to consider that. The other thing that we're going to do is that we're working on is what we call regional education agreement. And it was introduced by ISK a couple of years ago or before COVID. And our chiefs, 2018, passed a resolution at their assembly that they mandated Windigo to explore REA for their communities. And when I got there about 3 years ago, a paper landed on my desk. They told me, we need somebody to write a proposal. You have 2 days to hand this in. So I put a proposal together, and I beat the deadline by 2 seconds. No, I'm just kidding. No. Well, eventually I submitted the proposal, and we got funding for it. Yeah, getting close. Yeah, but we got the funding for it, and since then we have been working on our regional education agreement. So there are a set of guidelines and expectations that the Windigo chiefs had imposed that for Windigo to do. It's all community driven. This is not a tribal council driven process. We always put our communities first. We do not, as an incorporated organization, we do not allow ourselves to do whatever we want. We have to comply and consult with our First Nations, everything that we do. So we want to make sure that we're aligning what they had expected for Windigo to do on the regional education agreement. So far, we have done service mapping. We completed service mapping for all 5 schools, and we're continuing to get funded, and also we're receiving another batch this year. So we're going to continue to do that. And also, what we're doing right now is we applied for an REA coordinator because we really need one who has experience also in a political area, and somebody that understands governance and all those, especially governance. How you govern your organization, and how you're going to support the communities, and how they expect you to support them. So I think this is a very important process that we're doing. So the first thing that we did was, like I said, service mapping, and we're doing a enrollment study. We're doing that enrollment study, and also we're developing a nominal role strategy for our communities. That's all going to be part of the REA process, what we're doing. So we have an REA coordinator position that was funded since last year. We didn't really have one, but we have a consultant who's been working with us all along. So we hired Alvin Beardy to be our REA coordinator consultant. Alvin has a lot of experience, a wealth of experience in politics. He is a former chief. He was a counselor. He had held many different roles in different capacities. He's well educated. He graduated from university, and he knows about the land. He's an outdoorsman. So that's the kind of person that we're looking for, and we found him. So I'm glad that Alvin agreed to help us in this area. And so our next steps is we're going to go into our communities and talk to the people. Alvin and our consultant, Scott Urquhart, will be traveling into our communities for the next 2 to 3 months. And they'll stay 2 to 3 days in each community to talk about the REA process. And we're quite content to do that, because now that we have a little leeway now that we'll be able to go into the communities to visit and talk to people. And also we have a document, we have a framework, REA document, and it's not shared to public yet, because we want to do our community consultations first before we can share it with other groups. I'm not saying that we're not going to share it, but we just need to do our community consultations first before we can do that, and talk to our people. Like I said, we have also in draft our shared services agreement. It's in draft, and that still needs to be discussed with the chiefs, even though they have access to that copy already. But we have to meet with the chiefs about that. So hopefully in the next 2 or 3 months, they will be able to look at the shared agreements that we have in draft. And it's all the components are based on our tribal council, the communities, and the government. That's where our REA is right now. So we're going to branch our collaboration to other partners later on, because we're going to have to buy services from other partner organizations like Kirk, Cree, and Ojibwe Cree Cultural Center, NNEC, whoever has resources that we can access for our schools. So that's what we're doing. I know I have a lot that I could share, but I just wanted to try and hit the main ones that we're doing from here on in, since COVID has disrupted the majority of our activities. I think we're already preparing to move forward with our activities. So, I want to thank everybody. It's good to see my representative from Bearskin, Leon. Thank you. And also all the great people that I worked with in the past, like my cousin and big brother there, Roy. Learned a lot from him. You know, he used to push me around all over the place and said, no, I want it done this way. Roy, Saul is here. And there was quite a few people that, Murray, you know, those, and there's a lot of them not here that I worked with. And I learned a lot from them. And I want to thank them for their knowledge and their expertise that they provided to me, that I'm able to use today. And have a good day. Yeah.
So Charles, like a blanket.
Oh, okay.
Thank you much for your presentation, Mr. Brown. We were gonna have, if not present next, but we're gonna skip down to the Kwayaciiwin. If you can come up and do your presentation, Kwayaciiwin Education Resource Center. The other one is gonna be done virtual and they're not ready yet, so we're gonna go to the final one and then go back up again. So where's Kirk? Christine. Christine Mikas, you can come up. Is that the presentation being handed out now? Okay, so the presentation is being handed out now for Kirk. Kwayaciiwin Education Resource Center. We should actually give you a heads up there, Christine. Yeah. Okay, it's all yours.
I guess they saved the best for last, right? Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, good day, chiefs, elders, Mage, the education resource people with the government they watch behind there. I just want to say, Kwayaciiwin, translated in Ojibwe, is like means getting ready, getting prepared to do something, to help. Okay. In 2002, the Sulakaut district chiefs created Kwayaciiwin Education Resource Center to address the academic gaps identified in our community schools as compared to the mainstream schools. It wasn't until 2010 that the chief selected a board of directors to govern this new corporation. Kirk operates on this premise of addressing academic gaps, identifying the specific areas of community school programming, okay, and needs. To achieve this was through a community-driven process by providing along bicultural and bilingual initiatives to attain success in these schools. Kirk is a small organization which has been built on a very strong, strong foundation based on the work that has been done and achieved in the past. Most of the Kirk staff all have been in the classroom, so they know what's needed in the classrooms. Right now, Kirk is operating on a 2018-19 budget, which is dependent upon funding through ISC proposal-driven process. You talk about the protection phase through the REA process, and we keep hearing that every once in a while, ISC is gonna cut that protection phase as of 2023, but you never know. They keep changing their mind, you know. If you know ISC, when you've dealt with them in the past. So if that happens, Kirk will have to negotiate with the communities to sell the program initiatives that Kirk has provided in the past. So that means all the funding is going to go through like the communities. So if you have a chart, see the chart right there, okay, a change funding model. Right now, the current model is ISC, gives money to Kirk, and then from there, we provide like the support and programs to the schools as their request. And the potential new model might change. So ISC will give the money to the First Nation schools, first communities. They will buy the services from Kirk. And then we provide the programming back to the schools. Okay? That's the potential of what might happen. Okay. You know, at Kirk, we have a vast collection of resources generated over the years. There are examples of curriculum development, lesson plans, instructional videos based on numeracy, literacy, spec ed, languages, and the different dialects from the communities. A lot of these are cultured through like work plans and working groups that have been done by the First Nations in the area. There's also cultural and language videos to accompany the instructions. Like for instance, like skinning a rabbit or making bannock out of an open fire. And our archivist, who's Native, has stored a lot of the information and material in digital format. We have assisted in publication of books from local authors. Most of them are Native. They're accompanied by like indigenous cultural pictures with English and in the dialects of the area. We have examples of posters, banners generated. We have puppets to assist teachers in the instruction, especially in the spec ed classrooms. Most of the books for the younger grades are done in the language. A lot of them are have subtitles either in syllabics, the dialect, the preferred dialects, the Roman orthography. The major impact we've had is the COVID-19. Like we kind of like COVID had a, you know, like we had to look at ourselves and revamp how we communicate with the communities, because that's what COVID did. We had to look at our communication strategies and say, how can we do better, you know, to, you know, encourage and support the communities in their schools. So first of all, we addressed this in our office. We had cultural awareness sessions with our staff. A lot of our staff are non-Indigenous, and sometimes it was like a struggle, but you know, it was, we had to do it. We wanted to indigenize their thinking, and that's something that we wanted to do. Like, you want to do something from First Nations perspective, that's one of the avenues that you have to do. And a lot of times it was like going back into history. And history plays like a lot of negative parts in our cultural and traditional upbringing in the past. And you kind of like, how do you call that? You have you're the oppressed and you have the oppressor. But I'd rather call it like, it's like a form of conditioning. You're made to think that way. And sometimes you don't even know you're doing it. You're so used to doing things the way you've been taught. And that's part of the colonial process. And me standing up here, not speaking in the language is part of that. And I'm guilty of that. I think everybody is. Like in our little organization, it's getting smaller because our funding is decreasing. We're a second level service, but we do a lot of work in the classroom. Kirk has the potential to expand its services geographically. Like we've had PD inspected from Kwayaciiwin, Eagle Lake First Nations. Lac has requested teaching resources. That's just outside here in Thunder Bay. And we've also had PD sessions from Treaty Tree area. And right now, Kwayaciiwin is working on developing coloring books with Wate Power. We're developing coloring books because they want those books distributed when they go to their communities. That's a big power line, right? So, and we're working with like the tribal councils and like Charles said, we're working closely with Windigo and in some aspect with Shibugwa. And also, even the schools are starting to ask us for resources, like develop posters or native theme, resources like the medicine wheel for their grades in the classrooms in the public schools. Okay. When you talk about youth here, everybody talks about youth. And I find that I always say in my dealings with in the education field, from long as I remember, and that you have to, your first premise or your target is the child. Those are the most important people in the education field. And I know as Native people, we struggle still. I just want to kind of quote Chief Robert Fiddler in 1920 in the signing of Treaty 5. Na Kushimando didn't make a mistake when he made me an Indian. There's a purpose for that. We're all here for a purpose. And the one thing that we struggle with is to work together. And I think we have to do that. Like everybody else has the same idea. But how do you how do you light the fire under everybody? And last of all, you have a lot of youth here that you work, I see here at NAN. And I have a niece in New Brunswick. She's really, she's really good at what she does. And she's Maliseet. And my kids are half Maliseet, by the way. Yeah. But anyway, to quote an elder, he told her, never give up on our people, no matter where they are in their earth journey. We are being forced to live in a world that we didn't create. We are having to make choices in a world that we didn't create. Don't ever give up on our people, no matter what. Okay? And right now, I'd like to introduce Wesley McKay. He's going to talk about our language and culture part of our Kwayaciiwin. Wesley.
Thank you. Wajia. Wesley McCain is in Kaz. I'm from Bearskin Lake, Michigan, Zagini, Kajikadik. I have a background in teaching. I taught in Bearskin for 5 or 6 years, and before that I was a classroom assistant in tutor escort, so I kind of climbed up that way a little bit. So I do know some of the difficulties that our communities face, and also my first language is Anishinaabe, like a lot of us here. And with that background in education, I feel it's kind of my responsibility as well to help preserve the language in the way that it should be preserved. So I started with Kwayaciiwin Education Resource Center in July as the Language and Culture Program Manager. So the Language and Culture Program at Kwayaciiwin is we'd like to assist First Nation communities and schools in strengthening language and culture through, traditional knowledge, land-based activities, things like that. Curriculum resources, which we have a lot of at Kirk, and also other learning materials. So I believe that like land-based activities are very important in promoting the language, preserving the language, because that's where our language comes from, outside, doing cultural and traditional activities. So I have a pretty good team. Tom Fiddler from Sandy Lake, he's our land-based native language specialist. He does a lot of really good presentations. He did a birch bark teaching. He made cradle boards at, I'm sure some of you were there at the education conference in Winnipeg. And he got a lot of good reviews, and he's been asked by some communities to come and do his presentation. I know he's been to Winneman a couple of times, and also our friends at NAN have asked us to do a presentation as well for the youth and the elders gathering next month. So we're looking forward to that. Kathy Wesley, she's our native language coach, so she helps with the native language materials and things like that. And she speaks Ojibwe. She's from Lac Seul. Norman Samples, our archivist that Christina mentioned. We have, as she did say, a lot of materials that can be digitized and also made available online that people can access, right? A lot of probably audio files, interviews, and things like that. So moving forward with the Language and Culture Program, we'd like to work with the communities closely, each and every community, to develop the curriculum documents and things like that, unit plans that are community-based, because each of our communities are different, right? So also we'd like to also have other resources available, traditional teachings, things like that, that can be made available through different social media platforms, right? Something that the children can easily access. As you all know, our children and youth, they're very adept at, going online and things like that. So, yeah, I think I'm pretty much done. So, thank you. We have Darlene going to say a few words as well.
Hello, bonjour. I'm going to say a few words in Cree first. I'm originally from Fort Severn. Numunenten so dagaitan dagabet witab metagok nadustatagok kayamik. And I live in Sandy Lake now, and I'm a board member, a chairperson for Kirk. And I just want to say, miigwech have the opportunity to be here. Kenin munenda numaga kabijan. Kabizendoga hawya kagudwach. Kaya namo damach anshinimun kegunan hegomye gajigishwek. There was a kaikitiek ka hawya kabizendoa zawian kagagitnit ka giutap nam sawe ukutunwa gomina ka joab ma zawian ka istiganit ka istudamnit ka kaunjinit andel utstanwa ka kaunsewat hawyak. Egwa ha crook ka kayawach ayawak gegunan jabat stuach kigish kajigishwek unje gegunan geon jabat stuyek kakina ka papakan gegunan wede ayawak jabat stuyek egomina my dad used to be working late Ken Thomas with Kirk, so that's I'm very fortunate and happy to be a part of Kirk. And kind of nervous here, but I haven't been in front of the screen talking to a lot of people or by virtual. So. Ekotas kababisendoga hugumaka nagdebursaga kidod sta exchinenda ka gizwan abinon jisak don't skendamot ande gaun zewats gaun gegunan ge bimad zwatas so tapinamot bumudot ugisho kajigishwet kegomina kegunan gai endo damot Mat sunak ukjahamwa gestiganet so it debwe demnendak gistiganok negominat Kirk with the solokaut kawache gomina gegonan kawi bumutwat and dawenmugek your political support, your collaboration to manage the funding, your direction, your gegunan gashina duenda mek chindu jigade exkunaganoa. Okay, that's pangigenin gegunan uyashitian gaji giswa and gaji giswe kegomi gaji giswe kinoa. Okay, miigwech.
So I'd like to thank all the presenters for today, the work that you're doing on behalf of your communities. And I know that from each section that we were going to provide an opportunity for questions. So we were to have a third presentation, but there's technical difficulties and they're not able to present and may be able to share the video with the delegates, maybe to send it to each of the delegates tomorrow. So due to unforeseen circumstances, the third presenter from IFNA is not able to present. So I'll give you maybe a minute to, if there's any questions on the last two presentations, just to be fair, this is what we've been doing. Chief Munoz.
Hello, Migach. Thank you for the two presenters from the two organizations. Migach Dinag Agi, well, in the Moj Bangi, Anigina told much. There's a lot of good work, a lot of good stuff that's happening with their work. I wanted to talk about, I don't have a question, I just wanted to raise this issue about our young people when it comes to what we know a lot of our young ones are going to school here, they're going to high school here, they go to college, or they access services in the city here. And oftentimes it's becoming an issue for us, within our community, even within our tribal council, our Matawa Education Learning Center, when we're dealing with sometimes or when they're going through some issues, mental health issues. It's pretty difficult when you're dealing with the agencies, when you're dealing with the ambulance or and this is what our people are finding out. It's difficult when especially when there's mental health issues or ideations. Especially as a young person, when you have to take them to, let's say, the hospital to get assessed. Oftentimes there's a gap. There's a gap to go in the way they're supposed to be helped, supported, or serviced. There's only so much our people can do, and this is where our the professional supports, like the psychiatrist or the assessment that's done when somebody goes through, let's say, the emergency. There's a big gap in there. And oftentimes, and we've seen it in our community, our education director that's here, we've dealt with those kind of things in our community with our youth when they're, let's say, ideations, harm. Oftentimes, the psychiatrist or the nurse or the assessment, because at that particular time, when somebody is going through that thing, it's a very concerning time for the welfare and the well-being of that individual, especially our young people, because we don't know sometimes what they're going through, if it's social pressures or if it's something else. And this is where the gap is, because we've lost some young people on that, where the hospital, for example, has pretty much failed our youth on that. The failure comes from the fact that they don't know everything, or they just release the youth or the person, and it gets, sometimes it doesn't turn out well. Sometimes maybe that young person or that person can end up in a hospital again multiple times ago. Maybe in our community, in our tribal council, as Sharon shared about some of the things we're doing at Matawa. Those are some of the things that we're dealing with, that our school is dealing with when it comes to ambulances, getting the necessary supports for our youth, our people that are maybe at times at a very vulnerable state, where they need help, and we have to. I don't know how that can be addressed, and this is where I'm asking the Deputy Grand Chief and our people to see how we can close those gaps in, because we can ill afford to have our people that are in vulnerable states where there's ideations where they want to harm themselves just to be released. Sometimes there's information gaps, there's things that are not known to the people that should be knowing those things. And this is what we get from our tribal council, even from our communities. I've been recently appointed as the Matawa education spokesperson on education from the chiefs. And this is what we're hearing when we're meetings, when we're discussing the education issues, specifically focused on our students and our youth, because there's a lot of things happening in the city. When they're in the city here, they don't just go to school, because we're expecting our 13, 14, 15-year-old kids to be able to cope. In a system that's very foreign, that's colonial, and that's often very too harsh and too complicated and too complex for them to deal with. And oftentimes they come from communities, from families, or from situations that are, sometimes they have trauma. They're dealing with grief. And that's why it's so critical to try to see how we can make sure that the hospitals and the other supports that we have when they're here, when our service providers, like our schools and all that, when they access those services and try to advocate for those for the youth, these other partners should be on board, should try to focus and try to help our youth, because we lost a few in our community where they took their own lives because they were only maybe 2-3 days before in a hospital. They were in a hospital where they basically should have got some supports, but the end result was they were released. And that's where the big gap is, and that's why when we talk about our people are falling through the cracks. And this is one of the things that we heard from our presenters. There's a mental health gap right now in our communities, and it's so disheartening when you hear that in our youth. I mean, how do we deal with that? How can we move on that fairly quickly to try to address some of those things? This is where I'm asking the Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse here. We need to do something about this. We can't ill afford to just wait and see that and hope that it works out. Maybe today, this week, something is going to happen with our youth. Maybe they're going to end up in a hospital. It's going to be the same thing. An assessment will be done with very little information. So it's obviously the data system or the information gathering or sharing is not quite there. And as a result, our young people, our students are not getting the supports they should be getting. If there is a safety risk, yes, we know that there's safety plans that can be developed. We've seen that, but there's obviously something that's not really happening right now, especially with the hospital. Maybe they're overwhelmed, they're short-staffed, maybe, but that's something that obviously that's impacting our especially our young people that are in the community, in the city here, where they're coming from communities or where they're expected to succeed when they're just kids, 14-year-old, 13-year-old, 15-year-old kids that are expected to succeed and pretty much try to adapt to what the situation is in the city. And sometimes those services are going to be required, and we know that, and we know how difficult it can be. Our education director, our high school workers that work with our students, and it's a common issue that's being faced in all of our communities. We have to do something. That's why it's so maybe important to have quorum at this meeting right now, so we can maybe do something that can alleviate or give direction to get this thing followed up, to advocate for this, to make sure that we don't lose sight of why we are here today, why we sit at these tables. It's about our people, it's about our kids, it's about our young people. And I just wanted to raise that because we're losing our young people when they're falling through the cracks, when they're forgotten. And that's something that we should try to fix, or we should try to do something. Instead, status quo jiag. We have to do something about that. So I wanted to raise that because the last speaker that the second last speaker, the first speaker that was on here, I think he touched on it a little bit on some of the things, and the previous speakers did touch on the mental health aspect of in our communities and the Daukene, and also as well as here. We're expecting them to come out, because not all of us have high schools in our communities. So what do? We have to do something. We have to advocate for those supports. And then Daukene. Until we lose a young person. We have to be proactive. And I just wanted to share that. I think it's an important issue because we're dealing with it. We're dealing with it right now in our communities, in our own education authorities, in our own tribal councils. We have a safe sobering site in our tribal council, and that's what we're dealing with. We deal with those kind of issues, and I think we need to figure out a way how we can get these partners that we have in the city to understand what is needed in order to get the necessary help and supports that our young people, our people are needing. So hopefully, I don't know if there is something that can be put on the floor for tomorrow, but certainly that's something, that's a discussion that should take place. If we can get something on the floor, I think it's an urgent issue. I think it's an issue that needs to be addressed, and that needs to be advocated and strongly pushed. What are we going to do in order to, even on an interim basis, what can we do? Because we can't ill afford to lose a young person falling through, or any of our people falling through falling through the system, falling through the cracks. Because we've seen that too much in our communities, where our people have been left out, our people have been neglected, marginalized, discriminated, all those things. We've seen that. And I think it's incumbent of us, like I said before, that it's incumbent on me and as a representative of this forum, to make sure that those issues are raised on these floors so we can act on them, so our people can act and advocate. We have to stand with like the Deputy Grand Chief that's holding the education, an important file like education. These are issues that need to be addressed immediately. Okay, Misha, I just wanted to say that, and I know there's other important issues we'll need to share and discuss, but that's something that we're dealing with right now in our tribal council in our community. Okay, Mia.
Yeah, thank you, Chief Munoz, for your comments. Always. We always value your commitment also to the process and the education system. And yes, I know these are some of the areas that we really need to focus our attention on: the mental health, the mental well-being of our students, especially going into urban centers. But also that conversation that also we need to have, or that direction we also need to have, is also perhaps even keeping our students home in our own communities and building capacity at the community level, so our parents don't have to see their students leave. But I know at this time and frame, like, we need to really ensure that the urban centers are a safe place as well, and there's resources there. There's a new mayor that just got elected a couple days ago. We need to pressure him and his council to say, well, what sort of areas are you going to do to ensure that our students are safe here in this municipality and other municipalities as well? Because we spend a lot of money here. Our First Nations here, our organizations spend a lot of resources within Thunder Bay or Timmins or Sulcoat. We have to ensure that They are there with us to, especially within the hospitals and all the various service providers that are there. We have to give them notice that, like it comes from our 7 youth recommendations as well, the inquest recommendations. These things has to happen in terms of developing a mental health strategy to move forward, to really ensure that there are good work that's happening and that is needed. I'm thinking of all the programs that could also help out, like for example, your band rep program, your First Nations rep program, your Choose Life. How could they also accommodate students in urban centers? We had presentations from Nojimo even, and even partnerships with SLIFNA or WAHA to ensure that all areas and municipal areas have a pathway forward for mental health supports, and letting our students know even before they come to urban centers that these are the resources available. But I hear you, Chief, and I think we will prepare something for tomorrow in terms of, even if we don't have quorum, I think it's still the work can really continue as we organize all the available resources at our First Nations disposal here to really coordinate, to ensure that there is a strategy forward for our most vulnerable, especially within the urban center. So miigwech for your comments, Chief, and yeah, we'll work on that for tomorrow as well. So miigwech.
Thank you, Deputy Grand Chief. Is there any other comments? I'll recognize Chief Bruce.
Good day. Thank you for the presentations. Sorry I had to step out today. I didn't get to see some of the presentations, but I did get to see the presentation with Kirk, and I wanted to applaud the organization for their work. I was just by their stand there the other day, and yesterday, and taking a look at their materials, and it's the kind of materials that we need in our communities. As you may have heard, we declared a state of emergency last year on our education because of the non participation, I would call it, from Indigenous service to hear out our issues, our education issues. And that's at what I call a ground zero, our education issues, not being heard from politicians or bureaucrats that purport to serve our communities. And that led to a major deficit in major deficits in our programs, and we couldn't have that anymore. So our community took a stand in saying that enough is enough. We need to have those services. We need to have that infrastructure in our communities to build our communities up, to build our nation up. We have a young demographic that's in need of building capacity and more important, we have a larger community in our urban centers. Or now our community members outnumber our residents at home, just because they want to come out and get a better education system, and access services, other services like hospital services, employment, but that's the trend in the past 30, 40 years, to remove us from our lands. So I'm trying to change that around with my council to have our people, educated at home, work from home, and build our community up to where it's supposed to be. Build our services up, and I want to applaud that group that came on. You're doing a good thing. with the services you provide, the languages, the material. We need more of that in our communities. Our community, you know, we want to be able to access all services and opportunities. Yet it's hard at times because we don't have that capacity at the community level. So we're organizing and trying to find ways, other options to get that capacity so we can run our programs, you know, run our projects, and you know, for the most part we're succeeding, but there are struggles, and that's where we need to talk to NAN or Matawa to ensure, you know, we succeed also, like other First Nations. So I just wanted to say congratulations to some of the presenters. You're doing a good job, and keep it going. Miigwech.
Thank you, Chief Bruce, for your kind words. It's encouraging. So are there any other comments on any of the presentations? We still have time. Gonna recognize. Okay.
Luis wants to speak.
Right, the floor recognizes Toby, Don.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity. You know, I think one of the things that people need to be very mindful of is what you're hearing is we're not up here talking very often about curriculum, grades, teaching standards. What we're talking to you about is mental health, child welfare, food security, housing. You know, that's what education's facing. But when we say education, people automatically think of schools. But we're not just dealing with that, right? We're dealing with the 24/7 needs of our students. And I think that's what makes it so challenging when you're trying to bring people together to discuss education, is that education itself is a very technical file. And it's often intimidating, and it's not always viewed as a bread and butter issue, right? Because no disrespect to anyone, but when you are dealing with lack of drinking water, lack of housing, lack of access to healthcare, those need to be your priorities. But they ultimately become our priorities too as organizations, because we still face those same issues. We're still dealing with the jurisdictional challenges. We're still dealing with the lack of access to housing. We're dealing with the lack of access to services. We're dealing with underfunding. We're dealing with the fact that we can't compete with school boards. You know, when we're looking at, you know, this exists everywhere in all the communities. And, you know, when you're talking about the fact that you don't have the resources and you take a student in to the hospital and they're Form 1, and nobody even sees them. They get a phone call and they're dismissed back to you. And you take them back on site and they attempt again. And you bring them back to the hospital, they're Form 1. They are not kept in the hospital. You work with their tribal council or with their community. You're sending a student home that you know is suicidal. And what resources does the community have to deal with that? But we also don't have the resources to deal with it. Like, we are in crisis mode, and it's not just because of COVID. Yes, COVID had major impacts on all of us, but this existed long before. And when we're looking at education and trying to get Indigenous Services Canada or the Ministry of Education or even Jordan's Principal to understand the needs, we hear things like, do you really need another driver? You have enough staff. Well, when we have one driver to do all the medical appointments for 160 students, yes, we need another driver. We'll send your house counselor. So we leave 14 students unattended while the house counselor has gone into the hospital. Like, this is where we need people to understand we're not just talking about education, and maybe we need to, you know, change what we're calling education, because it really is the holistic needs of the students. And even if we're going to say, okay, we need to build the schools in the communities, which absolutely, if that's what communities are looking for, you need to look at whether or not the resources are available to support the students. For so long, our students have been taken out of the communities, so our community resources haven't been set up to provide those services to our kids for the vast majority of the year. 10 months of the year, the kids are gone. That's 10 months those services are not being stretched out to meet the needs of those kids. So if we're going to start expanding education programs in the community, we're going to need to expand everything else that goes with that. So I think, we need to change how things are being done. And right now, everybody, and I heard it from my partners as well, like we're stretched to our limits in trying to meet the needs of our students. And, we're not coming to tables, we're not coming to meetings because we're constantly putting out fires. That's the reality. Like our one staff member, Rosalie, who left here, 11 days, she didn't leave the site at Pelican. She was on site 24/7 because we're that short staffed. And until we have funding, and no, money is not always the answer, but until we can compete and offer competitive salaries, that's our reality. When I have a school that has 50% of its teachers, I can't imagine being a classroom teacher right now at Pelican Falls, where we're short half our teaching staff. This is the reality of what we're dealing with, but it's not just to go in and say, okay, we've raised your tuition rate. How do you look at this in a comprehensive manner in a way that's actually going to make a difference? And I understand the premise of the education reset, but I think we really need to look at what that process is going to be and how do we make it effective, because we've had many tables, we all know that, right? We've had many processes, we all know that. If we do it regionally, we fail. Or they fail NAN. If we do it nationally, they fail NAN. Absolutely the way to go is collectively as a territory, but if right from the get-go, it's not something that's going to be effective, you're not going to have the right people at the table. So I just want to say I am encouraged by this, and I do agree that it's unfortunate that we don't have quorum here, but we do have the momentum, we do have expertise, we do have a willingness to work together, and I think that the deputy will find that the organizations will be standing behind you when you and the leadership move us forward on this issue. Thank you.
No, thank you, Dobie, for those comments. And yes, we'll be looking to you and all your partners here as well. Although we don't have quorum, but we still have all the various directors and you that bring the expertise and all those areas that we really need to look at. The holistic view of the child, of the youth that are coming. We have to look at all those needs. And I'm also glad that I have also the Child and Family Services file where we brought many of our staff from that area to come and listen and also contribute to this discussion as well. And it's great. We want to encourage this collective discussion and move ahead and look to you as well to give our leadership guidance in terms of these particular areas that are so technical at times, but at the same time too, I'm also encouraged that this is a good stepping stone. We will be working with our individual First Nations on getting this information out, but also tomorrow too, we want to set up pathway forward in terms of all these outstanding priorities that many of our First Nation education systems have. So miigwech for that, and looking forward to working with you on that.
Thank you, Deputy, for your response. So I think, don't see any other questions. Oh, I do. Go ahead. Your name and your community.
Hi, Uju, Sylvia Davis, Nindigenous Obashakokong Ndoji. I'm Sylvia. I'm from Lac-Seul First Nation. I'm the education director. I'm fairly new to my role in the community. And because I started mid-pandemic, or like in the middle of the pandemic there, this is my first in-person gathering like this, so it's really nice. But I have more of a, not a whole lot, I mean, it's not really a question that I really want to have answered necessarily, but it's just a comment. Something that Lac-Seul is doing in our elementary schools especially is focusing on trauma-informed, being trauma-informed, like as educators, because we are dealing with a demographic who have been placed in the margins. We all are aware of our situation as First Nations people in our own country. And so as a team, the educators are working very hard to be trauma informed. So we know we work with families who are still healing from the traumas of residential school and the 60s scoop and our history in general. And so while we have some families who are healthier and we have families who are not there yet. And so we walk alongside them and provide trauma-informed care. So we understand that when students come to school and they are upset, they're angry, they're, like one day I had a kid at the second last day of school last year throw a fire extinguisher and the powder went everywhere, sorry. And people were asking me, are you gonna charge him? No, I'm not gonna charge him because he's angry. He needs support. He doesn't need to be in our justice system. And so, taking that lens and helping with their mental health by being trauma informed. So what are our partners and what are the communities doing to do that work to help their teachers become more trauma informed? That was my comment.
Thank you for sharing that. And it is really important to have our educators aware of what's happening with children and to be able to reach them. So thank you for that. And the committee people, the people that presented, heard your comments. So that, anyone else? So if not, what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask my co-chair to bring the last topic, and there are gifts. Thank you.
All right, Miigwech, thank you for that, those presentations, and Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse will be presenting some gifts to our presenters. So while he is doing that, we have one more agenda item, and I'm going to call upon Mike McKay, who I thought was here. Oh, he is here. Yeah, there we go. He's already all set. I'm going to ask Mike to come up. Mike, of course, is Director of Infrastructure and Housing, and he's on the agenda to talk about the Starlink program. Very exciting, that I know a lot of people are excited about when they heard about it. So I think Mike's going to provide an update and share some information.
Okay, thank you, Adam. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, chiefs, proxies, the elders, women's and youth council. And so I'm Michael McKay, Director of Infrastructure and Housing. I'll be presenting an update on the NAN ISIP Internet Connectivity Project, and also known as the Starlink project. Is this the? I think they're passing out the presentation to everyone here. So just a bit of a background. During the peak of the COVID-19 pandemic, there was a urgent need to improve broadband services in the communities due to many of the services moving to a virtual platform, whether it was education, health, justice, and so we knew a lot of the challenges and issues were brought up during the during our COVID calls by leadership. And I remember we'd bring these forward to the trilateral table that NAN had established to bring forward the leadership and communities' needs on this topic. And so when we did some work, we knew that the fiber upgrades, existing fiber projects would take multiple years to complete. And so the need was urgent at the time. So NAN was approached by the Ministry of Education, the Indigenous Education Office, about applying for a NAN-wide broadband project focused on students from K to 12. So we started negotiating and about this project, started that application process in March of 2021. A few months later, the project was approved in July 2021 under the EDU ISIP COVID stream, Indigenous Education funding stream. The project TPA, the Transfer Payment Agreement, was reimbursable in structure, so NAN had to incur all the and continue to incur the expenses for this project. And we, I think we do quarterly reporting and submit invoices to the provincial government on this. Here, just sharing just a few points from the NAN resolution 2011, support for broadband upgrades during the COVID-19 global pandemic. Just some points there, that the NAN Chiefs and Assembly support broadband upgrades to increase community capacity to support the delivery of online services required due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Just a few more points sharing here. I won't go through all the points. So some key points about the NAN Starlink program within the scope of the project was to allocate or secure 2,128 Starlink units for installation in 42 NAN communities. There were allotted up to 60 units per community, depending on the number of student homes and existing Starlink deployments. It was negotiated. Funding includes the cost of the Starlink unit, 1 year of service, and all the hardware associated with the Starlink product. Funding also included installation and data collection. There's also funding available for the IT infrastructure upgrades. It was depending on the community's education needs and capacity. Community supports that are available. Resources are available to assist with community information collection and to pay a team of community members to do Starlink installations, which many communities did, hiring local labor to install the units. There was also the option of having a team brought in to assist with the community and providing training and support for the initial installation of the Starlink units. As mentioned, there is funding available to identify any IT requirements that may be required as a result of the installation. We did have a technology partner for this project. The name of the company is FSET out of Kenora. They provide some project management services and also technology supports for the project. Previously, FSET worked with a number of other communities, Pekanjgam and Treaty 3 communities as well. Yeah, they've been, the partnership has worked well so far. They've really helped with the deployment of the units to NAN communities, support IT support services, and any questions we have or any questions communities and tribal councils have. So current project updates. This is the current status of it. Is we have 42 NAN communities that are currently participating in some stage of this project. To date, NAN has procured approximately 2,100 units. That's with all the Starlink unit plus all the accessories and all the hardware. And we have shipped approximately 1,800 units to NAN communities who have signed up to participate in this project. I think we have just a handful of communities left that we're working with to sign them up and get the units shipped to the communities. Yeah, so units have been shipped to the student homes, as well as and it's up to the community whether they want to utilize those Starlink units at other education buildings, whether it's, we know other communities had used them at WASA buildings, internet high schools, teacherages, and education authority buildings.
Trap lines.
Trap lines? No. Yeah, also NAN has provided funding for communities to support local laborers who performed installations. Yeah, so several communities have opted to have individual residents install their own. They're pretty easy to set up. I kind of look, I'm trying to explain it. It's kind of like a Bell Express View dish. You put it on your house. It's pretty simple. Once it's installed, it kind of directs itself to get access to service. Just continuing on with the project update, funding remains available for communities to compensate for the installation costs. So please contact us here at NAN and my department, and we can get that work. Done. This will provide better Wi-Fi, additional server capacity, and better security, as we've been told by the IT experts. Yeah, so we're currently working with Shibogma, Windigo, and Mishkigwa communities to install these upgrades in education buildings. Yeah, so all communities who are participating in the Starlink project are eligible for IT architecture upgrades to their education buildings to support improved services. A few of the challenges for the project is getting the list of community members, emails, and Google Plus codes that have been challenging. So we've been working with the individuals at the community level who've been assigned to this project, and they're working with their membership. NAN can assist with collecting this information as well. Community members must respond to the email invitations to enable sign up and delivery of the Starlink unit. So there's some work on the community members' part to respond to those emails. And just the challenges sometimes, just the logistics and shipping of the units, because they come from the SpaceX plant in Texas, and they're shipped up through FedEx, and we kind of intercept them here. And then because they're only supposed to be delivered through FedEx, but since that FedEx doesn't go to our communities, we intercept them here in Thunder Bay. We have a storage unit, and then we've been sending the Starlink units through charter or some daily air schedules. End of project service agreements. That's as I mentioned earlier on, in the negotiating of this agreement, it was negotiated that we provide the agreement provide 1 year of service, and so those are coming to an end of that service for many communities that have accessed this. So the service end dates should be will have been provided to the community members. And just some points here about the 1 year service starts 2 weeks after you signed up for the service. So there should be a notice from Starlink about the exact end date on this. Here's just a few more points I wanted to share on some of the end of the project challenges. We knew this was supposed to be a stopgap measure. This project during the peak of the pandemic. We know many of the students back in the home communities are back at schools now, and so we saw it as kind of, like I said, a stopgap measure till the students were able to return to schools. Here's just a few pictures we took in one community of the Starlink product. This one is at a Teachridge. I think it's part of the Internet High School. And there's one Starlink unit at the Education Building, the Education Authority Building, and just the bottom right-hand corner there. There's one Starlink unit on a house. Thought I'd just share that. I won't go into like the steps of the sign up. This is just for information. It's part of the information package, but I don't think I'll need to go into that. Yeah, if there's any questions, or I guess I'll just step away for now. Yep.
So that's the presentation on Starlink. Any questions? Mike is still available for questions on the Starlink. That's not the real name, the Starlink project. If there are any questions, I think a lot of communities have them already. And how many more? Do all communities have? Okay. So basically all the communities have them, the 42 communities that Mike mentioned. So any questions for Mike? Any questions, comments? I see Dobie's hand is up, but I don't think she's asking. It's almost time to go. So I don't see any, oh, there we go. Can you ask him to ask me? Marshall.
Good afternoon. So I got Charles Brown here that likes to say a word here.
Great. Charles, go ahead.
Okay, miigwech. Michael, I was going to ask you, you're talking about 1 year, there's communities, our communities have been questioning where that additional funding source would come from in order to cover, the fees and all that. Because I know that what if we haven't run into another lockdown? Then, and if we have we don't have the service provider to provide the connectivity issues. Was there any plan in place for that to move forward in terms of providing that additional support with the internet? Okay, thank you.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So yeah, we flagged that end of service issue earlier on, and we did provide that question to the Ministry of Education, the Indigenous Education Office, about the 1-year agreement coming up. So we did provide it. So is there any, can we start that discussion about the ministry providing ongoing funding to continue to extend past the 1-year service? So they're going to get back to us, but the question was there.
I think it's just important, especially for the chiefs and the proxies here, that they understand that what potentially could happen.
Yeah.
So at least there's a follow-up now, and so keep us updated. So we'll continue to work with you. Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Any more questions? So I don't see any. Looking online. No, nothing online as well. Okay, with that, thank you very much, Mike. Thanks for the presentation. Do we have a gift for him? Here's a donut. Yeah, it's Okay, thank you very much. So that brings to a close today. I'm going to ask Deputy Grand Chief Narcisse just for some closing comments to wrap up today, and then we will end, and then we'll be back tomorrow morning. So, Deputy Grand Chief.
Okay, Miigwech, great discussions today. Thank you for all of our partners coming from our education committee as well to be here. And we heard you, and I think there's a willingness to really cooperate and work together on these particular areas. But also, I'd like to thank the chiefs and proxies that are here, and also the individuals online. We were going to be making some calls as well this evening to ensure that perhaps if we could get some chiefs online or some proxies as well. So we'll be working on that. But that doesn't mean that the work doesn't stop. So the work continues. And tomorrow will be an opportunity for us to really flesh out a strategic plan or flesh out a pathway forward in terms of how we want to really restructure this education reset table. With that, I bid you guys good night. If you're at anywhere near the Valhalla Inn, Elvis is going to be doing a little presentation at 6 o'clock. So yeah, anyways, have a good night.
Miigwech, thank you. So Elvis will be at the Valhalla tonight. So with that, again, the way the agenda is laid out, we will not have the closing prayer until the end of the day tomorrow when we close. But that is a wrap for today. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9:30. Have a good night. Miigwech.